Perched above the stunning Mediterranean Sea sits the beautiful city of Malaga. Just beyond the golden beaches and the towering Santa Iglesia Cathedral, the roads wind through the breathtaking landscapes from the rugged Ronda cliffs to the sun-soaked coastline of the mesmerizing Castillo. But this weekend, the action shifts away from Malaga to the fast and technical Campillos Kart Centre for round one of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships. Year of opening 2005, event record set by Chiara Battigue in time qualifying. And what we've established from our records, the only female to do it in direct drive for at least 25 years to put it on pole position. The track itself, though, 200 metres down the start-finish straight. It's 175 metres down into the braking zone of turn 15 and 16. Total track length, 1,580. It's around 8 metres wide, 15 metres of elevation right to the top of the circuit at turn number 8, all the way down to the bottom half at turn number 16. But corners in total, there are 18 out there. Ferocious corners for these drivers to negotiate around. 13 to the right, 6 to the left, and they all include the 4 hairpins out on the circuit. Each and every one of those 18 corners provide their own unique challenges, but also they provide some unique overtaking opportunities as well. We see them in towards turn 6, 12, 15, 16, and turn 17. We have seen them in other places as well, but they seem to be the main hotspots, and those hotspots do include some of the fastest parts of the circuit as well. Top speeds drivers reaching around this circuit are not the highest we've seen at most tracks around the world, but they are still some of the fastest. 126 kilometers an hour into the braking zone at turn number 1, and also down in towards turn number 16. They average, though, 95 kilometers an hour. That is where the speed of this circuit really comes into its own. The straights are short, but the track is fast. Well, we are looking forward to this one. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box, ready for what is set to be an action-packed day of racing. And Nicole, for this one, your first ever time here in the FIA European Championships. I'm excited. I'm sure you're more excited than me. Yeah, absolutely am ecstatic. As a previous driver as well, to be at an event like this is a very special feeling, very special event, and it's going to be a spectacular season of racing. It certainly is, and those races are coming up very, very soon as well, because it was a busy day yesterday with those qualifying heats, but now today is another very action-packed day, a very busy day, and of course with the weather being on a little bit of a knife edge here, Nicole, the blue sky has vanished for the time being. Clouds have loomed over the circuit. There is a question mark. Do we go for wets or do we go for slicks in those first sessions? Well, we will find out very soon, as the first of those races is coming up in a few moments' time. It is qualifying heat A versus E for the OK Junior category, out for their 8 laps. Their 12.5 kilometre race distance, and it all starts with Iskender Sulfakari starting it on pole position for this one. The driver from Turkey, there he is down there, and you can actually see from that camera angle, Nicole, I think the rain has already started to trickle down. Yeah, I think it had come down overnight as well, so when the drivers arrived this morning, the track conditions would have been different to what they experienced yesterday. The first one to hit that then for today's first heat will be Iskender Zulfikari. Like we said, he's there on your screen. Iskender has come into the 2025 season so far and has really shown us what he is made of. He had almost a perfect day yesterday. He was pole in group, had 2 heat wins. He's gone out there and yeah, very impressive performance so far. We'll see how he gets on within this. Can he continue that momentum? But we'll hear what he had to say yesterday after putting it on pole in group. Iskender Zulfikari, it's pole in group and faster than the first group of juniors. Were you happy with the lap when you were driving round?
Yeah, I was definitely feeling good with everything, and also with the gap, really predicted it really well. Perfect drifting for the last lap, felt all right.
And your teammate William Kalesia put it P2. Clearly Forza are very quick, you've got some really good pace. What's been going on in the Forza awning? What have they said to you to make you as fast as you are?
I mean, there was not really much of a strategy, just try not to stay in the group, don't get traffic. So we already know that I'm fast. We've been working a lot on the chassis and felt really good.
And Iskander, this year you're looking like one of the really quick drivers. Last year might have looked like a development year for you. Do you feel confident going into the heats that you could come out with some really great results this weekend?
Definitely. Also, last weekend was really quick, so for sure, ready to do it better.
Ready to watch you do it. Well done, Iskander.
Thank you.
Well, good to chat there to Iskander Solfakari, and not forgetting, of course, quick this weekend, but also quick in the tail end of last year in the World Championships at PF International, put it 10th in the final, so a really strong performance there for him to finish inside that top 10. There you can see a lot of discussions happening down there. You can see more of the drivers getting themselves ready. This is Antonio Pizzonia from Italy, who has found himself also on the front row of the team, the driver of the treble 2, certainly running well this weekend, running with the Fusion Motorsport team for 2025, and certainly looking forward to seeing what he can do because, well, his first race earlier on, P5 for him at the beginning of the weekend, so again, looking forward to seeing what he can do. This will be their second race that these drivers do this weekend. They only did the one race yesterday for groups A and E, so this race here will round out what will be the second round of qualifying heats. Lucas Sells there of France in the 218, rocking on the Kart Republic chassis this weekend. You can see it with the Victory Lane team. Really strong start for him as well. P6 didn't move forward, did drop back a little bit, but still some pretty solid results there, Nicole.
Yeah, absolutely is. Sells having a great one so far this weekend, as are the team that he is racing with, Victory Lane. Of course, in the senior, very quick, we had Chiara Batigue poled it. Louis Cachet, who's also in Victory Lane, has been doing a good job so far throughout the racing. So Victory Lane, one of those teams, one of the younger teams within our paddock, but out here at the first round at Campillos, putting it at the sharp end of the field.
Yeah, indeed, and we'll talk about that a little bit later on because, of course, she'll be starting on pole in the race after this one. This race start time has been pushed back a little bit. If you're just wondering why, Anthony, it's 20 past. I'm looking at the timetable. This one should have gone. It has been pushed back for about 5 minutes, and that is, I think, purely to see what the weather is going to do. There's another man who is racing this weekend, Dan Alaman for the Ward Racing team, and again, I've said this time in and time out, it feels weird talking about him not in a Spirit Racing suit. He's been with that Spirit Racing team since the word go. Of course, family-run team for him with the Alaman name, but rocking the Ward Racing suit this weekend on the Tony Kart chassis, and I've got to say, has delivered some pretty solid results in time qualifying. However, his qualifying heats haven't fully gone his way, dropping down to 16th place. There's someone who wishes it was a little bit more sunny. It's Gonzalo Planta out on the circuit, one of the team with the FIA this weekend, and I'm sure he's just thinking, he's currently looking up at the commentary box right now because he can hear the PA and he's just folded his arms at me, so I'm not going to say anything bad about him. But there we go. There is the rest of the field just lining up ready for this one. Other drivers who have had good results in this one as well. You look to row number 3 out there. Japan and Portugal also having a very strong start to their weekend. There is Endo Arata of Japan, rocking with the Ward Racing team on that Tony Kart. And again, P4 for Endo yesterday. A really, really strong start to the weekend.
Yeah, similarly to Victory Lane, then Ward are having a great debut at this opening round. The Ward drivers, Alaman and Endo Arata, doing a good job out there. They're obviously on the Tony Kart machinery, even though it's with Ward. It's a satellite team, so they are on the OTK kit. And I think across the board, the drivers on the green machinery this weekend, very quick out there. It looks like it's performing really well.
Certainly so. Well, there you saw very briefly Nigel Edwards on the start gantry, the FIA race director this weekend, who has been starting the races and been in constant communication with the race control team and, of course, the team out on the circuit as well, because you've got Pasquale Lupoli out there as well, of course, as Gonzalo Planta, and you've also got Noelia Franco also out there, the clerk of the course, joining this weekend. out and keeping a close eye on it. There is some driver spotting out there. We've got Jacopo Martinez there looking with his cap on. We've got Luna Flusha there as well.
I think it was Manny Nuvolini.
Do you think it was Manny Nuvolini?
I think
well,
it was.
They all look, there we go. Well, as soon as the drivers take the race suits off and helmets, it's a bit difficult to spot who they actually are. Right, engines have fired up then, and drivers heading out onto the circuit. Let's quickly fire you through then. That isn't the first race of the weekend, but certainly the first race of today. It is OK Junior qualifying heat A versus E, and it is Iskander Zulfikari starting it on pole position. He'll be joined by Antonio Pizzonia on row number 1. Lucas Sells and Dan Aleman go from row 2. They'll have Endo Arata and Gustavo Marquez de Silva on row number 3. Mateo Rebels and Jean-Mateo Rousseau needs a good start today as he was disqualified from his first heat yesterday. Julius Rasnelli and Roland Nagy go from row 5. They'll have Turner Brown and Jesse Phillips on row number 6. Row 7 sees Kasper Reipold and Amir Sabrov.
Second part of your grid then, and drivers with some work to do are Jeremy Roivers and Danny Babicek on row number 8. Shortly behind on 9 we have Michael McGoy with Olivieri Sini, and on 10 we have Alexander Lazarus with Enia Pizzuto. On 11 is Martin Bertoluccini with Emiliano Hernandez, and going from 12 would be Zhang Huzhai with Henry Constant Kampen. On row number 13 is Jarlath Sayer. He went up by 15 positions yesterday to finish P10 in a heat, and Billy van der Sterven had a very similar drive in one of his heats. Rounding out your grid then of 28 drivers and an all-female lineup is Angelina Simmons from Spain and Vanessa Shilkinator from Lithuania.
Certainly so. Well, as the sun is trying its level best to break out from the clouds, some drivers finding it tricky to stay on the track. That was Denny Babicek just having a little bit of a moment there on the start-finish straight, but he brings it back on the circuit. No harm, no foul. Like you say, the track, Nicole, it looks dry from what the eyes can see, but I reckon there's just, it looks a bit damp in some places still.
Yeah, from what you can see by the eye, and on camera, it does look dry, but as we heard into turn number 12, you can just see kind of different shades of the tarmac. Just kind of indicates maybe it is a little bit damper than it looks.
Yeah, so getting the temperature in the tyres is going to be vital then in these early stages of the race. Of course, the tyre allocation, of course, is the same as what we will see last year. It is the 1.5 set, so effectively they get 6 tyres to use over the course of it. They have the 4 that are on the wagon, and they get another 2 tyres, a front and a rear, to utilise as they see fit. They can either put it on the left-hand side, the right-hand side, or they can alternate it as it goes through. Not all the karts have had a good start to this one. Jarlath Sayer, unfortunately, the Energy Course team has found himself right at the back of the field and is not part of this main group. As we go live on board with Dan Aleman looking forward here at the start of his race. He starts on the second row of the grid on the outside in P4, right behind there, the treble 2 of Antonio Pizzonia as we head into the tram lines. For the first time today, are we going racing? I don't think we are, Nicole. It's a false start, and you can clearly see it there from the broadcast. One line just a little bit more eager than the other.
Yeah, it was false start, but that has given Jarlath Sayer a really good opportunity to get himself back into position. We could see out of the commentary box window, he was just struggling to get back into the pack, and he had already gone over the red line through the final sector. Which means he had run out of time to get himself back into the position. But now, with this extra lap that these drivers have got, let's keep an eye on Jarlath to see if he can get himself back into, I think he's starting 25th.
Yeah, indeed. So a little bit of work to do there. There is a live look at race control. Joanna Falcao being joined by David Manchester, and of course for the FIA, Chris Lambret in the middle there, in charge of all the proceedings. They're in constant communication with the officials team out on track, and of course with the stewards as well, watching a grand total of 40 plus cameras out on circuit, meaning you cannot get away with anything, so you've got to be on your bestest behaviour out there. Right, we've already had the one false start of the day. These drivers will be hoping they don't see another one. There is the red line out on the circuit. From this point onwards, no overtaking is permitted. They should be formed up, and as you can see from that picture, the answer to that is they are not yet formed up. However, the front row of Zulfikari and Pizzonia have slowed it right down now to really bunch this pack up, and we look good hopefully for a start this time around. Iskender Solfakari then is on the charge to see if he can match William Kalesia, who has at this moment got 100 intermediate classification points. Lights are out. We are racing for the first time today, and it's a good start for the inside row. And you can see there the twitching under braking in towards turn number 1 as they try to find some temperature in those Maxxis tyres to start this race. But Iskender Solfakari, Nicole, has got the lead straight away. Not had any dramas for him, but there is dramas in the background there. One driver out of this race after rotating, and it was relatively high up in the order, and I think that was Amir Samarov for the Forza Racing team, who is unfortunately out of this race. He will get the one chance to restart it, but he's on an uphill part of the section, and it's going to be impossible. Now, he's already saying, you know, where was my free attempt? I've got one chance to get it started, but you've pulled it off the track. Well, I've got to say, Amir, it was going to be an uphill battle for you, and I think that was going to be a little bit tricky to get that one started. But the race continues at this one, and as you can see, Nicole, it's all kicking off for third place because Dan Alleman is back up into P3.
Dan Alleman then wasting no time to make moves, and that has allowed his teammate, the other Ward driver of Endo Arata, to get himself into this fight. There we are then on board as they head up the hill.
So
Sorry,
it's Endo Arata.
Okay, so it's Endo Arata has got himself into P3, and it's Alleman, our driver on the onboard camera, who is now in 4th. He's just overtaken going through turn number 5. So now it's the 2 Ward drivers, 3 and 4, heading back down the hill.
Yeah, indeed. So as they come down the hill now, this is turn 9. As you sweep it down the hill, this is the tricky braking zone then of turn 10 and 11. You've got to get the cart nailed through that corner because you don't want to run out too wide. And you can see there, Alaman, he's adjusting the cover on the radiator into the hairpin then of turn number 12. You're back uphill here. Sweep it over to the right, flat through this corner now as you really go through the revolutions of the engine. Downhill now into this tricky braking zone again, heating that engine up. He slams down that cover on the radiator, trying to get the temperature into that OKJ engine. Around the last few corners, you see it sweeps it back through, not hitting those curves too hard to end a lap there at the Campillos circuit. It's a brilliant lap, 1.5 kilometers of fierce racing. So yeah, as we called it on earlier on, it's actually Endo Arata who's got himself up into 3rd place now, and it's Alaman who's right behind him. So the Ward Racing team on those Tony Kart chassis pushing through pretty nicely, and Endo Arata now setting the fastest lap of the race here, Nicole. The driver from Japan is looking pretty confident in this morning's phase. Looking
very, very quick. The battle, though, is on between Sales and Zulfikari as they head back down the hill. You can see Zulfikari just slightly clipped the curb. Within this circuit, we've said it on track walks between us, haven't we, Anthony? You don't notice that they do that often. At other tracks, you might see drivers deciding to clip curbs to shorten the track distance, but here, more times than not, it just looks like it unsettles these karts. Here we go then, it's still Sales chasing down Iskender Zulfikari for this lead as they head under the start-finish gantry. Let's see what that gap is reduced to, if it's reduced by any. Not quite, they're matching pretty similar paces. Lucas Sales only about half a tenth down on faster than Zulfikari, so he's not within that range there yet to look for a move. Here we go then on the screen, that's an incident between an Energy driver of Jarlath Sayer. Just looked like 2 karts touched together.
Yeah, it was Enya Pizzuto who had gone down the inside, and unfortunately for Sayer, that really scuppered his pace out of turn 12 and put him right to the back of the field once again. So the Energy course driver clearly not having the best start to today, but hopefully can go stronger later on. Lap number 4 of this 8-lap race. We are halfway through it, and Iskender Solfakari still at this moment leads the way by just under half a second from Lucas Seld. Endo Arata still controlling 3rd place from Dan Alaman. Pizzonia holding strong in P5. Then it's Gustavo Marquez de Silva currently in P6. Jesse Phillips has had a relatively decent race. He's currently up into 7th place. Jean-Mathieu Rousseau this time around also having a much better race. He's currently circulating in P8. And remember, the driver from Panama did struggle yesterday. A DSQ, disqualified in his first qualifying heat. Not sure what for at this moment, but yeah, still not the start that driver would have wanted. And now, as well, Enya Pizzuto under investigation, you can imagine, for that replay that we just saw a few laps ago, Nicole.
Yeah, not what you need. You know, we're going to have you know, the likes of Krish, David and Joanna back there in the camera room having a look to see what that would have been about and making the decision of, you know, does Enya deserve a penalty for that incident with Jarlath Sayer?
Right, I want to start talking about the battle for third place here, Nicole, because Endo Arata has not managed to close in on Lucas L in second place. However, fellow teammate Dan Aleman, Pizzonia and De Silva behind have all started to close in just that little bit more on him. Big check over the shoulder there for the driver of Japan as they go in towards turn number 1. This time around, not going defensive, but Dan Aleman, I suspect, Nicole, is going to have to go for the move here. We go live on board on the left-hand side of your screen. The live outboard picture still on the right-hand side. 2 fantastic angles to bring you this live action over the course of this weekend. A great testament to the production team over the course of this season and the weekend. But let's see what happens in this move, because you go downhill, we don't see overtakes into this corner. We rarely see it. It's so pinned on the card. You're so focused. But we do see them here in towards turn 12, and Aleman looks to the inside. Nicely done, no time wasted, and crucially, Endo Arata didn't defend that one too hard either.
Yeah, we don't really see too many moves go into turn number 11 because they're so hard on the brakes, but we do see them going into turn number 16, and that is where the 2 Ward drivers have just swapped positions once again. So those 2, they're wasting no time. This is not a team game, even though drivers race for teams. It's every man for themselves out there, and especially on the second day of heats, where the pressure ramps up and it's crunch time, you're not going to see team games today. No, exactly. Championship points are limited, but you do get them at the end of the qualifying heat phase, the super heat phase, and of course that all-important final. But out of the just under 100 drivers that entered into both classes over the course of this weekend, only the top 36 go through into that all-important final on Sunday. So it is vital you get your kart in a good, strong position over the course of the qualifying heats phase this weekend. So Endo Arata still then controlling third place. Pizzonia now up to P4. De Silva there in P5. Aleman has gone back down into 6th place, and that was a very dramatic phase there. There's De Silva down the inside. Nice little change there. Pizzonia will fight back though on the outside. No, thinks against it, stays behind. That brings Aleman straight back into play as they head down the start-finish line. Here we go then. Aleman's going to think he might go for the move here. No, he thinks against it as Pizzonia still tries to fight for that position as we now go, Nicole, onto the final lap of this race. Yeah, watch Aleman, though, the driver with the kart camera on there, because even though he lost some momentum when his teammate Endo Arata overtook, he dropped back down the order, but here he is now on the back of Pizzonia, and I reckon he's going to be desperate to try and have a look, try and make up some extra positions as Gustavo De Silva goes slightly defensive as we head through sector number 2 then. Watch this battle, because we have got the Fusion kart trying to have a look up the inside of turn number 12. Doesn't make it done, but there we go then. Aleman makes the move to get himself into 4th, and the switchback, he just misses out to Pizzonia then, because Pizzonia gets him back. Yeah, he does. Outbraked himself slightly through the corner, and like you say, Pizzonia holds on to it. To the line, though, on that previous lap, Sulfakari set the fastest lap of the race, and he continues to impress. Across the line then, the driver from Turkey claims his first and second win of the weekend. He now matches William Kalija with 100 points in the intermediate classification. Sel finishes in second place from Endo. De Silva finishing in P4 from Pizzonia. Aleman in P6 from Rousseau. Phillips in P8. McGoy from Brown, who round out the top 10. Jeremy Rubens having a pretty decent race in that one. The wildcard this weekend on the 399 for the karting club Campillos team. Had put it up 4 places to finish in P11. Casper Reipold from Matera Rivals. Julian Fresnelli finishing in P14 ahead of Olivier Cini. Emilio Hernandez gaining 6 places to finish in P16 ahead of Denny Bambacek. Henry Constant Kumpin finishing in 18th place ahead of Martin Bertolacini. Roland Nagy from Billy Van Staven. Vanessa Schilkanita and Eda Pizzuto round out the top 23. But remember, Eda Pizzuto under investigation at this moment. Alexander Lazarus finishes ahead of Angelina Simmons. Zhang Jose from Jarlath Sayer
And the one retirement, Amir Savarov for the Forza Racing team, unfortunately, at the start of that race, not making it to the end. Well, that's the first race of the day done and dusted. There are plenty more to go, so if you're watching at home on YouTube, Facebook, or of course on motorsport.tv, do not go anywhere because those seniors will be coming up next in a few moments' time. But there you can see the race isn't over just yet because of course these drivers all have to come in to the weighbridge. They've got to get checked, make sure they are above the minimum weight they are supposed to be, and of course all of the technical checks are completed. The highlights here, Nicole, pretty adventurous start there for the field. The rest of them absolutely fine. The only driver who suffered, unfortunately, Amir Savarov, going up in towards turn number 6. But you can see there already how much they were just struggling to get some temperature in the tyres. You can see how much movement in the steering wheel there to really get these karts around turn 1.
Yeah, I think drivers were more thinking about keeping it on the track rather than making those overtakes. And there you could just see that incident that happened for the Forza driver, and that was it. He had something to say about that. Driver probably believed he should have been given an opportunity maybe to have a go at push starting that kart. There was a moment on your screen then between Pizzonia and Enia Pizzuto and Jarlath Sayer. There was the move then between the two ward drivers round turn number 16, which determined our 3, 4 and 5th positions. Team battles going on throughout this weekend. We've seen that in the junior class so far already within previous heats yesterday between the Prema drivers. Expect more of the same today.
Yeah, exactly that. But like you were saying there, it's not really a team game. You're right in saying that, but it is a championship. You're not going to win it this weekend. You've got 5 rounds to go. Of course, Portimao the next round for round 2. These drivers really do need to make sure they do sometimes work together for the best of the team. There was the last few changes there. You can see Alaman trying to get down the inside of Antonio Pizzonia, but just outbraking himself. Pizzonia on the Fusion car just sending it back through, while all the meanwhile at the front, Iskander Sofakari had no dramas at the front and continued to break away. Well, clean-up operation currently underway after that race, but let's start to talk about the next race that's coming up, Nicole, because it's time for the seniors, and this is a big one, of course. Chiara Batig starting this one on pole position with the 1 minute board up there on your screen. This was a super impressive drive over qualifying. Really strong results in the free practice, brought that over into qualifying. And from our records and archives, not had a female pole sitter for at least 25 years in the direct drive. Here's what she had to say after time qualifying.
Chiara Batig, it's pole in group for Victory Lane. What a great result, what a great lap. Can you tell me about what it was like when you were driving around?
It felt pretty good. We had a good speed and a good lap in the warm-up, so I was pretty confident. The weather was comme ci, comme ça. We were not sure if we need to go on the range chassis. But yeah, we felt fast, we had a good gap. We did P1.
And the circuit, when you were driving round, were there any corners that you felt like you really mastered and that you really got it right?
Yeah, I think in Sector 2 we were pretty fast, and I had, I was closing in a bit on the front. Yeah, I think Sector 2 was pretty strong, also Sector 1.
And your driving, as well as the track conditions, had allowed your group to go faster than the group before. So it means that you're going to be starting high up the order. How are you feeling going into the heats?
I'm feeling pretty confident. I mean, we're Group A or Group B. I think it's pretty important to have a good position because last week was kind of horrible. Yeah, the heats are important. Now we need to manage the tyres.
Well, we'll see how you manage them, Chiara. Well done and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Well, it turned out it would be Group A, as the third group that was due to go out in qualifying yesterday got struck by rain, so no times went out. But as you can see, the drivers have made their way out onto the circuits. Let's fire you through this grid. For the first time in 25 years, at least 25 years in the direct drive category, it is Chiara Batig on pole position. Yindra Peschel joins alongside. Filippo Sala and Roman Kamiab go from row 2. They'll have the likes of Oliver Kinmark and Louis Cochet on row number 3. Row number 4 sees Clovis Nougaray struggle struggled in the first race yesterday, dropping to P19. Will be joined by Dee Pedersen, the American, also who dropped down a few positions. James Ananosianis on row number 5 had a good day yesterday, going from the 5th row of the grid to finish in P2. He'll have Bernardo Benaldi starting alongside. Luke Cornder and Lewis Werrell go from row 6. They'll have Oliver Rasmussen and Sebastiana Pavan on row 7.
Drivers who need to pull some tricks out the bag then are Zach Green and Romeo Roussel on row number 8. On 9 we have Zhao Zizhan with Vilmos Farn, and shortly behind on 10 is Francois Caldau with Jason Bralick. On 11 we have Alois Girardot of France with Oscar Galland of Poland, and on 12 we have Cara Firhand with Ella Hakkinen. Starting from 13 is Peter Siller with Sebastian Korpeng, and on 14 it's Carl Luthart with Japan's Sarah Matsoi. Rounding out your grid then for this first OK senior race of the day is Daniel Haratzay with Jorn Helder.
Indeed. Well, we look forward to seeing what will happen then over the course of this race. 10 laps, of course, for the senior category. And there's a look at your current intermediate classification. Ramakas with 2 wins out of 2 yesterday. Of course, this is the second time we are seeing groups A and E out for their round. And after this one, it will get the full rotation of qualifying heats, and this will understand who is where. But as you can see, Ramakas is the driver to beat in this one. But Peschel, who is in this race, who's starting on the front row of the grid with that win yesterday, get a win now, joins Ramakas on that front row because, well, yeah, both of them on 100 points to their name. Right, drivers heading around into the final corner. The sun is shining, check. The track is dry, check. Are we going racing? Check, yes we are. Down in towards turn number 1, and it's a good start for the inside row. And once more, Chiara Batik holds on to the lead just as she did yesterday in the early phase. Only later dropped down to 3rd place, but this time around, still in a very strong position. But like you say, has got the likes of, I think that's Filippo Sala there in 2nd place. Sala, who has looked quick, but did drop down to 10th place yesterday in the first qualifying heat. So this time around, would like a much better result, and you can imagine the pressure is going to be on now for these drivers in 1st and 2nd. Peschel is there in 3rd place. He's still had a relatively decent start, and a win is still on the cards for the driver from Czechia.
Good start from Chiara Batik, then just hugged the racing line at the first corner and has tightened things up slightly from Filippo Sala in these early stages. Here she goes then into the last sector and is pulled away from Sala very nicely. Will head out of turn number 17, continues to have this race lead. Our first female pole sitter for the past 25 years, and she leads this early stages of this first senior race. We can see in the background on the cameras then it looks like we've got a battle between the 2 Prema karts. Believe that could have been Agnostiadis and who actually was that? We'll find out very shortly. But a nice calm start to this race so far, Anthony. Not too much going on between our field. It's spread out nicely. Here we are there on your screen. We've got a battle going down the hill into turn number 11. This is not an overtaking hotspot so far throughout this weekend, but where is an overtaking hotspot is turn number 12, and there we go then, a change.
Yep, Kinmark getting past Filippo Sala, and that is all kicking off. In fact, I'm going to eat my words. That's completely wrong. It's Louis Cochet getting past Peschel. So that's a P5 out on track. It's all kicking off a bit more because now James Ananosianis is going to go down the inside. He made the move earlier on Bernardo Benaldi, who has now dropped down to P14. I think that was the one you were alluding to there previously, Nicole. But Clovis Nougarade is also under pressure here from behind. Here comes Lewis Werrell and Sebastiana Pavan going for it down the start-finish straight. Well, they've all slotted it into position, and now it looks like Sebastian Pavan has got through past the likes of Lewis Werrell and has pushed in front. Showcasing that qualifying wasn't a fluke there, Nicole. Chiara Batik putting in a 1 minute .804. A very quick time and nearly matching the qualifying pace of yesterday.
A very quick time indeed. A first year in the OK category for Chiara Batik. You know, what a debut to come and do this at a European Championship and to prove it wasn't a fluke. It wasn't just a, you know, a one-lap wonder moment. Chiara is out there and she's you know, she's fastest on the circuit. She can do it. She's leading. And the way she's leading this race, not a single mistake from her so far. Round this circuit where it's such a long lap, one mistake kills your rhythm, it kills your speed, and it makes you vulnerable from the drivers behind. Talking about drivers that could be vulnerable, then are Filippo Sala there, sat in P2. He heads up the hill, but it looks like Oliver Kinmark is all over the back of his tail. But watch then as they head up the hill towards turn number 7 and 8. Not overtaking hot spots up here, but watch as they drop back down the hill, because that momentum that they gain through 10, 11, sets everything up into turn number 12. Watch them then. Is the battle going to be on as they head in? Is he going to send a move? Can Kinmark do it? Not just yet. Filippo Sala has pulled away slightly through those other stages of heading down the hill, used all the gravity, used all the track to just continue in that P2 spot and pull away slightly there from Kinmark.
Yeah, indeed, but Kinmark still remains a threat there as he closes in under braking. You can just see how much more confident he is on it, and sends it then down the inside at turn 17. And Kinmark there really showcasing that Koski kart rocking the Kart Republic chassis and the DAP colours on that chassis, looking like he's very, very confident on it, but it's working very nicely there for him. And Sala now down to P3. The group behind, though, still looking strong. Kamyab at the front of that one. Anagnosianis has pushed his way through that. Cochet is still there in P6. Clovis Nougrade in 7th. Peschel now finding himself in 8th place. This is not the way he wanted to start the race, because now that's going to put Chiara Batigue up into 2nd in the intermediate classification, some 9 points down from Thibaut Ramekers, who we are yet to see race today, but at this moment, after his 2 wins yesterday, has got the lead with 100 points to his name. Eyes on this one then, and just as you were calling it earlier on with Sala trying to break away from Kinmark, it's Kinmark now trying to break away from Filippo Sala.
Absolutely is, and driver that has hit the ground running so far within the 2025 season is James Anagnosiadis, because he's just made the move on Roman Kamyab to get himself into P4. Anagnosiadis, brother of Ava Anagnosiadis, who's racing for Tag Heuer in the F1 Academy program. He's with the Mercedes program. He's here with Prema for this year. He was a junior last year, but has jumped into the OK category and is having a great run so far. Had a P2 in his heat yesterday. Currently sits there P4. Don't think he's quite going to have the time to catch up to Filippo Sala. We will find out. But James out there and doing a great job. That hasn't unsettled Kamyab too much though, but he is looking a little bit vulnerable to Louis Cochet. And yes, he is, because Cochet gets up to the inside of Kamyab through number 12, through turns 12, promotes himself into P5.
Yeah, Kamyab just trying to squeeze it back, as we've had drama for 2 other karts. That is Peter Stiller and Oscar Gallin, unfortunately, going no further in this race. And that is at the kind of top of the hill through the likes of, I think, turn 6 out on track. So that is a big shame for them, those 2 drivers going no further. We have also had a non-starter in this one as well. Jorn Helder for the MP Kart Racing team. Brand new team into this season, of course. The F2 team now making a karting division, showcasing that you can get from karting all the way to F2 with 1 team. And that is quite the achievement. Right, eyes focusing at the front here. We are on lap 7 of 10 at the moment. This is the battle for 2nd place on your screen. Kinmark and Filippo Sala, who still seem to be locked in a battle. Chiara Batigue is some 2.5 seconds further up the road. And I suspect she's probably thinking, well, this is good. This is good. We're 2 seconds up the road, but I just wish I had someone to battle with at the moment.
I don't think she's going to be.
No, you don't think that?
Chiara, she's so fast out there and she's got that much of a lead. You know, we've hardly even seen her on the screen. I don't think she's going to be wishing that she had any traffic or anybody around her. Just saw, you know, her helmet come down the start-finish straight. You could see her probably adjusting the carb there, but I think she's going to be settled. She's going to be happy with the lead that she's got.
I think so. I think someone else is going to be pretty happy. It's James Anagnosiadis. We were talking about him earlier on, who's been making those moves. He's been making something other than moves, and that is time, because he has closed right in on Filippo Sala in 3rd place. That gap has come down considerably. There you can see them coming down the hill. You can see the Prema kart, the 3rd kart in that train. just starting to close in. You can see how much Filippo Sala's trying to keep up with Kidmark there. He's pushing his head forward, he's dipping down behind the NASA panel, and he's really trying to push his way through this field. But again, it's just not working out for him. The gap stays around the same. He's not gaining any time, he's not losing any time. It's just staying in flux at the moment, but Anagnostidis continues to close in just that little bit. There is Chiara Batik then going across the line. She is now going on to lap number 9 of this race. As we nearly get ourselves ready for the final lap of it at the end of this one. But there you can see, pushing her way through nicely and controlling that gap of 2.6 seconds. Anagnostidis is now closed in. That pace has been exemplary. Filippo Sala is the target, Nicole. The question is, can he get that move done?
With the pace that he just did on that previous lap, he was faster than Sala by 0.2. Will it be enough to catch up to him even further through these final stages? We'll have a look. But I think if Anagnostidis can get himself close enough, especially through turns 14, 15 and 16, where those drivers set themselves up and do a bit of a slingshot move in a straight line, he'll definitely have a go. We'll see what he decides to do then as they head through the final sector. He's not close enough to Sala just yet. They'll head back down under the gantry for a final lap. But I think Anagnostidis could have a good chance here, especially now that he's just within that toe to Sala. Watch them as they head up the hill then. This is his final opportunity, final lap. Can Anagnostidis have a look into turn number 5? Yes, he does. Up the inside, got the run up the hill. Filippo Sala just left the door open slightly, and now he's aware of that because he's all over the back of Anagnostidis. He's going to want to take that back, but what a move from Anagnostidis. Very well set up through turn number 5.
Indeed, and you saw the big look over the shoulder as well from Filippo Sala on that start-finish line. Knew he was there, knew it was like, wow, okay, fair play. You've come from quite a long way back. I'm not going to fight this then because you've clearly got the quicker pace. If I start defending this position, we might have a bit of a topsy-turvy one. Eyes at the very front of the field then. Chiara Batik yesterday didn't take the qualifying heat win from the front. Today is a new day, however, as the sun shines on the young female driver of Switzerland. Across the line she goes. She claims her first FIA European Championship qualifying heat win of her career. A brilliant run. She's had FIA wins in previous races, of course, but not in the European Championship. But Chiara Batik's had a brilliant run.
That's history for Chiara then, and I think that could possibly be a little bit more history for the championship. We'll have to do some research into that when the last female driver won an FIA heat, but I would say it's been a few years.
I think you have to look back maybe 2010, Bajskavissa in the KZ categories in the FIA European and World Championship. She had a very strong season back in 2010, 11, 12, so there's possibilities of that one. But in direct drive karting in FIA Championships, yeah, that's a really good going. Well, the rest of the results there on your screen. Ramek, as you can see, controlling that intermediate classification with those 100 points. But here's your full grid then. It's Chiara Batik from Oliver Kidmark. James Anagnostidis with another good result there, finishing in P3 ahead of Filippo Sala. Louis Cochet from Clovis Nogueira, Sebastiana Pavan from Roman Kamyab, Lewis Werrell and Jindra Peschel from the front row of the grid drops down to P10. Oliver Rasmussen and Vilma Svan round out the next two spots, 2 and 6 places gained respectively. Zhao Zijun and Alois Girardet give 7 places gained, finishes in P14 ahead of Bernardo Bernaldi. Karen Ferhan and Francois Cadal finishes ahead of Dean Pedersen. Carl Luttard ahead of Luke Corner and Romeo Russell. Jensen Bralick and Ella Hakkinen round out the top 23 ahead of Daniel Haritzi and Sebastian Korpeng. Sara Matsoi rounds out the top 26 runners with the retirement. Zach Green, we didn't see what happened to him, the DPK racing driver from the United Kingdom, unfortunately retiring in P27. Peter Stiller and Oscar Gallen, we saw what happened to them, and of course the non-starter of Jorn Helder. Here's the highlights from that race, Nicole. The start pretty decent from the field. Not too many dramas in the early phase.
Yeah, and Chiara Batik, her track position through the first sector of the first lap just allowed herself to allowed her to set things up for a lights to flag a win. There we had the moment that James Anagnostiadis just started to light things up in the race. He overtook through turn number 16, and from that moment onwards, it just looked like his momentum and his rhythm was absolutely spot on. There was the move then for P2 on Filippo Sala. That was the moment that Oliver Kinmark really lit things up, similar to Anagnostiadis, and then continued to drive around in the P2 spot.
Yeah, indeed. There was the moment for the two drivers in the background, Peter Silla and Oscar Gallen, unfortunately tumbling at turn number 6, and their first race of the day ending as across the line, Chiara Batti claims her first FIA European Championship qualifying heat win, and can she keep that momentum going all the way into that final on Sunday? That will be the question. But we are far from done for the day, as OK Junior qualifying heat B versus F is the next one that will be taking to the circuit, and it all starts with the man on pole position, Dean Hugendorn, who had a very, very strong start to the day. But let's see what happens to him, because of course over the course of these races he's not had the full results he would have wanted. 7th and a 2nd for him out on track, but still a very strong qualifying for the driver running with the Prema Racing team. The Williams back driver for 2025, certainly showcasing what he can do, and here's what he had to say after time qualifying.
Dean Hugendorn, it's pole in group. You looked quick out there, it was a great lap, but do you think you've still got a bit more pace to find?
No, not really. I think the pace is definitely there, although we also had to pass in our laps, so the speed's definitely there, and yeah, we'll see in the heats.
And you said you had to pass when you were out there. Did that affect the lap that you were on at all, or were you head down, and did you find it didn't really affect you?
I didn't really care in the lap. I just put my hat down again and focus on my lap. So I think it didn't really matter a lot, because I overtook in a place where it wasn't really mattering a lot. So I don't think it mattered that much.
And this is looking like a big year for you. We're now in the European Championship season. You've got the support of Williams and Prema with you this year. What have those two groups of people done for you, in pre-season testing and heading into such a big season?
They've already done a lot with me, and it's helping a lot, of course, especially outside the track as well, and it's really helping throughout this year.
Great to hear from you, Dean. Good luck for the heats.
Thank you.
Sounding pretty confident at the start of that one. Now, Nicole, of course, this weekend there's a race happening on the other side of the world in Japan. Of course, we're all aware of that one. However, our front two rows are looking pretty spicy, aren't they?
Yes, they are. We are on the other side of the world, and we're not at the Grand Prix, but we have got Grand Prix presence on our first two rows. So we've got a Williams and an Alpine driver on the front row. So Hugendorn is with Williams and Eli Christian is with Alpine. And then shortly behind on the second row of our grid, we've got Noah Baglin, who's recently joined the Ferrari program, and Will Green, who's with the Williams program. So we're not at the Grand Prix, but,
good presence.
Good presence.
Good presence on those front two rows. We just saw briefly there Eli Christian, like you were saying, part of the Alpine driver program, but good results to him as well, with a win and a third. There is Noah Baglin, recently at the start of this weekend, of course, and only last week was announced, as you mentioned, with the Ferrari driver program. Not since a fair few years, and actually the last drivers that were announced, or one of them I definitely know, Tuukka Taponen, who won here in the senior category back in 2001 in the World Finals. So again, there's a good tie there between Baglin and this one, but of course this one being a European Championship round. Will Green will be starting alongside Baglin on this one. Again, as you alluded to, Williams back driver for this one. So again, you've got Williams, Ferrari, Alpine on the front. That'd be a front row that I'd like to see at a Grand Prix. There we go. Engines firing up then. Drivers making their way out onto the circuit. Let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup then for OK Junior qualifying heat B versus F. It is Dean Hugendorn and Eli Christian on row number 1. Noah Baglin and Will Green go from row 2. Evan Purcell and Santiago Diaz de la Vega round out the top 6 on row number 3. Ludovico Mazzola has had a tricky day over the course of yesterday, a P8 and a P15. Both of them result with penalties. He'll go from row number 4. He'll have Benjamin Magnac alongside. Mariano Lopez and Priyan Bruno go from row 5. They'll have Alessandro Truchot and Nikita Lumamov on row number 6. Asher Austin and Jagrat de Troja round out row number 7.
Starting from row number 8 is Pietro Boguti with Samuel Hugon, and on row number 9, after a P23 yesterday, is Luca Bonholm with Jindřich Svoboda. On 10, we have Manny Nuvolini, who suffered 2 DNFs yesterday with Canada's Edward Kennedy. Starting from 11 then is Archie Lovett and Bruno Blanco, and on 12 we have Leonardo Gorski with Nilas Malik. Going from 13 will be Marcel Jebo and Emilia Wiszomirska, and rounding out your grid of 27 drivers is Czech Republic's Tobias Sujenyi.
Yes, indeed. Well, let's see what happens in this race. As you can definitely see now, we were right when we were saying it was still a bit damp out there, because you're definitely seeing a really committed dry line now forming out on the circuit. It means those drivers did go out on a slightly greasy track with slick tyres on. There you can see the air temperature. A little bit cooler this morning. 13 degrees. We are expecting it to potentially go up a little higher, maybe peaking at 17. But it's not going to be too much of a hot day for the drivers. It's going to be relatively cool. The air temperature is cool out there. So it's quite nice for them, but I can imagine when that sun starts to break through the clouds and punch down on a driver who's fully kitted up in race suit and helmet, it can get a bit warm out there.
Can indeed.
Yes.
You know, when you're fully kitted up, balaclava, helmet, rib protector, all your underwear,
yeah.
you know, gets warm, gets sweaty, and I think these drivers will be quite glad for cooler temperatures out there today, because it means that tyre management becomes a little bit easier. You know, the cooler it is, the less grip that gets put down, and it makes it easier just to look after the tyres. You're not chewing through as much rubber.
No, exactly that. Well, hopefully that will assist the drivers over the course of this weekend. And of course, the Maxis team are here in force, of course, with a team from the factory as well, from Taiwan, and of course, the rest of the sales team here for the Maxis brand. You can go chat to them over the course of this weekend. They'll be situated in the RGMC Race Hospitality tent. Drivers making their way into that final corner. Are we going racing? They bolted early. Are we going? No, we're not. And that was that inside row. Hugendorn just a little wee feisty on that old loud pedal, Nicole.
Little bit keen, first race of the day for Hugendorn then. Probably just, you know, bit keen to get going. I want to race, I want to go, but you know, we've got to go and race when the time is right, when you come through the tram lines in the right position. There we go then. On your screen is the intermediate classification so far. So it's Zulfikari and William Kalesia are tied on points. Both teammates, they followed each other through qualifying and had a 1 and a 2. But there they are, currently drawn. And then we have Henry Domain on 91 points as well then. So within the juniors so far, it's Forza that leads the way in your top 3 spots.
Yeah, certainly so. And continuing their pace over from 2024 and 23, I would say. Also, the satellite team running the OTK Esprit chassis over the course of their years, and yeah, certainly looking very, very competitive. But the eyes will focus on this race right now, as this is OK Junior Qualifying Heat B versus F. And it will all start with Dean Hugendorn and Eli Christian on the front row of the grid. You've got Satellite Bremer, Factory Tony Kart on the front row. And like we've been saying, the Tony Kart's been looking mighty, mighty quick this weekend. Here we go then. Are the lights out? Yes, they are. We are racing, and it is a good start for the inside row. Once again, you're going to hear me say that a lot over the course of this weekend, I'm sure. But the outside row, they're just slotting into about 4th place. I think Eli Christian not getting the full getaway there. Bagland's got himself up in 2nd place, but Green also with a good start there, trying to push his way through nicely. The rest of the field trying to just scrub their way through. Evan Purcell is there in that little bit of a gaggle. He's pushing his way through. There's drama in the background, though. 2 karts are off the circuit. One of them is an NG course of Edward Kennedy. The other was a Ricky Flynn of Marcel Zebu. Unfortunately, both trying to get restarted in this race, but all the way at the back. At the front, Nicole, Dean Hugendorn's got a lead, and it's a pretty good one.
Yes, it is, and Christian has managed to get himself into P2 then after dropping back to 4th at the start. Will Green did have a good start, but it looked like him and Noah Baglin just tagged each other slightly heading through turn number 5, and that's dropped Will Green a little bit of position, as now he is overtaken by Evan Purcell. Noah Baglin then through turn number 17 has overtaken Eli Christian once again to jump back into that second spot. So it's the two Premers that lead from the Tony Kart driver of Eli Christian. Evan Purcell. Evan having a really good start to this week. He's known to be quick on the Miami machinery, and he's come here to Campillos and is doing a great job so far. Let's see if him and Will Green decide to work together as they head up through the hill to turn number 8, and they drop back down to catch up to our 1, 2 and 3. Talking of catching up then is what Noah Baglin has done to his teammate of Dune Hugundorn as they go out of turn number 11 and down into turn number 12. Is he going to have a look? Yes, he does. Up the inside then, Noah Baglin is your new race leader. The two Premers swap for position. Great move by Baglin.
Yeah, no love lost between these two drivers over the course of yesterday. Had some spells out on track, as now Christian's going to go for the move down the inside and moves through pretty nicely there into second place. Now can the Canadian, backed by Alpine, push through nicely in this field, and can he close into Baglin, who continues to break away at the front here. Evan Purcell, like we were saying in P4, we were talking about him previously, never finished outside the top 5 so far this weekend, and is looking to maintain that streak over the course of this one as he sits there in P4. Will Green currently in P5 as well. He has had his worst result being a P7 for Will Green after a penalty, best result being a second place. So again, he's looking to really capitalise on this one, and Evan Purcell, as we were talking about him, goes fastest out on track now and is closing that gap up to the drivers in front. Eyes focused on this one. Hugundorn yesterday, when Baglin made the move, instantly fought back. This time around today has not done that. Do you reckon that's a team talk overnight between these two drivers?
I would say it's a team talk, but I'd also say it's Dean realising what that cost him. You know, it was those two fighting against each other that then meant that he dropped to P7 in the end. You know, he's probably gone back, realised that fighting with your teammate and fighting that hard within the early stages of a race just isn't going to benefit you. So from what we're seeing so far of him, he's a bit more settled and is just deciding to be smarter with the way he's racing.
Yeah, indeed. Well, we'll keep an eye on that one, because Christian now is starting to put the pace on Baglin, despite Baglin setting the fastest lap of the race, 102.762. The gap continues to fluctuate a little bit between himself and Christian is keeping him at less than half a second at all times around this lap. So we'll keep an eye on the sector times as they go through. But I think Baglin's been told by his mechanic on the sidelines there to push, because he's just gone purple once again in sector number 1, Nicole. So he's pushing pretty deep here. But again, has to be careful. This is still early on in the day. We may see the deployment of fresher tyres later on in the race weekend. We won't be too sure on that one. But these drivers now just need to think about getting these karts to the end of the day.
Yes, they do. And it was the two British drivers of Will Green and Evan Purcell who were battling away throughout that lap. Will Green pushed the pressure onto Evan Purcell and has overtaken him for 4th. Lucas Bonhomme then is under investigation, the 249. It will be our camera crew back in the truck looking to see what that incident was about. Noah Baglin then, our race leader, continues to go faster and faster. Warning flag is out for Archie Lovett, the British driver of 211. Focus our eyes then back on our 1, 2, 3 as they head into turn number 12. Noah Baglin heads into turn number 12 with his head down, pushing hard. He knows he's fast. He probably knows he's the fastest out there on the circuit. But Eli Christian is going to be pushing to try and get back up onto the tail of Noah Baglin as they head into sector number 3. Talking of pushing is these three on your screen, which is Will Green, Evan Purcell and Ludovico Mazzola as they head out of the final sectors of this lap. Evan Purcell then hasn't dropped too much pace to Will Green despite overtaking, and it was just Mazzola that got it wrong out of turn number 18 all over the rumble strip as they were heading towards the start-finish gantry. It's not something we see too much of around this Campillos circuit. At other circuits around Europe, around the world, you see drivers take a lot of rumble strip, but here it just looks like when they tag those curbs, they get unsettled and they struggle to get back onto the circuit, and that has lost Mazzola a couple of tenths.
Yeah, and that's all down to the high-speed nature of the circuit as well. A lot of these corners with those big curbs on the apex are fast corners, and clipping a curb at that speed, yeah, it's not good. Imagine you're driving your car on the motorway or the autopista if you're here in Spain, and there's a big curb and you decide to hit it at 130 kilometers an hour. Yeah, it's not going to end well, and that's exactly what these drivers are avoiding also. So yeah, you don't want to do that.
And these karts are so light as well. They're 140 kilos. So for something that's, you know, at that weight to hit a curb that fast, the rear end just gets unsettled.
Yeah, exactly. Eyes focusing on this one then. The lead gap is now up to 0.4 of a second. However, Christian keeping it below that half a tenth. Hoogendoorn now starting to get back into the rhythm of this race. Is closing once again in. So you've got a Prema Tony Kart sandwich happening right now, and Eli Christian is the lettuce in between the sandwich of those two Prema karts. That's because he's in a green kart and they're in red karts. There we go. But no, these karts then putting their way through. Brilliant little drive they've had on this one. Time, though, very quickly running out, Nicole, because the race is coming to a conclusion. If Hoogendoorn's going to go for it, he's most likely having to really dig deep in these last few sectors.
Yeah, the gaps in between these three then is pretty similar. It is Eli Christian that's a bit further back from Baglin than Hoogendoorn is from Christian, but these three all just kind of looking settled. I don't know if they're going to have enough time for any changes to be made, but from what we saw by Anagnostiadis in the senior race, you know, you can catch up pretty quickly, and around this circuit when you can go in from quite far back, you know, you do see moves in the later stages. You just spotted something there on the screen then, Anthony.
Well, it's Hoogendoorn. He's digging deep now in this one. He's putting his head down behind the steering wheel. He's kind of pushing forward as hard as he can. And that, when you see that sort of body language from a driver, that's not someone who is trying to just catch up to the back and not overtake. That's catch up and overtake on a final lap. But the question remains, is he going to be close enough to do such a thing? I think he is. If anything, that's lunge distance in my mind, but he doesn't go for it at turn number 12. If anything, it'll be down in towards the braking zone of 15 and 16. That's where we see the big lunges come from. That's where we saw him lunge his teammate earlier on in the weekend as well. But I think he's backed off of it now, and he's not going to do anything. So the top three will stay the same then. Baglin then will make his way to the line. He has not taken a race win so far. That will be his first win of the weekend and first win of the season for the young driver now racing for the Ferrari Academy team, and that is a beautiful start for him. Baglin takes it ahead of Eli Christian. Dean Hoogendoorn from Will Green. Evan Purcell and Ludovico Mazzola finishes in P6 ahead of Benjamin Magnac and Nikita Lubimov. Mariano Lopez and Asher Osteen round out the top 10, Nicole. But for that young man there, Noah Baglin, that is now a win, a second and a third. It puts him joint on points with Eli Christian on that intermediate classification, both of them on 135. But you have to remember that it's Candice Fakari, who we've seen race 2 times already with the 100 points to his name. When he comes back out, if he takes another qualifying heat win, he'll go straight to the top, and he'll be the one to watch. Here's a look at the rest of those results then. Brian Bruno finishes in 11th place from Santiago de la Vega. Lucas Bonhomme and Bruno Blanco finish in P13 and 14. Pietro Bagutti finishes in P15. Solid race there from Nilas Malik, Alessandro Truchot, and the likes of Archie Lovett finishing in P18. Samuel Hugon and Tobias Ageni from Leonardo Gorski finishing in the top 21. Jack Raptoptoja from Emilia Vishamirska, Manny Nuvolini and Jindrich Svoboda. Edward Kennedy did manage to get restarted from that incident at the start. Marcel Sebu did not, and he became the only retirement from that race. There is Noah Baglin making his way through. Over the weighbridge he goes. Them tyres looking muy bien, and he is all good after the end of that one.
Yeah, I think the gap that he had to Eli Christian, you know, it wasn't quite what we've seen from other drivers where they pull away by, you know, a second and a half, 2 seconds. It was a bit more settled. So that could actually show that Noah decided just to look after those tyres a little bit more and wasn't pushing too hard. But this is the moment then that Baglin started and jumped into second at the start of that race. They all headed up their hill within this, quite a settled race from our group of juniors for that one.
Yeah, it certainly was. It did continue for quite some way, though, because, of course, right here, this is where it got a little bit tricky. Down the inside, you can see Christian getting through. Green going backwards just that little bit, but it all filed into position now. You saw the likes of Purcell trying to get through. He maintains his streak of never finishing below P5. There was the unfortunate retirement at the start of that one for the Ricky Flynn driver of Marcel Sebu. He had that moment with Edward Kennedy. Kennedy was able to continue that charge. There was the overtake, the first one, the Ferrari junior driver versus the the Williams junior driver, there of Hugendorn, and they two switching places. Then you had Eli Christian, who pushed himself forward up into second place, and that was the 1, 2, 3 you saw at the end of it. No change happened between those three all the way to the very end, and that man there takes his first win of the season and first win of the weekend after 3 races that those groups have now had. Well, plenty more races to go because senior qualifying heat B versus F is coming up next. This time 10 laps, 16-kilometer race distance, and it all starts with the man who is leading the intermediate classification so far after 2 race wins out of 2, Thibaut Ramekers of Belgium. There he is for the VDK Racing team. He also had a great qualifying, and here is what he had to say after it.
Thibaut, it's pole in group for VDK. You must be happy with that result. You went out on the circuit quite early on. Can you tell me about that decision?
Yeah, I'm happy because it was a tough quali. I go out quite early because it was a little bit rainy, so I need to have the more lap possible, and I had it.
And when you were driving round, you set the lap quite early on. Were you aware that it was a quick time when you were going round?
Yeah, I didn't expect to make the best lap on the second lap, but it doesn't matter. I made the pole, so I'm quite happy.
And you're an experienced driver in this field. You'll head into heats later on today. What are your thoughts? Are you excited? Can you tell me how you're feeling?
Yeah, I'm excited for the heat, but I know we must manage the tire for the heat, and we will see.
Great to hear from you, Thibaut. Good luck for the rest of your weekend.
Thank you.
Well, as we were just chatting to them after qualifying, the karts have made their way out onto the track, so let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup. After 2 race wins out of 2 yesterday, Thibaut Ramekers finds himself at the front row of the grid for this one, joined by Ukraine's Lev Krutulov on row number 1. Boris Lysen had a tricky day yesterday, DNF'd, and a second place puts him on the second row here. Paul Andriotis alongside Elliot Kaczynski and Christian Costoya of Spain, looking very strong from row number 3. Jacob Mikolev and Marco Garsko from row 4. They'll have Jacopo Martinez and Scott Marsh rounding out the top 10 on row 5. Daniel Kelleher and Maximilian Rafale go from row number 6. Emili Koivisto and Kenzo Craigie round up row number 7.
It's Spain and Italy on row number 8 with Hugo Marti and Sun Anzi. On row number 9 we have Bertram Sash and Vegard Clementson, and on 10 we have Marcus Juncher with Oliver Stadler. Starting from the 11th row is Mark Brovko with Aston Sharp. Aston Sharp, the British driver's got some work to do after a DNF yesterday in one of his heats. On the 12th row of the grid then we have Sonia B with Roland Cooklane, and on 13 we have Marcus Schilkunis with Mattis Umer. Starting from row number 14 then is an all-female lineup with Luna Flusha and Klara Kowalczyk, and rounding out your grid of 29 drivers we have Makar Severev.
Indeed, we do. Luna Flusha had a good second race yesterday. Really came through the field. Struggled in the first one, but really strong second.
She did, yeah, but then she was given a front fairing penalty. So I think she was up by about 15 positions. Did drop down the order slightly after that 5-second penalty, but I do think the overall result was somewhere around 15th position.
Indeed. Well, let's see what happens then in this race as the drivers make their way down the hill once more. at the end of their formation lap to get things all nice and ready for this start. They'll pass the red line, where I did see in one of the warning warm-up sessions that poor cone that you see on your screen got jettisoned into the sky at quite a rate. We go live on board with our front row. Lev Krutulov of Ukraine looking backwards at Paul Andriotis of Switzerland. You can see him there on the Energy Course team looking strong. This is going to be a false start. They're going round again. Yes, indeed. So not the lap we would have wanted to see on this one, but drivers all out of sorts. So that's another lap to get themselves up to temperature and ready for this race. The weather, I've got to say, Nicole, I wasn't expecting it to be this good after the weather we've had over the last couple of days. If you just joined us, of course, the sun is now shining on Nigel Edwards, our FIA race director, who has adorned his waterproof race director jacket because he was anticipating precipitation today. The same with everyone else, but I've got to say it's turned into a lovely spring morning day here in Campillos.
No, but I think Nigel's got the right idea because he's anticipating precipitation, but he's also got his sun hat on, so he knew the sun was going to come out.
Yeah, I'm sure he's got some sunglasses out there as well in his pockets, and cool shades for our race director. Of course, Pasquale Lupoli out there as well, and Gonzalo Planto, of course, joined by Noelia Franco out on track as well. Plus, of course, all the hard-working, dedicated marshals out there. You see them in their marshal huts. They're in constant communication with them as well. They're having to brace these conditions over the course of it. And, of course, also not forgetting the people who are bringing you these live pictures, the cameramen out there. The cameraman never dies, they always say, and they'll never get wet as well if it rains. They've always got the best raincoats and umbrellas out there. Right, here we go then into that final corner. Are we going racing this time? I think, Nicole, it's going to be a yes as the lights go out as they head down towards turn one for the first time. It is going to be Ramakas on that inside road, gets the good start. You can see Boris Lysen, who got through in towards second place. He had a P2 yesterday after a DNF in his first qualifying heat. You can see the Ward Racing driver as well, of Elliot Kaczynski. He's had a good start. He's got himself up into third place as the Energy Course of Lev Krutulov now currently sits in P4 as they head down the hill for the first time.
Krutulov then just had to give up position through turn one to the Ward driver. Smart racing by Krutulov. There just wasn't enough room for the both of them. Thibaut Ramakas then heads out of turn number 11 just a little bit wider, and that's made him vulnerable because he has now been overtaken for the lead. Ramakas then, it just showed how important it is to not make a mistake around this circuit, because now he looks vulnerable once more, but now to the Ward driver. But as I say that, Ramakas, where did that come from through turn number 16? It looked like he was getting overtaken and going to be put into P3, but somehow he found the pace to get himself back into the race lead through turn number 16. Slingshot move by Thibaut Ramakas, so well executed.
Yeah, it certainly was. So Ramakas controls this race then from Kaczynski in P2. However, the battle for third place is on as Lev Krutulov now, and that Energy Course gets back up into P3. Lysen's gone down to P4. Andriotis still there in P5, but he's tumbled down now to P7. And so have the rest of the drivers. Other drivers who have had relatively good starts in this race. Daniel Keller with 5 places gained. Kenzo Craigie with 5 places gained has had a good start. The same for Mark Brosco with 6. And Luna Flusha, we said it yesterday, we said it today, 8 places gained, is now up into P19. Eyes focusing on this one here. Ramakas is looking strong right now, but as they fight behind, as Lysen's now got back up into third place, Krutulov's going to have to defend for the likes of Jacopo Martinez. You can see him there on the Kart Republic factory team. He is joined as well by Daniel Keller on the other factory Kart Republic karts, as we see a replay here of Jacopo Martinez going up the hill. This is back from Lev Krutulov, and you can just see how close he gets on the inside, and there was the overtake there, and you can see how Lev Krutulov got himself back up into that top running spot. Eyes on this one though, Kaczynski looking mighty out there as there's been some retirements. That is Vegard Clementson, I think, the victory lane driver of Norway, going no further in this race. But as I was saying, Nicole, Kaczynski looking pretty strong right now.
Kaczynski is on the chase then, because he's all over the back of Ramakas as we have a change for 4th position. It's Lev Krutulov that loses 2 positions as Jacopo Martinez goes through, and it was Daniel Kelleher that followed Martinez through as well on Krutulov. Krutulov then needs to get settled back down because he lost
Leisen.
positions, and now Leisen is overtaking on the ward driver.
Yeah, Kaczynski down to third place now, so Boris Leisen on the charge, as we thought he was dropping back now. Not this time around. Of course, Leisen, who had that second place under retirement yesterday, looking for a much stronger start today, and he is getting that in that P2, but Kaczynski still on that rear bumper. Martinez then has cleared that group behind. He is there in P5, looking to close in on this race. Costoya setting the fastest lap of the race right now, the Spaniard. Interesting results yesterday. First race P6, and gain any positions, lose any positions. Kind of just a neutral race for Costoya. Then he came through the field. He took a win in his second one. He finds himself right now in around P9 out on track. So this is not the position he wanted to see himself in as he was trying to close his way through. Eyes on this one though. Boris Leisen has closed in now on Thibaut Ramekers. The race for the lead is on, and Boris Leisen is now going to go for the move. Ramekers can't hold on to it, and Ramekers now looking to see if he can try and hold on to his commanding lead. But he's going to lose out on more because Martinez goes through, Kaczynski goes through, Keller goes through as well. And in the blink of an eye, Timo Ramekers goes from leading the intermediate classification to now tumbling down just that little bit more.
Tumbling down the order then, and now in just in the clutches of Lev Krutulov is Christian Costoya, the Spanish driver, that continues to go fastest. But Boris Leisen, what a couple of laps he has put in. Down the inside goes Kelleher then on the ward driver. Kelleher absolutely, you know, wasting no time within this race, but that's backed all of these drivers into each other, and it's now getting very, very busy. It's Krutulov that is trying to go up the inside of Thibaut Ramekers, which he has done. There we have Kenzo Craigie coming down the last sector then. Craigie right into this fight.
And you can see him there rocking one of the brand new 2025 Nasso panels out there. I've dubbed that one the platypus, with the front bill and the nostrils there that come through, really helping divert the airflow away from the driver's head to help with aerodynamic efficiency. But that one developed by the Prema team for, of course, Kart Republic and anyone else to use over the course of this one. There we go. He's made the move, though, this time around. And Craigie gets through past Krutulov and up into P5 at the top of the hill. Aston Sharp, we've not said much about him. He's doing a good job, currently pushing his way through, currently in P18, now setting the fastest lap of the race, just under a 101. Out there with a 100.9, I should say. These drivers pushing through nicely. And Boris Leisen here, Nicole, has found that waft out of nowhere after that DNF and second yesterday. Leisen looking strong now in the lead and leading by 0.4 of a second.
Absolutely is, and we have another move then through turn number 16. It was Krutulov being overtaken by Christian Costoya. Costoya, Spanish driver, he was the quickest out there on the circuit, and whilst we've been focusing on this pack of karts at the front, Thibaut Ramekers, who was our race leader at one point, now finds himself in 13th position. He's been overtaken by Gast, Marsh, Androtis and Koivisto in the space of a lap and a half. So Thibaut Ramekers out there having a really difficult race. Daniel Kelleher is your fastest driver out there on the circuit there with the 1 minute .872. Kelleher doing a great job to find himself into third position. Him and Martinez, just on that second lap of this race, really lit things up and really found some great pace. Talking of great pace also is Kenzo Craigie. Craigie, after qualifying, found himself 42nd in the IC, but within this, he's putting in that work to fight his way back up the order. Energy course there, kart there of Lev Krutulov being overtaken into turn number 16. What a move by that Kart Republic driver. I love watching them go into there, Anthony. You know, they set things up through 14, 15, let go of the steering and go in on drivers from so far back.
There's Emili Koivisto as well on the brand new team in 2025 MP Kart Racing. Not a new team in the world of motorsport, though. Of course, they run in all sorts of divisions, all the way up to Formula 2 out there. But they are running the brand new Henza chassis for 2025, developed by the Parallel team and used, of course, and helped derive from the Falcon team as well. But that Henza has looked strong so far in the early stages of this season. Costoya again, fastest lap of the race, closing in on Kenzo Craigie, who is just ahead, but this is the battle for the lead. Boris Lysen still at the sharp end of that one, but Jacopo Martinez has looked so strong in this one with those 7 places gained, and is continuing to close that gap. It's down to less than 0.4 of a second. And looking at the sector times here, Nicole, fractionally faster in sector 1, fractionally slower in sector 2, so that gap just fluctuates and stays in position. This is the battle for P4. Craigie, Kaczynski and Kostoja. Line astern, and Kostoja is the one I want to watch because he is the one who's been setting those fastest laps of the race, and I can imagine the pressure now is on Kaczynski there in P5.
Yeah, Kostoja, a driver that is from Spain but hasn't done too much racing round the Campillos circuit, but he's come here, he's really hit things up, and I'd say he's got some confidence being on home sport soil. There we go then, eyes on our front 2 of Boris Lysen and Jacopo Martinez. Jacopo Martinez now pulling out everything to get all over the back of Boris Lysen as they head down into the 3rd sector. Lysen then looked over his shoulder just to see what that gap was to Martinez. There he is, up his inside through turn number 17, wasted no time, and that's going to bring Daniel Kelleher right into the fight. Martinez then heads into turn number 1 and decides to go defensive. Boris Lysen went defensive to Kelleher, but that's going to close the gap between these 3 karts so much as Martinez then goes into turn number 5 on the white line. Kelleher is trying to do everything that he can to get up the inside of Lysen, which he does. So it's now Martinez from Kelleher from Lysen as they head back down the hill and towards turn number 11.
Yeah, certainly so, and of course all 3 of these drivers rocking the Kart Republic chassis. I think Craigie just behind also is on the Kart Republic. Kostoja is the only parallel in that top section, and then you've got Kaczynski on the Tony kart. So it is Kart Republic 1, 2, 3 and 4 right now, but of course with satellite teams and factory teams involved. But it is the 2 factory drivers of Martinez and Kelleher then who are 1-2. But let's just see what they can do on this final lap. Is there going to be any change? I mean, it looks like they're backing each other up, and is that to help out the Bremer driver of Kenzo Craigie, who gets through into 3rd place. Kostoja tries to get up into P5, and he does so successfully. The checker flag goes out. It's Martinez from Kelleher, Craigie in P3, Lysen in P4 from Kostoja in P5. You got to think, Nicole, we don't talk about teamwork too much, but the Kart Republic family is a big old family out there. Granted, you've got Boris Lysen who is rocking on that one, but he's part of the KRZ Motorsport team. But then you've got the Bremer, you've got the 2 factories out there as well, and I think there was a little bit of assistance there for Kenzo Craigie to get himself up another position. Solid drive though for these ones, as Martinez, Kelleher and Craigie will make it back towards Parc Ferme. There's a look at your intermediate classification. Ramakas finishing all the way down in P13, has lost his commanding lead. He only now leads by 4 points from Christian Kostoja. There's a look at your full results. 6th place is Elliot Kaczynski from Jacob Mikulev, Emily Koivisto from Lev Krutelov, Scott Marsh. Good race there, not gaining, not losing, but still holding on to P10. Paul Andriotis from Marco Gas. Timo Ramakas at the end of that pole sitter, dropping down the order, finishes ahead of Aston Sharp, who gained 8 places. Hugo Marti and Bertram Saff from Roland Cooklane, Maximin Rafalek from Marcus Shilkunas, Mark Brovko from Marcus Junscher, another one of the wildcards this weekend, finishing in 21st place ahead of Oliver Stadler. Makar Savalev from Luna Falusia, Sonia B, Klarika Walczek and Mattis Almer rounding out the 27 runners. The retirements, both of them for Victory Lane, unfortunately, Sana Z and Vengar Clementson not going any further. But there on your screen, race winner Jacopo Martinez. Strong start to today, Nicole. And here is how he did it. The start of that race, no drama there for the inside row. Ramakas breaking away. I thought it was going to be another Ramakas domination there. We didn't see it though, Nicole, dropping to 13th place.
Yeah, after his performances yesterday, I thought it was going to be the Thibaut show this morning, but it just went shaky from him partway through this race and he lost out.
This was the on-board looking back from Lev Krutilov, and you can see there he was battling away nicely with his fellow teammate Paul Andriotis. However, those two would come to blow, and both of them just dropping back in the order a little bit. This was Ramica sending it back down the inside for the race lead. Boris Lysen in the early stages managed to get up into that top running spot. He would later get swamped by the Kart Republic team, who just came through the field there. You can see Jacopo Martinez and Daniel Keller just pushing their way through the order. This was them making those moves in the latter stages. And again, as Lysen putting it on Kaczynski there just to swap those places. Later on, Martinez going through. He would back up that pack as well, allowing Keller to break through. There was that overtake on there later, and that was actually at turn number 11, a corner that we've not seen many overtakes on. In fact, if any, that might have been the first one we've seen this weekend. Kenzo Craigie as well making the move. Obviously, he got struck out in time qualifying with the rain starting to fall, but he has recovered back nicely in these qualifying heats with that third place finish. This was the moment, Lies, and there's Scott Marsh pushing his way through as well. He was saying, in all these stages, keep going, don't defend. You never like to see a driver defending for around P10 because you're not going to go anywhere but backwards. Rest of the race went on. It was all good. This final moment here, you would think, it's just the like of, backing each other up, maybe assist to get another one of your Kart Republic guys up into that top three, and that's exactly what we saw with Martinez taking the win from Daniel Keller and Kenzo Craigie. Well, that is it for Groups B and F for the time being. We will see them out a little bit later on today, but we'll now turn our attention to Groups C versus E. And again, we look forward to this one because we saw Groups E out first thing this morning with Antonio Pizzonia having a relatively decent race. But it's the first time we're seeing Groups C out for today. And there on your screen, Henry Domain, who was in a good position in that intermediate classification and a good strong day yesterday with a third and a win. Here's what he had to say after time qualifying.
Henry Domain, it's pole in group. You must be ecstatic.
Yeah, obviously very happy. Again, another pole from last week. And yeah, I think now it's going to rain, so it might be overall. So yeah.
And there was a few spots of rain out there before you headed out for quali. How did you deal with that when you were driving around?
I just knew at the start I had to get as much temperature in the tyre, and I managed to do that, and yeah, come away with pole.
And at this circuit, are you hoping for some more rain throughout the heats and throughout the weekend? I know that it's on the forecast, so would you like that to happen?
To be honest, I'm not too bothered. We was quite fast in both conditions, so yeah, just have to try and work out what we need to do when the conditions come and change. So yeah.
Well done on a polling group, and good luck for your heats.
Thank you.
There we go, and good luck for his heats there was, because like we mentioned, a third and a win yesterday as the engines get fired up. It is OK Junior qualifying heat C versus E heading out onto the circuit, and let's take you through that full starting lineup. Henry Domain and Antonio Pizzonia go from row number 1. Bosco Arias of Spain, also with some good runs, 2 second places over the course of yesterday. We'll have Dan Aleman alongside. Devin Walls and Gustavo da Silva go from row 3. They'll have Mikhail Zajac and Jean-Mathieu Rousseau on row number 4. Remy Samchek and Roland Nagy go from row 5. They'll have Gilles Herman and Jesse Phillips on row 6, with Mark Pilapenko and Amir Sabrov rounding out row number 7.
On row number 8, we have Wen Yabu with TEPS driver Denny Babicek. On row number 9, we have Valeria Villapiana with Oliveri Sini. And on 10, we have Zavre Dukovsky with Enia Pizzuto. On row number 11, we have the USA's Lillian Scarborough for her first full year of OKJ with Emiliano Hernandez. And on 12, we have Victor Staumack with Henry Constant Kumpin. Hoping for good races on row number 13 is going to be Felipe Sanchez with Billy van der Sterveren. And rounding out your grid of 28 karts is Tony Cacciaferro, who needs a good one after a DNF yesterday, and Vanessa Schildkneiter.
Well, reminder of the results earlier on then for some of the top runners in Groups E. Antonio Pizzonia gaining another P5 for him, so matching those results from yesterday. Dan Aleman dropping to P10 after a post-race penalty being applied to him as well. So that is a shame for the driver from Switzerland. Gustavo da Silva, P4 for the Portuguese driver, and for Jean-Mathieu Rousseau, much better result from what happened yesterday with that DSQ. P6 at the end of that race earlier on. So showcasing that today is a new day for these drivers, and again just thinking what they can do after a good night's sleep. It's a different day, the sun is shining, there's no clouds in the sky. Well, there is clouds in the sky, but there's no of the R word around at this moment. I won't say it because commentators curse. I'll knock on wood and all of that. And I'm
Precipitation.
Sure precipitation, it's still the word. And I'm sure there's people down in Parc Fermé now who's looking at all those tyres thinking, please stop saying those words. We do not want it. Let's think. With these drivers heading down now into that final sector, they will start to bring that pace back now, get themselves formed up as they'll head into the tram lines in a few moments' time, where FIA race director Nigel Edwards will be watching and waiting to see if we're going this time around. Domain and Antonio Pizzonia on the front row of the grid. This is Forza Racing versus Fusion Motorsport, two of the satellite teams, and they are joined as well by another two of the satellite teams, Ricky Flynn and Ward Racing. The highest ranked factory driver is Devon Walls for Kart Republic. As are we going racing? No, we are not. False start for the drivers. They will go round again. Again, looked good, but I think it was a little bit too keen on that old loud pedal again, Nicole.
Yeah, it did look good and it looked clean at the front end of the order, but I think a few drivers further back just kind of broke position a little bit earlier. Of course, race director Nigel Edwards stood on the higher level of the track with that bird's eye view. You can see a lot more than we can, you know, so you can probably look down and just think too fast, you know, not clean enough for me.
Yeah, exactly. So another attempt for the field then as they make their way round. In that time, we'll take the moment to welcome one and all watching from around the world. If you're watching on YouTube, Facebook or motorsport.tv, welcome to the 2025 season of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championship. It is round one, heats day on Saturday. Of course, tomorrow, Sunday, will be finals day. Of course, if you're watching some racing on the other side of the world, that's all happened already this morning. So there is no excuse not to be here watching some other FIA racing here in Campillos in Spain. Right, drivers now into that final sector of the circuit once more for a race start, and hopefully this time around it is all good. Gonzalo Plantara just there on the track, telling the drivers to ease it back a little bit. As are we going racing this time? Yes, we are. Down it towards turn number one, and once again for the inside row, it's what you need as Domain, Arias and Walls go through 1, 2, 3. But can they maintain that up the hill? Because where is Antonio Pizzonia gone? He has stayed there. Well, in fact, I think he's dropped back into around P4, so that's not been the start he would have wanted in that race. It's so easy to lose out on that momentum on the inside row, but crucially for the rest of them, it's been a pretty decent start, and already you're seeing those front two breaking away nicely. So it is the Forza driver of Henry Domain who leads the way, but Bosco Arias there of Spain on that Ricky Flynn kart looking mighty strong in P2 and looking to maybe better that results from yesterday. Like we said, had those 2 second places, is looking for his first qualifying heat win of the weekend.
Do you think Pizzonia just dropped back to about P6 in those early stages of that first lap as they headed through the first corner? It just looked like he couldn't quite find a position to run that momentum up the hill. I do believe he's got himself back into P5. We'll find out as they head under the start-finish gantry for the first time. So it was, drop positioned, then to fourth. And now Remy Samchek, really great start within the early stages of that race. He's gone up by 4 positions to now sit in fifth. And Gilles Herman, similarly, up by 5 positions into P6. Eyes on then on your front two, because it's Domain that continues to lead from Bosco Arias. Bosco then has caught up to Henry Domain considerably as they headed down the hill. Such a momentum part of this circuit. Top 4 then head into turn number 12. Michael Zajac then, warning flag is out for the Ricky Flynn driver, who has just recently committed to completing a full year of FIA racing. New for him, but he's out there. Unfortunately, you know, he's got a warning flag, but he is very quick. Intermediate classification on the screen then. Henry Domain, your race leader, leads the IC from Eli Christian. So Domain is on 141 points. Christian is on 135 and tied with Noah Baglin in third for similarly, again, 135 points. Investigation flags are out then, Anthony.
Yeah, indeed. Investigation flags are out. No. Just saying there, saying on those points, it is very close at this moment. Of course, Domain with the third and the win yesterday. He's not got the full lead, but now that we've seen some topsy-turvy results from others, we're not seeing that full domination just yet. But we will see from later on, of course, from some other drivers. Eyes focusing on this one. Gotta say that sun just dipping by on a cloud there, and with the wind still relatively strong.
It.
No, I'm
Don't
not saying
say
anything. I'm just saying it's cloudy and the wind's picked up. That's all I'm saying. Something may come with it. But there you go. Domain still in control of it. Arias, though, not attacking. But you have got the likes of Devin Walls there in P3, who is attacking and now looks to the inside. Goes for the move there at turn at number 17 and wastes no time. However, Bosco Arias, I think, is saying, no. I finished second place all day yesterday. I'm going to continue finishing in second place, and re-overtakes in towards turn number 1. That is a nice, smart, controlled drive there. But crucially, that allows Domain to now break away.
Or Bosco Arias could be saying, I finished second place all day yesterday. I want a first in this. I'm not going to drop to P3. I'm going to go and chase Henry Domain, our race leader and our current fastest driver out there on the circuit. Domain then, 2024 within this championship was with the Energy Course team. For this year, he's jumped over to Forza. He's on the OTK kart, he's on the Esprit, and he just looks so comfortable so far out here in the 2025 season. You can consider that maybe last year was a development year for him, but he's come into this and he's looking very quick as he sets purple laps.
Yep, certainly so. And eyes on this one. We'll have to maintain a look at that gap because it's just under 0.8 of a second. What will it be when they cross the line now? Is it going to go up or is it going to go down? It's going to go down, Nicole. It's now down to 0.6 of a second. So that is going to be a very interesting one then if Bosco Arias can re-attack then on Henry Domain. Jean-Martin Rousseau becomes the latest driver to go under investigation. He will not like that one too much after that DSQ from yesterday. Needs to make sure he gets the good results all the way throughout the rest of this weekend. He does not want to be one of those drivers who unfortunately finds himself eliminated before getting into those superheats and of course finals tomorrow on Sunday. Lap number 5 we are on. It's Domain from Arias, Waltz from Bezonia, Samchek from the rest. And we're not sure what's happened to Enia Pazzuto in this one. Not even started the race, Nicole. But we did see them race out earlier on today.
Yeah, I do believe, did he have a bit of an incident earlier on today with Jarlath Sayer?
Possibly so.
In that heat, but it doesn't look like he's out there on the circuit now. Not to say that that's got anything to do with it, but we have seen him this morning. Here we go then, they head back up into the first sector. On your screen is the Biril Art driver of Gustavo da Silva. Doing a great job out there, the Portuguese driver. Having a good run of things. Hasn't made up any positions so far within this race, but he is going to be chasing Remy Samchek, the Fusion driver. Warning flags are out there for the 247 of Roland Nagy. Within this, of course, you know, warning flags. It's instant trouble for these drivers. They can't risk, you know, even stepping a foot, a toe out of line. Henry Domain then is being chased down by Bosco Arias. Let's look what the gap is. It's 0.6 of a second. Bosco Arias has gone purple in both sector 1 and 2. So he is faster than Domain within this race. He's going to be chasing. Limited time then. They've only got 2 laps left of this. But can Bosco Arias catch up to Domain? He came out of turn number 17 and was just using all of the track. So much momentum, so much speed. That's why he just clipped a little bit of that rumble strip, because he came out of the last corner so fast. Eyes on this battle then between Gustavo da Silva and Remy Samchek, because da Silva is all over the back of him as they head up into turn number 8. We don't see too many overtakes go on through here, but watch these 2 drivers, the Fusion and the Biril, as they head into turn number 12, because that's where we see a lot of it go on. Is Gustavo Gustavo going to be able to set something up? Not just yet. Lost a few tenths as they headed out of turn number 11, but watch them as they come through the last sector, because that is a hot spot for all of these drivers, especially setting things up between turn number 14 and 15 and going into 16. Gustavo not quite able to make anything happen, neither through turn number 17. That's going to back these drivers up then into the likes of the drivers behind, which is Gilles Herman. Can Gilles Herman now have a look? But we go back onto the screen then to focus on this front pack, which is Henry Domain and Bosco Arias. We're on your final lap. Can Henry Domain continue to lead? Is Bosco Arias going to have enough to catch Domain, because he is your fastest driver out there on the circuit?
He certainly is, putting in a 102.454, and he has closed in now, and the gap is down to 0.3 of a second. Is he going to go for the move here in towards turn 12? Big check over the shoulder there for Domain. The answer to that is no. Stays behind. If we're going to see the overtake, it will be into that sector 3. It will be in towards 15 or 16, maybe even turn 17. But again, I think at this point now, he's just bringing it back. He's not going too hard on this one. Domain is going to go slightly tight there in towards turn 16. This put him under pressure through 17 and 18. Is he going to get lined up? Are we going to get a switch over move here on the start-finish straight? It will be close, but it's not going to be close enough. Domain will take it by 0.05 of a second across the line. Brilliant, brilliant race. Arias finishing in P2 then ahead of Devin Walls from Pisonia. De Silva rounding out the top 5. That's as close as you would like it there, Nicole. But you can imagine for Henry Domain, that's a good start to today now. 2 wins out of 3. And now he leads the points with 141 ahead now of Eli Christen.
Domain then just played that game. Oh, that was not supposed to rhyme, but it did rhyme. Played that game well. You know, lights to flag, calm, settled, not a single mistake, not a single toe out of line through any of those corners. Didn't grab any of the curbs, just finished very cleanly by just under, half a tenth.
Yeah, indeed. Very, very close indeed. Well, there's a full look at your results then. We've gone over the top 5. Gilles Herman finishing in P6 ahead of Michael Zajac in P7. Mark Potapenko, 5 places gained, finishes in P8 ahead of Remy Samchek. Jean-Mathieu Rousseau rounds out the top 10. Dan Alaman and Valeria Villapiana goes from P12. Then you have Wen Yabu from Amir Sabarov, Jesse Phillips from Olivier Sini, Denny Babacek in 17th from Victor Stalmach, Emiliano Hernandez and Roland Nagy go from the top 20. Nagy dropping down 10 places in that race. Xavier Dukowski from Billy Van Straven, Lilian Scarborough from Henry Constant Kupin and Vanessa Schilkenater. Tony Cachaferro and Felipe Sanchez round out the 27 karts that started that race, and the one non-starter, Enia Pizzuto. Now, I was looking back at previous results. Enia did receive 10 seconds worth of time penalties, but no disqualifications, nothing like that on what my screens that I can see up here. So we'll have to keep a very close eye on that one. There, though, Henry Domain, solid start to the day and a solid start to the weekend. Here's the highlights, and here is how, Nicole, he had done it. Domain, no real dramas there. Lights to flag to the end.
Yeah, fantastic reactions to those lights, then wasted no time just to get into the middle of that circuit and get a good run up the hill. Here we are then. This is the moment that Gustavo da Silva lit things up and was trying to go around the outside at turn number 5. We had a move between the Fusion and Ricky Flynn drivers, and it all got a little bit busy as we were heading down the start-finish straight between the Ward and Ricky Flynn drivers. Very aggressive driving from some of these competitors out there on the circuit.
Indeed. The race continuing, though. Domain holding on to that lead, as there you were starting to see Bosco Arias fighting back instantly. Lost out in second place, retook it not a few 100 meters later on the next lap. And then he would go all the way to the end to close in on your race leader, Henry Domain. And Arias, I'm sure, will say, one more lap, and I had him. I'd have had the win. So that means Arias maintains his second place triage at this moment. Triage is a completely wrong word, but he continues his charge through in second places. That's probably a better word to use. Right, seniors coming up next. Group C and E heading out onto the circuit. Again, this will be the first time we see Group C out today. We have seen Group's E race earlier on, but Thomas Pradier of France on that Tony kart machine. There he is for the factory team. Great day for him yesterday with a win and a third. It all started, though, with time qualifying. That was the one for him. Delivered some really strong results and some pace, and here's what he had to say after that.
Thomas Pradier, it's polling group. You must be ecstatic, but it looked like a challenging qualifying session. Can you tell me about it?
It was really hard because the rain is coming on the session and all one starting slick. I'm lucky because my mechanics pushed me a little bit late and I have all lap with dry and someone have just the first sector on wet and it's incredible.
And through the session, the rain was getting heavier and heavier. What did you do to make sure that you just stayed on the track and kept going round? Because there was a lot of drivers that were falling off the track or spinning. What did you do to make sure that you got that lap together?
The first lap I was safety and on the middle, the track drying and on the end, the rain is coming. And I just push on the dry.
Great to hear from you, Thomas. Great result. We'll see how you get on in the heats.
Thanks.
Well, good to chat there to Thomas Pradier, who starts this one on the front row of the grid. There was a nice view there of the circuit. You see the sun still shining. There, though, is Jindra Peschel. Now, good start yesterday. Took the race win, did the driver from Czechia. However, race earlier on, finished the race on track, P13. Not sure what the full result was after that one. I will have a look at it. So, shaky start to the day, Nicole.
Yeah, shaky, but will start this race alongside his Tony Kart teammate of Thomas Pradier. But Peschel and Pradier, both very quick drivers. They both, I believe, have heat wins under their belt after yesterday. There on your screen then we have Zach Drummond, who's competing for Fusion Motorsport for this season. Drummond previously within FIA and OK events was, I think, with Paralin for a short stint, but has jumped back over to Fusion. Then he will be sat in a Kart Republic kart with an IAMI engine bolted to him. But Drummond from Scotland has come over to Spain, put it on the second row for this heat, and expect him to be one of the ones out there gunning for a race win.
Yeah, indeed. There you can see Ross Upton, one of the judge of facts here this weekend, with the 1 minute board up on your screen. There is Roman Kamyab, who enjoys the number 7 over the course of this weekend. 7th place yesterday, 7th place earlier on today. Can report for Peschel as well. Did finish on track 13th place, but after penalties for other drivers, it was actually promoted up to 9th at the end of that one. One driver who certainly needs a very good start to the day today is Eloy Gonzalez, the driver of Spain, who starts this one on the third row of the grid yesterday. 2 DNFs out of 2 races. That is not the start the Spaniard would have wanted to his first round of the season. And he will have the likes of Louis Cochet starting alongside him, who also suffered a little bit in the first race earlier on, dropping to P11. But there you can see the engines have fired up. Let's quickly fire through then the full starting lineup for Senior OK qualifying heat C versus E here in Campillos. It is Thomas Pradier and Jindra Peschel on row number 1. Zach Drummond and Roman Kamyab go from row 2. Eloy Gonzalez, as we've already mentioned, needs a good start to this race. Louis Cochet starting alongside. Matt Corby and Dean Pedersen go from row number 4. They'll have Alpac Soy and Bernardo Bonaldi on row 5. They'll be joined by Boloet and Lewis Werrell on row number 6. Senamir and Sebastiana Pavan round out row number 7.
Let's see what the second part of our grid have up their sleeve, because we've got Lewis Francis and Romeo Roussel on row number 8. On 9 is Daniel Picorni with Vilmos Svan, and shortly behind on the 10th row is Noah Wolf with Jason Bralick. On row number 11, then we have Joe Turney, your 2025 European champion with Oscar Gallen. And on 12, we have Efim Duranov with Ella Hakkinen. On row number 13 is Davide Bataro with Sebastian Korpeng. And on 14, we have the Czech Republic's Jakub Kimenek with Japan's Sarah Matsui. Rounding out your grid then will be Sebastian Mins, the CRG driver, because we do believe we have no Jorn Helder going out for this race.
We've not seen the MP Kart Racing driver out yesterday, so hopefully all is okay. He did enter into the weekend, he did take part in qualifying, he did go out in some of those morning warm-ups. Not sure if he had a spill out on the circuit, so hopefully all okay for Jorn Helder. Right then, drivers making their way round the circuit, getting the temperature into those tyres. Like we say, this is the first time we're seeing Group C out on track today after they finished racing yesterday. The third time we are going to see Group's E race. However, this is only the second time we see them today. They had one race yesterday, and for Peschel, who had that P9 in the end, right now is looking to really try and capitalise in this race. And the driver from Czechia, like you say, hoping for a better start from the outside of row number 1. Still the clouds loom over the circuit, the wind still relatively strong out there. We'll keep a very close eye on it over the course of this one, and as well the team working hard in the background, keeping us updated with all sorts of things happening around the paddock area. Drivers heading into that final sector of the track. They are in 2x2 racing start formation. Nigel Edwards, our race director, is waiting to receive the grid into the tram lines. Are we going racing? Yes, we are. Down in towards turn number 1. It's a good start for both the rows this time around, as right round the outside goes Peschel this time around, not wanting to get swallowed by the pack in the early stages. However, he does so, and he drops down to P4, as it is Pradir, Drummond and Gonzalez who go 1, 2, 3. One driver in the back of the field's not going to go any further in this race, and that, I believe, is the
Sebastian
161.
Korpeng.
Yeah, indeed. Sebastian Korpeng for the Kart Republic team, going no further in this race. He has tried to get it restarted. It's an uphill battle. I can see it on the out of the commentary box, and I think he's managed to get that one going. So that's actually a good job from him. Eyes on this one though. You can see there the Tony Kart now starting to break away. Thomas Pradir in control of this race. Drummond though, big check over the shoulder, because he's got Eloy Gonzalez right there, who you can imagine, Nicole, is thirsty for a really good result in this race.
Eyes on Louis Cachet then, because he's had a good start in that first lap of this race, has jumped himself into 5th position. Eloy Gonzalez and Zach Drummond though head up the hill, because they're going to be chasing our race leader in the Tony Kart, Thomas Pradir, as they head round. But Gonzalez wastes no time then to overtake Drummond through turn number 5. Drummond then tightens up slightly to defend from Peschel, not giving Peschel the opportunity to overtake as they head through this second sector then. But Thomas Pradir has absolutely, gunned this first lap. He is leading the way then by over a second, and this train of karts that are heading into turn number 12 are backing each other up, and this is going to give Pradir even more breathing room. We have had a change for 3rd position then, because Drummond has lost it to Peschel, the Tony Kart driver. Drummond though pushes him through into turn number 16, is not going to lose out to Louis Cachet, because he overtakes Peschel once again to get himself back into 3rd.
Yeah, indeed. And again, we have seen that time in and time out. And here comes Cachet down the inside at turn number 1 and pushes past Indra Peschel. And now Peschel on the back foot, because Pedersen's gone through. Kamyab as well might have a chance of closing in. You can see them scrambling for positions in the background there. The Ricky Flynn motorsport driver really trying to push his way through, but not getting the jump. Bernardo Benaldi as well has had a good run. Matt Corby just dropping back a little bit as Francis now. Lewis Francis pushes through, and that's a big moment there for Kamyab down the hill, and that's what we say. The kart is it's so on the edge into that braking zone, and that was a huge moment for Kamyab, but amazing kart control keeps him still in that strong position, but he has just tumbled down to P9. But that is a very scary moment there, and I don't know how that transpired. Was it curb? Was he sandwiched between the two drivers he was battling with? but that was a very, very interesting moment. Back across the line they go then. Pradier from Gonzalez, Drummond from Cochet, Pedersen from Aksoy, Werrell, Peschel, Kamyab, and Lewis Francis who round out the top 10. My eyes are going to focus a little further back in the grid now, right now, because Joe Turney, last year's European champion, his first title he gained, as we watch this moment here. Okay, so keep an eye on Kamyab. You can just see him there. He's about the 5th car in this row. And as he goes in, oh, it bites. It bites on him. The back end steps out and it just re-grabs it, and then the car was completely unsettled.
Yeah, it just looked like maybe Kamyab was trying to carry a little bit too much speed into turn number 11. You know, they're going downhill and it's, you know, really off camber going down there. So just looked like he got it wrong on the grip, hopped slightly, and the back end just stepped out on him. There we go then. Here is your battle for third. It's Drummond from Cochet and Pedersen. They head out of turn number 17. Is Louis Cochet going to have enough momentum coming out of turn number 18 then to chase Drummond back through the first sector and up the hill? Watch them as these drivers set up into turn number 5. It's not a hot spot, but it is doable. Not quite close enough yet. Cochet's got a lot to think about now because he's got to catch up to Drummond and close in those tenths that Drummond is leaving him from. But he's also got to think about not making a mistake or tightening things up too much to Pedersen, who's also going to want to promote himself into this P3 spot. Whilst this is going on then, we've got Gonzalez is continuing to chase Thomas Pradier, which he has done. He's closed that second gap that Pradier previously had to about 0.3 of a second. So I'd say shortly within this race, it's going to be on between these two drivers.
It certainly could be, and you can imagine again the fire in the Spanish belly there of Eloy Gonzalez is trying his level best right now to really come away with a solid result, and the best result he could get is, of course, a race win. There's a look at intermediate classification. Gonzalez is not there at all because, of course, yesterday those 2 DNFs, he's right down in the order. Today needs to be a really, really strong day. Here, though, Cochet in 3rd place is currently defending from the likes of Drummond, who is 2nd in the intermediate classification, and any positions he can gain in this sector can now help him out in that intermediate classification. However, Lewis Werrell is now the fastest driver out on circuit. He is currently in P6, right behind this trio on your screen.
Yeah, something maybe I'd like to talk about with you, Anthony, is the way Thomas Pradier reacts to Eloy Gonzalez being behind him. Of course, Eloy has had 2 DNFs, so him overtaking Pradier, you know, for Pradier, it might not be too much of an issue. He might actually, let him go, and he does. He sees Eloy Gonzalez, goes up the inside and just doesn't tighten things up too much, lets him have it. Let's see how he reacts to this. Is he going to go back in to try and pick that position back up? Because points do mean prizes, but I'm just wondering, is he going to race smart and actually consider the driver in front of me has already got 2 DNFs? He's not really my competitor going through the rest of this weekend.
It depends on what the drivers have been doing in between these sessions. Have they been doing their homework, or have they just been sitting there scrolling reels on their phone? I have seen it time in and time out where I go into a karting tent and I go in there, I find the driver tucked away in a corner.
These are young
phone
professionals.
They're young professionals. He was looking at race results, I'm sure. There is someone, though, who is not having a very good race, and that, I believe, is Senna Munir. Unfortunately, the VDK driver of Belgium going no further in this race. And I think as well, Nicole, that Sebastian Corpeng may have had a problem out on circuit, because I think he has also stopped circulating out there. So I think we are down to just the 27 runners, but we'll try and figure that one out. In fact, I think Sebastian Corpeng has got re-going, but he definitely had a moment out on circuit. He is still in this race, albeit way further down the order. Yeah, no, bang on what you were saying on that one. Yeah, Gonzalez, like you say, he had the 2 DNFs yesterday. If Pradier has been doing his homework, he would have known that, yeah, he's not going to be a strong contender so far this weekend in this early stage. Later on he might be. But yeah, think, okay, you go through, you have it. I'm not going to fight you. I'm not going to risk losing a good chunk of points because, you know, Pradier still leads that intermediate classification now by just less than 10 points. From the likes of Zach Drummond, who is still there in P4, holding on to it. That is the battle that you are seeing here. Cochet still ahead of that one, is opening up a little bit of a gap now between himself and Drummond. Pedersen still there, Werrell still there, Aksoy still there. Eschel, though, the driver who started so strong at the beginning of this weekend with that qualifying heat win on the front row, down to P8, and is looking for, again, not bad results, still top 10 finishes, but not the strong results I think he would have been wanting.
No, definitely not. And let's talk about then Anthony, our driver in 11th position, which is Joe Turney. 2024 European champion. He's up by 10 positions within this race, so he's definitely on the charge. Really, really difficult qualifying session for him, but he now finds himself having to go through this race and really push himself to pick up those positions. Consider as well the tyre that Turney is going to be using. Is that going to affect him if he gets himself into those superheats later on through this weekend? And a similar driver in the same boat is going to be Sebastian Mins, who's up by 14 positions. We've got a change then for P5 between Pedersen and Werrell. Werrell has had a DNF so far within this weekend, so he's got to go out on the circuit, put everything on the tarmac every time he hits the track, because a DNF, when you've got this many drivers and this many races, can, you know, you might not think it's going to be significant, one bad result, but actually it can be. Yeah,
it certainly could. Here is that overtake, and Werrell down the inside of Dean Pedersen at turn number 12, and just nicely committed there down the inside. No real drama there. He had been setting fastest lap in previous races. He was closing in. We knew something like that was going to happen, and it just happened on that penultimate lap of the race. We are now on the final lap of this race, and well, Gonzalez continuing to break away, and not going to fight back on this one. It's been a pretty solid drive from these two. Just a case of get these karts to the end, putting what they can. The graphic says there he is chasing him for first. It's not wrong, he is, but I suspect he's not pushing too hard on that one. It's just a case of I will stick with second place. I still lead the intermediate classification. I'm in a good position. Yeah, absolutely. Smart driving, decided, you know, just not to back off from... decided to back off from Eloy Gonzalez, who will cross the line then, meet the checkered flag to be this race leader. So it's Gonzalez from Padilla in second. Louis Cachet, great race for him. Then he finishes in P3 from Drummond of Scotland in P4. Lewis Werrell then, good race, a redemption drive I would say from him. He rounds out your top 5. We then have Dean Pedersen, Alp Ascoy, Jindřich Peschel, Lewis Francis and Sebastiano Pavan drop to your top 10. Joe Turney's up by 10 positions to finish in 11th with Matt Corby. Noah Wolf, Roman Kamyab dropped 10 to finish 14th, and Bernardo Benaldi are your top 15. Mins up by 13 to finish in P16 with Vilmos Farn, Efim Duranov, Jason Bralick and Davide Badaro to round out your top 20. Difficult races then for Ella Hakkinen, Oscar Gallen, Bo Duet, Romeo Roussel, Sarah Matsoy, Jakob Kiwanek and Daniel Picorni. Sebastian Korpeng as well, another hard race for him, and Senna Muner and Jorn Helder were your two drivers to not finish. We do believe though Jorn Helder was not out in that one. We'll try and find out then for the audience at home and people watching from the screens why Jorn Helder wasn't out there but didn't hit the tarmac for that race. No, we didn't even see him hit the tarmac in the qualifying heats yesterday either. There is a look at the rest of your race results just going through on your screen. We saw as well briefly the intermediate classification. Thomas Brodier leading that one from Zach Drummond. Ramaker's now third in those points from Costoya. Martinez and Kelleher rounding out the top 6. Clean-up operation underway. There you can see Senna Munir's kart for VDK Racing just getting pulled back unceremoniously back to Parc Ferme. But there is Eloy Gonzalez. Yesterday was a tricky day. The Spaniard now on top. He's on his recovery drive from that difficult day. But that is a good way to start it, a qualifying heat win. And here is how he had done it, Nicole. From the third row of the grid, you can see the Birilat driver on the inside line there, just having to squeeze his way through. Peschel did his very best to hold on to a front row start and into the P2, but you can just see Gonzalez committed there on that inside curve, taking a big chunk of it and pushing his way through into first place. There was the drama at the start of that race, and unfortunate for Sebastian Korpeng, who luckily did manage to get that one restarted and continued his fight in that race. Senna Munir, of course, was one of the retirements in it. More battles happening thick and fast throughout the field. Drummond was battling away pretty fiercely with the likes of Thomas Brunier, who had got himself up into second place. He certainly had to work for that, though, as he was pushing his way through. Cochet, that moment there for Roman Kamyab. Again, it just snapped, and you were saying there, probably a little bit too much to be carried into the corner.
Yeah, you watch his steering wheel, it just snapped out of his hands. You know, he went left, then right. He did a good job just to recover from that. He did lose a considerable amount of positions, though. Dropped down by 10 in that race.
He certainly did. Racing continued on the penultimate lap. Lewis Werrell getting that last-ditch overtake on Dean Pedersen, putting himself up into that top running position. But across the line, Elo Gonzalez claiming his first win of the weekend. And I've got to say, Nicole, if that is the pace we can expect from the Spaniard over the course of this weekend, those two DNFs yesterday, if they didn't happen, he could have been our intermediate points leader at the end of that qualifying heat. Plenty more races to go, because OK Junior A versus D is now heading on to the circuit in a few moments' time. But you can see the drivers will be heading out very, very soon. We're back with the likes of Iskander Sulfakari, who will be starting this on the front row of the grid. And there you can see Dean Panrucker of the Forza Racing team. He is just having a brief chat with a couple of his pilots. And of course, you've got the likes of William Kalija out there as well, also part of the Forza Racing team. Both of those will be having a good chat ahead of this one, probably in the likes of, guys, enjoy your race. Please don't fight too hard during it.
Yeah, I would say there's probably been a bit of, not team tactics, but team talk, just to discuss, you know, slight strategy. Of course, you know, at this stage, you're both quick. Try not to get into each other's way. Drivers, you know, they don't work directly together, but they might use one another just to back up the rest of the grid and potentially drive off together.
Yeah, indeed. Well, this race will be started in a few moments' time, but do not go anywhere. We're going to take a short ad break. We'll see you in a few moments' time. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you are just joining us, welcome to round one of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships, live here from Kart Center Campillos in the south of Spain. We are in between qualifying heats at the moment, and there you can see some of the hardworking and dedicated marshals having a little bit of a rest. Someone who shouldn't be having a rest is Gonzalo Planta, who is sitting down with a smile on his face. That is absolutely unacceptable. He should be standing up at attention. No, I'm only kidding. But he's been working hard out there as well. But we couldn't go racing without the dedicated marshals out there. They have been working so hard over the course of this weekend, keeping the drivers nice and safe, keeping the track clear as well, and of course communicating with all of the officials out there, and one of those being, of course, the judge of facts, Gonzalo Planta out there. As you can see, OK Junior qualifying heat A versus D is now heading out onto the circuit, and we are looking forward to seeing what is going to be happening over the course of this one. Iskander Sulfakari, at this moment in time, is, I would say, your points leader, because he's got 2 wins out of 2 to his name. He has got 100 points. The same for William Kalijah. These two Fusion drivers, one of them, Nicole, or both of them, are about to lose their first qualifying heat of the weekend, and they start from that front row. Luca Sell and Luke Tal go from row number 2. They'll be joined by Endo Aratu, who had a great race earlier on, with Giacomo Giusto on row number 3. Matteo Rivals and Andrea Mani go from row 4. They'll have Julian Fresnelli and Daniel Miron on row 5. Turner Brown and Sebastian Eskandari go from row 6. Casper Reipold and Drew Walls go from row number 7.
Row number 8, then we have Jeremy Roivers with Maxim Bobrishov, and on 9 we have Michael McGoy with Daniel Kutskov. Row number 10, we have Alexander Lazarus with Oliver Warner, and on 11 we have Martin Bertoluccini and Alex Malotta, who needs a good race after a DNF yesterday. On row number 12, then we have Zhang Hujie with Jus Mulder, and on 13 is Jarl Sayer with Mats van Rooyen. Rounding out your grid then of 28 drivers, we have Angelina Simmons of Spain with Mika Runitz of Denmark.
Well, just to update on those results from the race prior to this one in Groups A, like I mentioned, Iskandar Solfakari taking those 2 wins out of 2, meaning the 2 Forza drivers both on 100 intermediate classification points, and they, of course, wherever they finish, if it's first and second for either of them, will be P1, P2 in those points. Lucas Sells, good results as well earlier on P2. Endo Arata, P3 as well. So that inside row of first, third and fifth, finishing first, second and third on track, indicating again, it always pays off to be on that inside row if it's dry. However, if it gets a little bit
Don't say the words.
difficult out on circuit with conditions, then sometimes you'll see the driver switching sides of the grid. I didn't say the word, Nicole. I just insinuated the word. These drivers heading around the circuit, they're getting the temps into the tyres. Like I say, it's we're nearing the end of the first half of the qualifying heats phase. We've got this race and 3 more before we go into the lunch break at the middle of the day. That'll be around an hour's break or so. And then we go into the second half. When we get into that second half, Nicole, that's where it really starts to heat up on circuit, because now you're starting to see those drivers who are a little lower down in that intermediate classification who need to try and get those good results. This is where we'll start to see drivers put on fresh tyres. This is where we'll start to see drivers from the back of the grid really start to push through the order to get through. As you see, we go live on board with Lucas Sells from the second row of the grid. Looking back, you can see Japan's Endo Aratu had that good race earlier on, but can it be bettered this time around? Into the tram lines, lights are out, we're racing as the 2 Forza drivers do not go wheel to wheel in towards turn number 1. As on the outside, Kalijah gets swamped back into around P4, P5 on track. It looks like Arata on the inside has gone through into third place, and there you can see Lucas Sells in P2 as well, like they did earlier on, Nicole. Their race results earlier on were 1, 2 and 3. Once again, it is 1, 2 and 3 for that inside row.
Lightning start by Iskandar Solfakari then. I did question if he was going to try and back the grid up for his teammate William Kalijah. Don't believe he did, and his start didn't work for Kalijah because he has dropped into P5, and now he's dropped into P6 because he's being overtaken by a Tony Kart, but wastes no time because as they head into turn number 13, he takes the position back once again. Kalijah heads down into turn number 16. He's vulnerable at the start of this race. Head went over the shoulder just to look at what his gap was as they were heading through the final sector of the first lap. And it's all getting busy in our second pack of karts, but it's Iskandar Solfakari that takes the race lead. Very calm, very settled from Solfakari. He's just thinking about the way he's driving this track. We've got moves then into turn number 3 and up the hill. Not somewhere that we actually see drivers overtake much, but it can be done. I think it can be done around any corner in this track if you have the right momentum, if you have the right rev number out of these OKJ engines. They head back down through turn number 11 then and will head towards turn number 12. No moves will be on for our front pack because it's spread out slightly here, Anthony. Early stages, but it's settled down for our top 5.
Certainly so, and they stay in formation with Solfakari leading from Sell and Endo. Let's see what happens then as they progress down the hill, because it's getting a little bit close there between Endo Arata and Lucas Sell. The second and third place battle is on. There's a look at intermediate classifications. Like we were saying, Zulfikari, with those 2 wins earlier on, now leads that intermediate classification. Kalija, who is down in P5 right now, is going to suffer there. He's going to lose out to Henry Domain. So Domain now is in a strong position. Not on track. He's watching from the sidelines. But Kalija is going to fight this one back, I can imagine, because the driver from Australia has just put in a 102.577 and is starting to close in once more on that lead group. Still no change then between those top 5 as we go live on board on the left-hand side with Lucas Sells. And looking at those live pictures from the outside, you can see the driver from Japan of the likes of Endo Arata sitting right there. Had a 3rd place earlier on, a 4th place yesterday. I would think would like a 2nd, maybe even a qualifying heat win over the course of this weekend. And you can see how close he closes in under braking. But this time around, not able to find his way through. There's a big lunge in the background just behind, though, and that's Kalija sending it on Luke Tal. And you could just see that there from the onboard camera, and as well, I think, from the outboard cameras as well. So it's all kicking off just behind this one, Nicole, as now Kalija is continuing that charge up back through this field.
The young driver from Australia didn't have the start that he wanted. There we've got the CRG driver of Mats van Rooyen pull over on the side of the track. Then he knows he's out. He's walked straight back over the circuit. He knows he can't even attempt to restart that car. He's done for this race. But back to Kalija then, the young driver from Australia who's heading into turn number 12 and having a look over his shoulder to see the drivers behind. He didn't have the start that he wanted, but he was faster than Luke Tal in the previous lap by about 3/10 and wasted no time to overtake through turn number 16. He's on the charge then because he sends a huge lunge up the inside of Endo Arata into turn number 16. Absolutely no time wasted. He is on the charge, and the next driver he's going to be going after is Sells in 2nd.
Yeah, it certainly will be, and eyes will focus on that battle, and you can see the gaps there on your screen between these drivers. Some of the stats as well. Endo Arata, who started this one P5, only up now the 1 place in P4, and is a 10th behind the likes of William Kalija, who is down 1 position at the moment, started 2nd and now currently 3rd. So you can imagine these drivers wanting to push a little forward, and for Endo Arata, this actually might be a good situation to be in, because now he can try and latch on to the back of Kalija. However, a driver from Japan just struggling a little bit there on the exit of turn number 11, running a little bit wide and now into the clutches of Luke Tal. Eyes focusing on the rest of the field there as well, as overtakes happening thick and fast. Michael Magoy has got past Daniel Miron, that's a P9. But eyes watching this one here. Here's the lunge, big lunge there for Kalija, and to be expected. He's back into P2, and now he's back into 2nd in that intermediate classification.
Kalija there loves to show us how good he is at that overtake into turn number 16. I reckon we've seen it from him so many times. I think he probably sits at home like practicing it without the car, because it just looks like second nature to that driver.
Well, again, we've seen it time in and time out over the course of this weekend. Those drivers going for those late lunges down in towards 15 and 16. So easy to do here at the circuit of Campillos because the track is so wide. It's a really open braking zone. And because so many drivers have been utilising the inside and the outside line for the braking zone there, it means there's a lot of rubber that has gone down all over the circuit, meaning that there isn't really a dirty part of the track into that braking zone. So many drivers have found it relatively easy to get that move done. Down into that braking zone. Here they head down into it again, in towards 15 and 16, but this time around no lunges on that part of the track. We are on lap 6, we'll be going on to lap 7. We're nearing the end of this race, Nicole, and Zulfikari is looking so strong. The pole sitter from time qualifying, a really strong result he's had, and a really strong weekend he's having so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think Forza, the team in orange and black, could have asked for too much more of Zulfikari throughout this weekend's worth of racing so far. Mats van Rooyen, then, your driver, the 250, who had pulled over on the side of the circuit, is now under investigation. So we'll find out a little bit later on what that was about. You know, had he caused an incident, and that is why he found himself on the side of the track. But eyes on then, because it's getting a little bit feisty between this group of drivers who are heading into turn number 12. So we have Endo Arata, Luke Tau, Julian Frasnelli and Giacomo Giusto fighting things out there. Driver at the front, though, Iskender Sulfakari, going back to him, who he leads by 1.5 seconds. You know, what a start to this European campaign. Last year, maybe didn't have the season he would have liked, didn't have the season that he's maybe had worked for, but for 2025, I know it's a long championship. I know we're only at the first round, but he looks like a contender.
He certainly does. As we go on to the final lap of this race, that lead still, like you say, stays at 1.5 seconds. The eyes are focused on the battle just behind Sells and Endo Arata. They are the ones that we're keeping an eye on. We go on board with Luca Sell from that second row of the grid at the start of this race. Just looking back at Endo Arata, and again, just so much more confident on the brakes down in towards turn number 10 and 11, was able to close in. You can see the defensive lines in the background there as well. That's Luke Tal and Julian Frasnelli, the Victory Lane and the Tony Kart drivers, going wheel to wheel in the background. In fact, they've actually gone side by side. You can see that from the right-hand side of your screen. Luke Tal has lost out on not only one, but two places, because through has gone the Parallel Motorsport card as well of Giacomo Giusto also. But eyes will stay at the front, because as across the line, Iskender Sulfakari takes the win on track, maintains the intermediate classification lead, maximum points to his name. The driver from Turkey will head into his fourth qualifying heat of 5 over this weekend, leading by quite, well, not a significant margin, because, of course, Kalijah still sits second, and that's a strong race for them. And you can imagine, you said it at the start of the race, Nicole, would Sulfakari back the pack up to allow Kalijah to come alongside? If they had that talk, of course, from Dean Paracca, from the Fusion team, just to say, for the Forza team, sorry, I should say, just to say, hey, don't battle. That's probably the reason why he went for it at the start. But it all worked out in the end for a Forza Racing 1-2 finish there, and there is the look at the intermediate classification domain down to third. But Nicole, that's a really close top 3 there. That is not a driver who is leading by 30, 40 points. He's only clear by 6 points, and then just behind only of 3 points. There's a look at your full results then on your screen. Iskender Sulfakari taking the win from William Kalijah, Lucas Sells from Endo Arata. Julian Frasnelli, good race there, 4 places gained, and he rounds out the top 5. Giusto finishing in P6 from Luke Tal. Turner Brown from Michael Bacau, who gained 8 places to finish inside the top 10. And Jeremy Rivers rounding out to the top 10 with a 5-place gain. Daniel Miron and Kasper Reipold from Maxim Bobachov, Andrea Mani from Sebastian Eskandari, Drew Waltz from Alex Malota and Matteo Rivals. Alexander Lazarus and Jala Seyer go round out the top 20 from Zhang Jose and Oliver Warner. Martin Bertolacini and Jelena Simmons round out the top 24. Jos Mulder, Mika Runitz, and they round out the top 26 finishers. Daniil Kutkov and Mats van Rooyen, the 2 retirements. Didn't see what happened to Daniil Kutkov, but hopefully all okay at the end of that race. There is your drivers back in towards Parc Ferme. And there is your race winner from that one, and still maintaining his intermediate classification points lead, Iskender Sulfakari. Nicole, this is how it all transpired, and like we said at the start of that one, good stuff for the inside row. Kalijah just getting swamped into the pack there.
Yeah, Iskender, as they headed through the first corner then, was very aware of his teammate, because you could see him looking over his shoulder just to see where Kalijah was, probably just making sure they weren't too close to each other, did not want to touch his teammate from Australia. This was the moment there where it all got a bit feisty for our second pack of drivers. We had driver changes through the last sector, turn number 16.
And the rest of the races as well, because again, these drivers just pushing their way through in that background. You were seeing those overtakes coming thick and fast. A big shame for Turner Brown. He was in a good spot in the early stages.
He just pulled over.
Yeah, no, I think that was Danil Kutskov, or no, was that Mats van Rooyen? That was the CRG in the 250. And in fact, I think it might be, is it a wheel problem he's got there?
It almost looks like one of the pods was scraping on one of the rear wheels, and he maybe couldn't get the drive out of it.
Yeah, I think maybe some contact happening there, and it's pushed the bumper in at some point. So that is how we lost Mats van Rooyen then, but still a question mark over that one. Still not sure of how we lost Danil Kutskov on the same lap, actually. So maybe it was a bit of contact between those two then. Again, question mark. That's complete speculation. Right, the rest of the highlights from that one, you were seeing those overtakes coming in thick and fast at the end of that one. Giacomo Giusto pushing it through in the end, just getting it up into P6. But across the line, Iskender Solfakari maintains his intermediate classification lead. And so far for him, the Turkish driver is looking at a perfect weekend with pole position and now 3 qualifying heat wins out of 3. Well, more races coming up. Okay, qualifying heat A versus D is coming up next out on track. And all the way throughout this season, dramas have been happening. News has been flooding the paddock, of course, with drivers getting recognised by Formula programs out there. We were talking about it in a previous race, of course. Williams, Alpine, Ferrari have been looking into the paddock. But also, McLaren have been looking at our drivers. And back in July in 2024, the young man who starts this one on the front row of the grid, Dries van Langendonk, did become one of those latest drivers who became a young driver for the McLaren program. And here's what he had to say ahead of this weekend.
Obviously you have Joe, who's a very experienced driver, and I know he's always going to be around. And yeah, I mean, I'm obviously going to learn a lot from him as well. It's good to have him as a teammate. And yeah, I mean, first couple of races have been good already. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the championship. My dad's under a lot less stress. Financially, really. Also, they've been preparing me a lot for their Formula stuff, but also for karting, and it's good just to have McLaren for my physical and mental strength. So yeah, they've just been helping me in every aspect to perform the best on track. We've been working a lot on the engines. We're struggling a bit of that over the year, but yeah, we've all round been working on both the engine and the chassis. So yeah, I mean, quite confident going into the FIA. I'm gonna, take it as it goes, see how it goes, and I think the only thing that I can control is the way my driving is, and yeah, that's just gonna be the main factor that I'm gonna keep improving myself on.
Oh, really great to catch up there with Dries van Langendonk ahead of this weekend. There he is on your screen, starting this one on the front row of the grid, of course, announced with the McLaren program in the middle of last year. This will be his first full season racing with that backing. And of course, like you're saying, lots has changed over the course of that time, and gotta say, nice to see the McLaren colours out there, because he's running with the Prema team. This is what caught me off at the start of this weekend. I think that's a Prema, but it's orange and black. What's up with that one? So the papaya colours, though, are in show. On the other side, though, another big story from this weekend. We talked about it earlier on. Chiara Battig, of course, brilliant qualifying and brilliant qualifying heat earlier on, taking that race win at the front. It was a lights to flag, another really, really strong contender for a final win at the end of this weekend, Nicole.
Yeah, so Chiara, she's had a third in her first heat, that heat where we saw a bit of rain come down yesterday, and then she had a lights to flag win, like you just said, Anthony, in the first heat of today for the seniors. Chiara then, she's just on such a charge throughout this weekend. The board has gone up, and she's going to say her final good, her mechanic is going to say final good lucks before they head out of the grid then. But Chiara just looks so strong. Dries, I think yesterday had a bit of a difficult day. He just looked like he was lacking a little bit of pace, a little bit out of position to him. He finished with a P5 and a P9. There we have on your screen then Filippo Sala, the 108. He's with the Forza team for 2025. Previously has been with Ricky Flynn, but has jumped teams. Wouldn't have jumped machinery because they both race on OTK, so he wouldn't probably have had too much to adjust to, but he's come into this, same driver as what we see every year, fast.
Yeah, the only thing that's changed is the colour. It's gone from blue to orange now,
Yes.
from the Lando Norris to the Esprit chassis that he's rocking with the Forza Racing team. Yeah, great to see them out there as well. Another driver who has really shone this weekend as well, Jenson Burnett, starting alongside. But we'll talk about those results a little bit later on as the engines have fired up. Drivers making their way out onto the circuit. It is the Senior OK qualifying heat A versus D. Coming up next, let's quickly take you through that full starting lineup. As you can see in the background there, Nicole, clouds once again looming in the background. I'm not going to say anything though. Chiara Batig and Dries van Langendonk go from row number 1. Filippo Sala and Jenson Burnett on row number 2. Oliver Kinmark and Vladimir Ivanikov round out the top 6. They go from row number 3. Clovis Nugarade and Leo Nilsson go from row 4. They'll be joined by James Anagnosiadis and Gino Rocchio on row 5. Luke Kornda and Armin Carrier Osman round out an all-German row number 6. Row number 7 sees Oliver Rasmussen and, for Greece, Stylianos Kolovos.
Row number 8, then it's Great Britain's Zach Green for his first year in the OK grid. We then have Maria Neto sat alongside him. On row number 9, we have Zhao Zhijun with Casper Henriksen, and on 10, we have Francois Cardal with Sky Parker. Row number 11 then is Aloy Girardet with Fasto Onado, and on 12 we have Cora Firhand with Alexander Chartier. Starting from 13 is Italy and the UAE with Peter Stiller and Zach Dole. On 14 is Carl Luthart with Lucas Gayson, and rounding out our grid of 30 drivers, on 29th is Daniel Hiritse from the Czech Republic and Franciszek Kugelski on 30th for Poland.
Well, again, another packed group of drivers in this one. 30 kart field. Of course, that will change going into those Suzuki finals later on this weekend. There is another look at race control. Still hard at work in there, keeping an eye on all of these races. FIA head of race control, Chris Lambret, in the middle, joined by Joanna Falcao in the foreground, David Manchester in the background. Keeping an eye on the 40-plus cameras they have got situated around the circuit, also in Parc Fermé in the pre-grid and the grid itself, so you can't get away with anything, not even picking off the nose.
There is... There's no hiding.
There's no hiding, not at all. Sorry, Nicole, I caught you off guard there with that one. Right, sun again, it's back and forth here. It's super cloudy. It's still pretty windy out there. And, of course, the rolling hills here just hide those big clouds.
Got a sunny half of the track and a cloudy half of the track.
Yeah, indeed. But it's a large circuit here. It takes me back to Silverstone many moons ago. I was there, young lad, watching it. I was saying, why is it
Black and white times.
Black and white times. I say, why is it sunny on one corner? Why is it raining at another? What's going on? Magic is happening. We've not seen that here, though. Right, drivers into the tram lines. Are we going racing? The answer to that is yes, and it's a good start for the inside road. Keep an eye, though, on the likes of James Anagnosiadis, who sweeped out of the pack there and got 2 wheels on the grass at the start there, but amazingly keeps control of it. Chiara Batig holds on to the lead of this one as they climb up the hill for the first time then. You'll see Filippo Sala, who also started on that inside row, there in P2, and is having a good start as well, but already has lost out on a chunk of time, is not able to match the pace of that victory lane wagon of Chiara Batig, who continues to break away. Van Langendonk is there in P3, has had a good start there, only losing out on that one position, but still in a strong position right now as the rest of the field closes in. You're seeing the other one of the victory lanes there by the looks of it. That might be the Koski of Oliver Kinmark, who's had a relatively good start. Again, 2 very familiar looking karts, both with very dark liveries. It is indeed the Koski kart. Through for a change in second place, Dries van Langendonk is into P2, Nicole.
He is indeed, and that start where James Anagnosiadis just got things wrong over the start-finish line hasn't put him off at all, because he has jumped up by 3 positions to sit there in P6. But here is your battle for second position as it's getting busy between Filippo Sala, Oliver Kinmark and Jensen Burnett. Dries van Langendonk, though, is going to be on the charge to try and catch up from Chiara Batigue. But Chiara Batigue, our race leader, our previous heat winner and our pole sitter, is doing a great job out there. She looks settled, she looks calm. We'll see if she cracks under the pressure of the McLaren driver who is chasing her into turn number 12, but so far she's out there, she's leading a calm and controlled drive. Doesn't look like she's made any mistakes just yet. We'll see if Dries van Langendonk can find some pace to catch up from her. She's leading by just over half a second. We'll come out of turn number 17 and 18 still in the lead, and we've got a change there between Filippo Sala and I believe that's Oliver Kinmark. So it's now Chiara Batigue from Van Langendonk, Kinmark from Sala and Burnett.
Yeah, indeed. So Kinmark making that move. Sala now on the back foot. This is Fastainado in the early stages of that race. Unfortunately, just getting tangled up on the top end of the circuit. You can see there were 4 wide there, and there is high risk of tyre problems if you do continue to drive on that outside of the circuit. It's very rough. There's big rocks out there as well. You've got to be super, super careful. But unfortunately, tumbling down the order there. Sky Parker, unfortunately, just picking up a warning flag in this one. That doesn't come with a 5-second, but is just a warning flag. But we'll have to be careful in this race. Eyes on the rest of them, though. Batigue breaking away, half a second clear from Dries van Langendonk, who is in turn another second clear from Kinmark. Van Langendonk is closing in, though, here, Nicole. That gap is down very slowly as Sala retakes third place. Here comes Kinmark round the outside. Here comes Jensen Burnett. Here comes James Anagnostidis. All 4 of them. Look at that. 2 rows of 2. They've sorted themselves out. And now Sala leads that train.
They absolutely have sorted themselves out, but look at James Anagnostidis now, because Australia has arrived and he has overtaken Jensen Burnett going through turn number 5. Didn't even think about that move. Burnett just left the door open ever so slightly. James Anagnostidis opened it and said, I am here. The next driver then he is going to be thinking about is Filippo Sala, the Italian who is in front of him. Checks over his shoulder to see what the gap is to Kinmark behind him, but watch Anagnostidis. To me, out there by, driving pace, he looks so quick, and I think he's going to be catching up to Filippo very shortly.
Yeah.
Intermediate classification is on your screen then. Chiara Batigue, our race leader, is your leader of the classification. We have a move there. Jensen Burnett has overtaken Kinmark for P5. Back to your classification, though, it is Chiara Batigue that leads with 141 points from Thomas Pradier in second and Drummond in third.
Indeed. Again, I'm looking back at my results. I don't think we've had a solid winner in the seniors so far this weekend. We had the strong start, but they've always had those thirds or fourths or anything like that. So it really does shake up that order a little bit, but Chiara Batigue still leading that one pretty comfortably, I would say, at the front of this one. I was thinking Van Langendonk was closing in. However, that gap's now just shy of 0.6 of a second, despite the fact that Van Langendonk has got the fastest lap of this race. Chiara on this one has just gone purple in sector number 1, so she is still maintaining that gap, and if anything, increasing it. James Anagnostidis has now closed in on Filippo Sala. That battle is going to be unfolding. And while we wait for that battle to unfold, let's have a look a little further down the order. Peter Stiller this time around having a better race. He's up 5 places and him to beat 20. We saw him retire in a previous race earlier on today. Zach Green is in a good position as well, the same as Zhao Zijun. Both of them also 5 places gained. But of course, the driver who we're focusing on the most, James Anagnostidis of Australia, 5 places gained also, is closing in on Filippo Sala for 3rd place. And that is the battle on your screen. Chiara Batigue with the fastest lap of the race, though, Nicole, continues to break away comfortably at the front.
She does indeed. She is continuing to lead from Dries van Langendonk, but we'll talk again about this battle for second, because James Anagnostidis is reeling Filippo Sala in corner by corner. He just looks like he's got the legs on him. Will he be able to set something up between 15 and 16 to go in? No, not quite yet. Anagnostiadis decides to send it now in down the inside through turn number 17, gets the move done. I thought he might have had a look up 16, but no, he waited, was patient, and did it through turn number 17 and didn't lose any time to the group behind. As I say that though, Jensen Burnett looks like he's picked up a little bit of pace because he's catching to his Forza teammate of Filippo Sala. Warning flags are out then for the 166 Portuguese driver of Maria Neto. She will have to be careful for the rest of this race. She's currently sat in P18, but that's going to drop her down the order.
Well, it won't drop it down too far because remember it's just a warning flag in FIA racing, so no penalty is applied to the drivers. Eyes on this one though, as now the two Forza teammates of Sala and Burnett start to go wheel to wheel in this one. So we'll keep a very close eye on what is happening over the course of this next few laps. Van Langendonk, though, not closing in on Fatigue. That gap is opening up, and Agnostiadis is another 3 seconds further down the road, as down the inside, Burnett goes down the inside at turn 17, and Sala drops down to P5. And I think the reason, Nicole, we're seeing these moves at turn 17 now is because drivers are expecting it into turn 16. So they go defensive into that one. That then scrubs their speed off. They then lose momentum, and then it lines them up perfectly into turn 17. So it's a false sense of security for the drivers down in towards turn 16.
Yeah, I would agree. Actually, it does look like they're tightening things up slightly from what they were doing in practice, because they've probably identified, you know, if you're too wide there, it might be faster, but you're leaving yourself so vulnerable from the drivers behind, because drivers can go in from so far behind. Talking of a driver that's gone in then, that is a Birol taking the overtake. So that was Vladimir Ivanikov overtaking Oliver Kinmark for 6th position. Vladimir Ivanikov having a great showing for the Birol Art team here at the first round. He did unfortunately have a disqualification yesterday after a top 3 for a technical non-compliance, but that's not put him off because he sat there in the top 10 very comfortably. Talking then about our race leader, Chiara Batigue, I thought maybe she would start to crack under that papaya pressure behind her, but she hasn't. She continues to be faster than Dries van Langendonk by about 2/10 of a lap. Great job out there by the victory lane driver, who's heading back down through sector number 1 and heads into sector number 2. Turns out of turn number 11, will head back down into turns number 12. Your race leader started first, currently first, no position changes, so calm throughout this weekend. I thought maybe the pressure of being on pole, being the first female in 25 years to get an FIA result like that would potentially, you know, pile on too much pressure, but not one bit. She looks unfazed. She looks settled as she'll head out of turn number 18 to meet the last lap board. And again, she's faster than Van Langendonk. You couldn't ask for more than of Chiara throughout this race.
No, you certainly couldn't, and that gap increasing to 1.6 seconds now for these drivers. And there is Van Langendonk pushing his way through nicely. Just watch him here now as they go down the hill, because of course they're pushing super hard on these karts just down the hill. You can see it puts so much strain on the kart, and you can just see as they push through how much pressure they put on those Prime Maxi's tyres as well as they push through around this lap. There is Chiara Batigue, though, continuing to break away, despite the fact that, yes, is being at the front, doesn't look like she's really forcing the kart through the corners, losing the back end here or there. It's just solid. It's planted to the track. It's pushing through nicely. She is controlling this race beautifully and is going to take it to the checker flag.
Yeah, almost a 2-second lead by Chiara Batigue then. No mistakes, no overdriving. Looks up at the mechanics grandstand, probably to find her victory lane mechanic, who I'm sure is giving a signal there to say, well done. What a drive. She's led that whole race, light to flag finish, the same as what she did this morning for her first heat. So it's Chiara Batigue is your race winner, from Van Langendonk in second. James Anagnostiadis gets himself into third. Jensen Burnett in fourth, and Vladimir Ivanikov then finishes that race in P5. Your intermediate classification after that heat, our race leader, Chiara Batigue, is your IC leader with 141 points. She leads from Thomas Pradier there in second, and Zach Drummond of Scotland in third with 126. We then have Anik Nostiadis from Ramakas and Kostoya, so they're your top 6 currently in the intermediate classification. Of course, more heats to go, so that will potentially change, but that's what it looks like for the moment. There on your screen then is the race results after that heat. So your top 5 was down to Vladimir Ivanikov. We then have Filippo Sala, Oliver Kinmark, Zach Green, Leo Nilsson and Amin Kara Osman as your top 10. Clovis Nougare, Casper Henriksen, Zhao Zhizhen, Gino Rocchio and Francois Cardel take us to 15th. Luke Cordner, Maria Neto, Peter Stiller and Quara Furhand. We then have Stylianos Kolovos in 20th. Drivers who have lost a few positions were Sky Parker. We then have Carl Luthart in 22nd, Oliver Rasmussen, Fasto Onado, Franciszek Kugelski, Alexander Chartier, Lucas Geisen and Daniel Haritze. Difficult race then for Zach Delay of the UAE, finishing in 29th, and then Aloy Girardet was your 30th driver, but no laps were completed. There on your screen then is Chiara Batig. She's come in, the 151 of Switzerland, race winner. You couldn't have asked for more, Anthony.
No, certainly couldn't, and not afraid of those front running positions is that young lady from Switzerland, and certainly a very strong performance here in the European Championships. Let's have a look at that start. Shaky moment there for Anik Nostiadis. You can see he pulled out of the slipstream. He then went wheel to wheel with Ivanikov and nearly forced him off the track there, but both of them still in the race. You can see there the train started to form. You can see that Ivanikov was actually sandwiched there in that top pack. That might have put drama on his nose cone. There was Frassaonado at the start of this race. Unfortunately, the Argentine getting squeezed out of the track, the driver for the DPK Racing team. Just dropping down the order, but still a relatively decent result from him, only dropping 2 places, finishing in P24. Changes coming thick and fast. Dries van Langendonk getting up into second place and would stay there, would not lose any more positions. Then the battles happened further behind. You had the Forza drivers pushing through, Jensen Burnett and Filippo Sala. Sala was controlling that third place spot for quite some time. However, at the end of that race would drop down to 6th place, but across the line they would go, be very, very close at that point, because that was where it was the 4-cut battling away, and then it was when you were starting to see the likes of James Anik Nostiadis getting involved in that fight, Nicole, and Anik Nostiadis pushing it all the way up to 3rd place, gaining those little positions one after another. Absolutely was. I think that was the moment where Australia arrived to this scene, because once James caught up to Filippo Sala, he was, on the charge. There was no stopping him. No, certainly wasn't. And all the way for the end of that race, again, more little overtakes happening. Again, Vladimir Ivanikov just getting it down the inside. Kinmark in the early stages was looking strong. Later, just eking back into the order. And Ivanikov able to get through. Cross the line, though, and clear by some way. Chiara Batig on her way to looking for a pole position start in those super heats tomorrow, Nicole, and maybe even that final. That's going to be one to watch, but you'll catch that tomorrow. But don't go anywhere, because there's still plenty of racing to go. We are down to the last 2 races before we head into the lunch break here. And then before the lunch break is over, we'll be back with our brand new studio in 2025. Make sure you don't miss that one. We'll be going over some of the highlights from those races. OK, Junior, though, qualifying Heat B versus E is going to be heading out onto the circuit next. And we're back with some front runners here. Dean Hugendorn, Antonio Bazzonia, but Noah Baglin as well on this grid, on the second row of the grid. We did catch up with him at the beginning of this weekend. The big news that came out of the paddock, announced as one of the latest drivers in many, many years with the Ferrari Academy. Well, here's what he had to say at the start of this weekend.
Yeah, it's amazing just to have it in my career to be a Ferrari Driver Academy, and to be honest, we just have to stay there and perform well and move on from there, I guess. Hopefully I can follow his footsteps and do the same thing here, but we'll see, and we can see what we can do today. It's a very fast and flowing track, and you need to be very smooth and just keep the tyres up to temperature, but not too hot so it doesn't overheat and slide. But yeah, that's all I can really say, to be honest. Short, to the point on that one. Nice to see,
Noah Baglin doing some really good things over the course of this weekend, and still fighting with his fellow teammate with the Williams backing, Dean Hugendorn. These two have had a pretty top-and-turvy weekend. Earlier on, though, a much stronger result for both of them, having a much calmer race as well.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of drama go on between the two teammates earlier on in this weekend, but since then they've both calmed down, worked together a little bit more. You know, you probably realised you're not... It's not Williams versus Ferrari just yet. It's currently, you're both in the Prema team.
Yeah.
Come on, boys, let's
get
kind
on
of
with
work
it.
together.
Yeah. Look back at previous years gone by. Baglin, I would say, in 2024, 7th in the European Championship. So, again, looking to see what he can do. Antonio Pizzonia, though, is a new name bracing the OK Junior category, and so far shone in the scene, like you say, starting it on the front row of the grid. Not the best scorer because he was in Group E, but still fastest of that group with a pretty decent time, and he starts it on the front row of this grid.
Yeah, I agree. He's with Fusion, which they're not new this year, but they were new last year to the OK Racing. You know, wasted no time in really picking things up. Fusion, you know, known all over the world to be a very quick team. They come into OK Racing and they're right at the sharp end of the field. And Antonio Pizzonia then new into this and has come into it, you know, fresh driver, nothing to really lose. And he's gone out, he's doing a great job. P5 earlier, what more, you know?
Couldn't ask for much more.
No.
No,
as a rookie year, you couldn't.
No, exactly. Well, let's see what happens then in this race as the drivers make their way out on track for qualifying Heat B versus E. Let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup then. Dean Hugendorn and Antonio Pizzonia go from row number 1. Noah Baglin and Dan Aleman round out row 2. Evan Purcell and Gustavo da Silva of Portugal go from row number 3. Ludovico Mazzola and Jean-Matteo Rousseau round out row number 4. And the top 8, Mariano Lopez and Roland Nagy go from row 5. Alessandro Truchot and Jesse Phillips go from row 6. They'll have Asher Oshdin and Amir Sabrov on row number 7.
Second part of your grid then, and drivers with work to do will be Pietro Boguti and Denny Babacek on row number 8. On 9 is Lucas Bonhomme with Oliveri Sini, and on 10 we have Manny Nuvolini, who suffered 2 DNFs yesterday with Enia Bersuto. On 11 we have Archie Lovett with Emiliano Hernandez, and on 12 we have Leonardo Gorski with Henry Constant Kumpen. On 13 is Marcel Jebo with Billy van Sterven, and rounding out your grid of 28 drivers, for the Czech Republic we have Tobias Sejenyi, and for the Lithuania we have Vanessa Schilkenator.
Reports once again, Rizzuto not out on track, so we need to find out what has happened to the Italian rocking for the Kart Republic Motorsport team. There's a look at the cafe viewing area there, and the staff here at the Campillos circuit putting up the big awning. That came in really handy yesterday with all the R-word stuff. I'm not saying it. And then, of course, you've got the grandstands there as well out on circuit. But, Nicole, we've had some brilliant races over the course of the morning half of today. Plenty more is going to be coming up the later half, of course, today. If you're watching on this one, some new additions, of course. The camera, you can see us. Unfortunately, I do apologise about that. But then, of course, you've also got the studio, though, is just out there. That is where we're going to be seeing some really cool stuff. We've got some interviews. We might have some drivers coming up. We might have some replays as well to kind of show you. Plenty is going to be happening over the course of the 2025 season. Very much looking forward to it. Drivers making their way down into the bottom section of the circuit. This is where it all starts to heat up, because again it's getting to that latter part of the weekend now.
Time.
It's getting to crunch time. This is where we'll start to see those new tyres be applied. We're going into the next round of qualifying heats after this one. So it's really going to start to shake up. Out of the final corner, are we going racing? Yes, we are. It's a brilliant start for the inside row this time around. And Pizzonia has to slot into around P3, but there's sideways moments as one of the Ward Racing carts goes off the track, and a multitude of other carts as well get involved. I think the Ward cart in that top section might have been Dan Aleman, who got a little bit sideways at the start of that race, and then that's just started a trickle effect further down the order, and a multitude of carts have had a moment out there, not including the likes of Roland Nagy, Alessandro Truchot as well, and I think maybe Pietro Boguti as well, could have been one of them, but Dan Aleman has had a moment. He is off the track already.
And whilst we've been focusing on those drivers who have lost out completely, Noah Baglin finds himself leading the way from Antonia Pizzonia. Then it is Dean Hugendorn who has dropped to P4, but now Pizzonia is being overtaken by the Birrell Art driver going into turn number 16. Baglin then has wasted no time in the early stages of this race because he finds himself in a nice little lead out there. He's leading the way by 0.7 of a second over Gustavo da Silva. Then it's Antonia Pizzonia in third, and Dean Hugendorn dropped 3 positions, now is in P4. We'll see what Hugendorn does as they head through this lap, because he will pick himself back up. You can watch him do that as they head back up the hill. Then will he have a look on the Fusion driver as they head more towards our overtaking hotspots? Gustavo da Silva, though, doing a great job this weekend. He had a good result earlier on in his heats, checks over his shoulder to the Fusion driver, who tries to have a look up the inside, but now has to defend from Hugendorn as they head into turn number 13. But Hugendorn has lost a position again. Now it's to that's a Forza driver. That's Rousseau. So Rousseau, he's promoted himself by 4 positions after only 2 laps. Make that 5, because now he gets himself into third.
Yeah, he certainly does. He's making his way through the field pretty nicely then. We go on to lap number 3 of this race. And just to confirm the start of that race, Dan Aleman and Alessandro Truchot, they are out of this race. You saw brief clips of them as back down the inside there. Hugendorn is back on the charge once more, gets down the inside of Pizzonia and moves up into P4 as Baglin sets the fastest lap of the race and is trying to open up that gap. Other drivers involved in that one, like I say at the start, Roland Nagy was one of them. The 4th driver who I misread earlier on, it was Amir Sabrov who was caught out in that first opening lap. With these moments that have been happening out there, that's shaken up the intermediate classifications just a little bit. Baglin now leads it 185, Hugendorn with 155 points. But they stay line astern right now. But of course, that will all change if Zulfikari comes back out again, which he will. He will go back up to the top if he takes, of course, another qualifying heat win. Eyes on this battle further down the order. Or Pizzonia and Purcell going wheel to wheel. And unfortunately, Purcell will have to hold on to P6 at the moment. Remember, he's never finished outside the top 5 so far yet as Evan Purcell. He does not want to start that right now, as Lopez sees a warning flag is in the eyes of the officials and will need to be careful. On to lap number 4 now of 8 at the halfway point of this race, and now Dean Hugendorn sets the fastest lap of the race. That is that battle you're seeing here. Jean-Matteo Rousseau just ahead. May have got past earlier on, but that fight is certainly not over just yet, Nicole.
Absolutely not. And a bit further back in your field, then we've got some big movers in 7th, 8th and 9th, because Asher Ostein, Lucas Bonholm and Pietro Baguti are working really hard to fight up the order and grab some positions, because at the end of the day, like we said earlier, we're getting closer and closer to crunch time now, and these drivers are starting to think about those super heats that we'll be heading into. A driver that will be thinking about that is Dean Hugendorn, who has overtaken Juan Mateo Russo for 3rd position. So the Williams driver there is back on the charge after a difficult start to this race. He will now be going after the Birrell Art driver of Da Silva. Da Silva, though, going up the hill. Noah Baglin is not even going to be within his sights, I don't believe, because Baglin now leads the way by 1.5 seconds. Baglin, like we said previously, is leading our IC. Noah, 7th last year within this competition, has come into the 2025 season with eyes on him. He knows he's going to be one of those drivers to beat. He's showing us that within this race. But Hugendorn there is heading into turn number 12 and is catching Da Silva as they head into the corner. Is he going to have enough time to catch up? Not currently sure, but he's also got to think about the drivers behind, because Juan Mateo Russo in 4th position is looking quick. Hugendorn then heads down into turn number 16, gets his head down towards the steering wheel just to duck under that wind that is out there. We can see out of the commentary box it is windy, because the wind turbines show us that, you know, there's wind out there. The drivers in the tow are going to be slightly quicker. Here is the battle for second as they head up the hill through the first sector. The gap between these two drivers then is just under about 0.2 of a second, and Hoogendoorn, corner by corner, is getting faster and faster. He's using the Birelart driver as his reference point. He knows he can go in slightly harder, slightly faster on the brakes, hold the car, control the slide, and get up onto his bumper. Let's see if he has a look then into number 12. We know it's a hot spot. No, he doesn't. The Prema driver continues to sit there, nice and controlled. Did reel him in on the brakes, though, as they went into that, and tries to have a look into turn number 13. Doesn't have the legs to get it done. Very difficult thing to do into turn number 13, because if you sacrifice too much speed out of 12, you slide too much, you kill the revs. That's not what he's done in turn 17, though, because he's made the move, and now the Williams driver for Prema, Dean Hoogendoorn, is in second behind his Prema teammate Noah Baglin.
Certainly is, albeit 2.3 seconds, a little further down the road, so he's got a bit of work to do to try and close that gap up, and with them being on lap number 7 of 8, that's going to be easier said than done. So he's going to try and have to hold off this second place position from De Silva for the remainder of this race, but if we can open away, absolutely fine on that one. Eyes looking further back then as we continue this race. There has been some overtakes in the background. Tobias Jenny is having a good little race on this one. 11 places gained, is now up to P16. Henrik Constant Kumpen as well, 11 places gained, is having a good race. He's up into P13 so far in this race. Overtakes as well on that one. Olivier Sini has got up into 18th place, has re-overtaken Mani Nuvolini, who over the course of today has needed some good results. Of course, Nuvolini was saying earlier on in the weekend with a couple of DNFs. There's the gap. You can see still 2.3 there, Nicole, as we go on to the last lap of this race. For Baglin now, his mechanic has probably said on the sidelines, bring it back, ease it off, don't use those tyres too much. Yeah,
don't fall off the track, don't push too hard, and like you said, tyres, tyres, tyres. We've heard it so many times this weekend from drivers that the management is going to be really, really important on a tarmac like this and on a circuit like this where you're up and down in elevations. Drivers almost compare it to a bit of a roller coaster ride. You know, 1 minute you're going up a hill, then you're dropping back down. You've got corners on and off camber, which affects the way the kart slides. It's so important to just preserve that rubber that you've got. Of course, we only get 1.5 sets within this racing, so you're limited to what you can do. Here we go then, we've got a bit of action going on between our top 4 drivers heading out of the final sector. Here we go then, that is your race winner. Noah Baglin meets the checkered flag, wins this race by 2.1 seconds, unfazed, unchallenged within this heat. He'll go back into the Prema awning and know he's done a good job out there. I believe that could be the biggest race lead we've seen so far today in our heats. Like I said, Noah Baglin then, within that race, unchallenged. Yep, exactly that, and pushing his way through, just like it was to try and find him for that interview ahead of this weekend. He was running around the paddock while I was trying to find him. But there we go, did a brilliant job there, and like you say, clear by 2.1 seconds ahead of Dean Hoogendoorn. Gustavo da Silva finishing in P3 from Gianmatteo Rousseau, and Antonio Pizzonia rounding out the top 5 there. Very, very nicely done from them. But as you can see, it was a very close pack there between those top runners in that one, in the top 6. Less than a second separating third all the way down to P6 out on track. So very, very close between those 3 drivers. But as they will head back into Parc Ferme, all will get checked, of course. They'll get weighed, they'll get sorted out. There's a kart that's been stricken out on circuit. Actually lost quite a few drivers in the end of that race. Oh, and one of them being Mani Nuvolini at the end of that one after saying he was having a good run. There is a look at the full results on your screen. Ash Osteen finishing in P6 ahead of Evan Purcell. Lucas Bonholm from Ludovico Mazzola. Pietro Baguti finishing in a strong position in P10. Mariana Lopez from Archie Lovett. Jesse Phillips, Henry Constant Kupin, and Emiliano Hernandez finishing in P15. Tobias Jenny from Denny Babacek. Leonardo Gorski from Roland Nagy. Amir Sabarov from Marcel Sebu, Billy Van Slaven, and Vanessa Chilconator ran out the 23 finishes. Retirements in that race, Mani Nuvolini and Olivier Sini. Now, not sure what happened to those 2 drivers, but clearly we saw some karts there in the final section of the lap, so maybe
the two coming together there. And then, of course, you had the likes of Dan Aleman and Alessandro Truchot right at the start of the race. And let's have a look at the start of that race here, Nicole, because watch Dan Aleman. You can see him there. He's on the inside line in the 113. He then slots into 4th place. He's got the Birrell on the outside, and the front wheel makes contact with the rear wheel there of the Birrell of Gustavo da Silva, and it started a chain reaction all the way down the field.
It almost looked like he clipped a bit of the curb going into turn 1, and it just got him out of sorts. And like you said, his front end then just hit the rear end of another driver, and that was it. He was on the grass, and it was game over. Here we go then. This was the move for the race lead by Noah Baglin. He overtook his teammate of Dean Hoogendoorn as they were heading up towards turn number 8. It was from this moment onwards then that Noah just continued to gain that momentum and lead the entire race, drove off from the rest of the field. It got a bit busy then between Gustavo da Silva and Pizzonia as they were heading through turn number 16, just got themselves slightly out of sorts. Dean Hoogendoorn then capitalised on that later on in the race to finish in AP2. We had retirements from Ward drivers, and then going into turn number 12, this was the moment Pizzonia tried to take Gustavo da Silva back, just didn't have the legs, didn't quite have the bravery to go in and get the car stopped, and that meant that Hoogendoorn later on got back through. We had moves from Fusion drivers and Forza drivers throughout, and this is when Dean Hoogendoorn decided to light things back up again after dropping 4 positions earlier on in the race.
Yeah, indeed. And as that continued on all the way throughout, we saw those gaps increase. We saw gaps decrease as well. With drivers going for those moves. This was Evan Purcell battling away, trying to get through on the inside line there, but Antonio Pizzonia just denying the chance, holding it around the outside and almost getting a little bit on that Astro turf area. There again, Hoogendoorn pushing through pretty nicely in that latter stage, getting up back into 2nd place past Gustavo da Silva to try and hunt down his teammate. However, he was too far away. Big check over the shoulder from Baglin and just thinks, wow, okay.
Where is everyone?
Where is everyone? Yes, indeed. Well, one more race to go then before we head into the lunch break. And then after that lunch break, of course, we'll be starting with groups D and F for juniors and seniors. Groups A and C, D and E, A and F, and then B and C to round out the day before we go into the superheats tomorrow. We're going to take a short ad break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the senior Group B and E next.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, created for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Minerva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships, live here from Campillos in the south of Spain. The next race coming out on track very, very soon is the Senior OK qualifying Heat B versus E, and it will have the likes of Thibaut Ramekers and Jindra Peschel starting this one on the front row of the grid. Peschel, one driver who's rocking with the team that's in the background there, the Tony Kart racing team, this weekend. As you can see, some of the Kart Republic guys watching from the banners there on the ladders, the mechanics ladders that surround the circuit, because they all say, please don't put that branding up on the side of the circuit. It spoils our view. Well, sorry about that. You'll have to get a ladder out. They can see the grid getting themselves formed up. You can see Judge of Fact Ross Upton on the front there, just indicating that the 1 minute board is up, meaning we are moments away from starting this one. Nicole, in the seniors, it's been a little bit up and down for some of the drivers. We've not had solid race winners throughout of it. Of course, you would think maybe Thibaut Ramekers, who had dominated in the early stages, then in his race later on, unfortunately, went backwards. There is a certain Joe Turney who's scouring his phone. Nice to see that he uses that phone. I sent him a text yesterday saying you're late for your interview. He didn't read it. But yeah, it's nice to see that it does work.
Click to ignore.
Yeah, exactly. Understandable as well. Yeah, no, he's watching from the sidelines. A tough qualifying for him. He got caught out in that rain, though, didn't he?
Yeah, definitely. You know, Joe's experienced, he's our European champion, but it doesn't mean that things aren't difficult for all of the drivers out there. He's gone out in each heat and made up considerable positions, so we know that he will be probably at the sharp end of the field once again later on this weekend. There we have then FIA race director Nigel Edwards stood on our start-finish gantry. He'll be looking at all of the drivers down there on the circuit, especially on these starts, making sure everybody's behaving, making sure everybody's in the position they should be. Out of the grid then, we can hear our karts have gone. Anthony, let's take our audience through our grid.
Yes, indeed, and it is a busy one. 30 karts heading out onto the circuit. It all starts with that front row of Thibaut Ramekers and Jindra Peschel. Rounding out row number 1, Boris Leisen and Roman Kamiab go from row number 2. They'll have Elliot Kaczynski and Louis Cochet on row 3. Jacob Mikalev and Dean Pedersen go from row 4. They'll have Jacopo Martinez, had a good race earlier on, starting alongside Bernardo Bernaldi, an all-Italian, row 5. Daniel Keller and Lewis Werrell go from row 6, and they'll have Finland's Emilio Koivisto and Italy's Sebastiano Pavan on row 7.
Drivers who really need to start pushing within this heat then are Hugo Marti and Romeo Roussel, who start from row number 8. On 9, we have Bertram Sash on the Henzer kart with Wilma Svan, and on 10, we have Marcus Juncher with Jason Bralick. On 11 is Mark Brovko with Oscar Gallen, and on 12 is Sanja B with Ella Häkkinen. Row number 13 is Marcus Schilkunas, who suffered a DNF earlier on in the weekend, and so did Sebastian Korpeng on row number 13, who will be starting alongside him. 14, then we have 2 females. It's Luna Flusha and Sarah Matsoi. And rounding out our grid then is Makar Sevelev on P29, because we have no Jorn Helder on 30th position.
Indeed, so just 29 runners in this race, and there is a look at the mechanics stand on there, and you can see a smattering of them. You can see the Ward Racing team there, Rebecca Ward just there watching, team boss of the team, and just watching that from the sidelines, as well as all the mechanics of these drivers out on track who are in that area watching alongside. There's views from the tyre park, as of course drivers will have to give those ones back and then they retake them later on. Plenty of stuff is happening over the course of this paddock. It's not all about what's happening on circuit, it's a circus behind the scenes as well. So much happens over the course of the race
Probably
weekend.
more goes on
behind us, yes,
than on the track.
And I do implore, if anyone is local to Campillos who is watching here in Spain, if anyone is local to any of the rounds that we go to, of course, over the course of the season, come on down to the race weekends. It's an open paddock. Come on down, have a look at some of the karts, have a smell of the engines
You'll be
as they go around.
impressed.
You'll be super impressed, I guarantee you. Right then, here we go. Drivers making their way into the tram lines. Are we racing? Yes, we are, and it's a good start once again for the inside rows, but keep an eye on Peschel on the outside. Where's he going to slot into? It looks like he gets into 3rd place. The rest of the field goes through. One of the Ward karts there going backwards. That's Kaczynski in the yellow helmet. He's gone down to around P5 at the start of this race, but still in control of it. Through they go at the top section of the circuit, through turn 7. They start in towards sector 2 now, and this is where it starts to go back downhill. but still for the front rows there, it's a good start for Thibaut Ramekes. He streaks away in the lead from the rest.
Difficult start then from some of our drivers at the back of the grid, because I think Saura Matsuoi has dropped now into last position. Very difficult weekend from the Japanese driver so far. But eyes back on then to the front of the order, because Thibaut Ramekes continues to have a strong weekend leading this race. Had a difficult one earlier on. I think he finished in about 13th position after just getting all out of sorts. We'll see if he can pick things back up again within this heat and continue that winning streak that we saw from him earlier on this weekend. So it's Thibaut Ramekes that leads the way, from Boris Lyson in second and Peschel in third. Peschel now is on the charge up the hill to try and catch Boris Lyson. Peschel, similarly to Thibaut Ramekes, has had a heat win this weekend. Ramekes then is your intermediate classification leader. He leads the way by 175 points from Peschel on 149. Elliot Koginski is close behind Peschel with 147, and then we have Martinez, Kelleher and Louis Cochet.
Indeed. Well, we'll keep an eye on these field as they progress. But just keep an eye on those gaps, because I'm watching Boris Lyson and he had a bit of a bad exit out of that turn 17. Scuppered his exit from turn 18, and that really put the pressure on him with Peschel trying to close through. But Peschel's going to lose out though, because Roman Kamiab's gone through, and we'll have to see what he does for the remainder of this race. But keep a close eye on it as they head over the start-finish straight now onto lap number 3 of this race. And Ramekes still leads by half a second. Lyson's still there in P3. Kamiab now in P3, sorry, I should say. Lyson's still there in P2. Peschel from Kaczynski. Then it is Cochet still in P6. Kamiab, though, has set the fastest lap of the race now, Nicole, and is only 2/10 behind Boris Lyson, and I suspect we may see another overtake from the Ricky Flynn Motorsport driver.
Absolutely. Kamiab then, junior in the European Championship last year, was a contender, very quick driver, still loyal to the Ricky Flynn team, so he's out there in that blue livery chasing Lyson down. Then he's going to want to make the move. Hasn't maybe had the heats he would have expected to when they went into this weekend. I know he's been fast in testing, but now then he knows it's time. He's got to make up those positions after a 7th earlier on. He's not had the heat results he maybe would have wanted, even though he has been at the higher end of the field. He knows that he can be higher. Ducks his head down then as they went up the start-finish straight, because he wants to duck under that headwind that they're going to experiencing. It's windy here at Campillos. He wants to get in the toe of Thibaut Ramekes to catch up to him, use that advantage. He continues to go faster then. On your screen you can see he's just hit a 1:07.87. Kamiab then, faster and faster. He's dropped Lyson now, who is sitting in third. He had his head over his shoulder just to say, what is that gap? Am I pulling away? Yes, Roman, yes you are. And now think about the driver in front of you, who is our intermediate classification leader, Thibaut Ramekes.
Yeah, indeed, and we'll keep a close eye on all of these gaps going through, and you can see this battle for P4 right now still raging on. Is Cochet down the inside of Kaczynski. That's going to be a nice change, and that is for P5 out on track, and Cochet manages to get through and move through pretty nicely on this one. Keeping a close eye on that battle, which is still there in P5 and P6, but still no change for them after that fresh overtake. Cochet getting through into P5. Eyes on Kamiab now. He's now closing in on Thibaut Ramekes. You know, watching Kamiab drive reminds me of another young driver back in the day racing with the Ricky Flynn outfit, who now finds himself on the other side of the world, a certain Lando Norris.
Okay, I thought you were going to maybe say a young Freddie Slater.
Freddie Slater as well. He's now racing, of course, all the way around the world. But yes, indeed. But no, young Lando Norris as well back in the day. He's now made it into F1 racing for that team. Always found himself at the sharp end of a field on one of them Ricky Flynn karts. But eyes on this one here, and Kamiab continues to try and close in. There is that lead, and you can see how much, a little squirrely underbrake in there as Cochet's going to send it for a move down the inside, and Cochet's pace here has looked absolutely rapid. He's got past Peschel now. Peschel finds himself right in front of not his fellow teammate, and there's been a change at the front as well. Well, we've cut away from that one. Kamyab in control of this one now, Nicole.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd be so intrigued to know what Kamyab did there to catch and overtake Thibaut Ramekers, because it was only within the space of a lap that he's obviously caught up to him by about 3/10 and overtaken him, and he looks faster as they head back down the hill, down the roller coaster, which is sector 1 and 2. Kamyab, like you said, for the Ricky Flynn team, is almost replicating results that team has had in previous years. They've had Slater, they've had Norris in there. Is Kamyab going to be one of their stars of the future? We'll definitely find out throughout this season, European Championship. There's a race replay then to see. Whoa!
Yeah.
So it just looked like Thibaut Ramekers widened things up way too much. Didn't realise, you know, how brave Kamyab was actually going to be. Brilliant move by Kamyab then. Took the opportunity, saw it, went from it and defended as they headed down the start-finish straight, which they're heading down once again.
Certainly are. There's Lyson then closing in third place after that overtake. And he is pushing through pretty nicely also in this race. So it's not over yet between these three. I am, Kamyab instantly on the defensive there on that start-finish straight. Smartly done, because he'll have probably watched previous races where people have been overtaken through 17. And then it's been retaken through turn 1. We have seen that on a couple of occasions over the course of this weekend.
Just shows Kamyab was probably aware of the revs and the speed that he has sacrificed to get that move done, and know that he needed to move over to the defensive line just to ensure that Thibaut Ramekers had no room to go back in and take that race lead back from him.
Yeah, indeed. So we'll keep a close eye on that one as it progresses. But we are on lap 7. Of 10 races coming to a conclusion now in this one. Well, while that battle has just simmered down for the time being, let's take a recap of further down the order of who's moved up. Luna Flusha, again, we spoke about her earlier on, of not a great qualifying, but has shone in the qualifying heats, because now is up 12 places inside now the top 15, is only 7 seconds further back from this lead battle. It showcases how close it is out there. Other drivers who have made decent moves: Hugo Marti for the Parallel Motorsport team and Spain. 8 places gained, is inside the top 10 now in P7. So again, there's been some good battles all the way throughout, but crucially 29 karts who started this race, and I'm tapping on wood here, Nicole, are still in this race. Eyes focused on still this lead battle. Kamyab, Ramekers and Lyson 1, 2, 3. With the gaps staying as they are, but it looks like they're both dropping now. Boris Lyson, who's there in P3. Cochet has worked his way up to P4. He's having a good run, but I don't think he's going to be close enough at this stage. Kaczynski and Peschel still there just behind as well. They're in a relatively close battle. But I've got to say, the likes of Hugo Marti, as we said earlier on, who had gained those positions, who's up 8 into P7, is closing in on Peschel, who's there in P6. The 6th place spot at this moment, Nicole, is the one that is under pressure, I think, the most.
Yeah, still on your screen then, we're looking at our battle for this race win that looks like it's going to be between Kamyab and Ramekers. Hasn't been any really change in pace between them. He's still leading by about 0.3 of a second. So Kamyab, you watch him on your screen, he's continuously looking over his shoulder back at Thibaut Ramekers just to see what that gap is, to see where he needs to tighten things up on the track to ensure that Thibaut, doesn't gain any time on him. It's swapping and changing by, just hundredths of a second. So Kamyab and Thibaut Ramekers lapping very similar times. As they head round, then they will meet the last lap board as they go under the gantry. What is the gap? So again, only about 0.5 of a second difference between these two drivers. Thibaut Ramekers is the slightly faster one, but that is the difference. Is he going to have enough time through this final lap to catch him and overtake? I'm not quite sure he's going to have the legs to do it, because Kamyab is looking settled. He's not put a toe out of line throughout these laps. Previously, I've seen him through this weekend maybe catch a few curbs, catch a few wrong points of the track and of the grip as he's put under pressure. But here he's settled, gets over the rumble strip then and heads onto turn number 12, late and hard on the brakes. Of course, when you're a race leader, it does make things a little bit difficult because you've got no reference in front of you. potentially for some drivers it's a bit of a challenge because you're not sure how late and hard you can brake. You've got nobody in front of you to see where you're gaining and where you're losing. But Roman Kamyab will head out of turn number 18 to meet the checkered flag as your race leader within this heat. Up by 3 positions, completes the 10 laps. Fantastic race. Thibaut Ramekes then will sit in P2, but your race winner, Roman Kamyab for Ricky Flynn, great result. Ramekes then in second and Boris Lyson sat in third pretty much for the whole of that race. Louis Cachet finishes in fourth and it's Elliot Kaczynski in fifth.
Yeah, indeed. Well, a strong race there for the top 5. And that concludes the first half of this racing weekend. And we'll be going into the second half after the lunch break after this race. Of course, we'll be back with maybe some studio action, so make sure you don't miss that one. But these drivers will all head back to Parc Fermé. For Roman Kamyab, solid race on that one. Had that tricky moment in the previous race with that back end stepping out, it biting, and certainly they've fixed whatever issue may have caused that in previous races, and now comes away with a win. There's a look at your intermediate classification. It is Ramekes who leads that one with 169 points. Kaczynski from Cachet, Keller from Peschel, and Jacopo Martinez, Chiara Batig, of course, we will see them out in the latter stages. That will change, of course, as that goes through, as we look at the full race results there on your screen. Peschel finishing in P6 ahead of Hugo Marti, 8 places gained. Dan Keller from 8th place from Martinez. Mikalev from Pedersen, Cavisto from Werrell, Benoldi and Luna Flusha with 12 places gained rounds out the top 15. Sebastiano Pavan, Romeo Rossell, Bertram Sash, Jensen Bralek, Marcus Shilkunas, Sonia B, Vilma Svan, Makar Savalev, Oscar Gallin, Salamat Soy, Sebastian Korpeng, Ella Hakkinen, Mark Brovko, all finishing the race. I knew I should have knocked on wood a little bit harder because I said there was no retirements. Marcus Junch to the wildcard this weekend for the World Racing Team. One retirement from that race, and of course the non-starter of Jorn Helder. Well, Nicole, that's the end of the morning half, but we're not done just yet. We'll see the highlights from that race up in a few moments' time. But certainly we've seen some dramatic little races there. So we've had some spills at the starts of races. We've had some drama elsewhere as well. But let's have a look at some of the highlights from that race because, well, for Thibaut Ramekes, a much better run this time around because that race he had earlier on, it dropped down to around 13th place. It was not a good race for him.
Yeah, you know, in the previous heat, he just got out of sorts and lost a load of positions. Here we are then. This is the moment that Roman Kamyab started to climb up the order for Ricky Flynn. Overtook the OTK driver, but for the Tony Kart team through turn number 16, and then made a move on another, similarly again through turn number 16. Overtaking hotspot definitely, because we can see more of that from Louis Cachet going in there on the Ward driver. Louis Cachet loves to show us what he's made of. Again, turn number 16, it's an overtaking hotspot for these drivers.
It certainly is, and well, we've seen it in towards turn 17 as well, because yes, you can throw the dummy into 16, force them on a tighter line, line them up for the next one, and that's what we saw there from Kamyab, and then instantly on the defensive line. But all the way to the end of that race, no real drama for him, got to that front and was able to pull just a slight gap ahead of Thibaut Ramekes. But it is Ramekes who at this stage of the qualifying heats leads the intermediate classification, but that will change of course when the next groups come out later after the lunch break, which is going to be around about an hour's time. But in 40 minutes time we will be back with some studio action. We'll be talking about some of those races from earlier on today and going through some of those replays, because for many of those races, Nicole, there were some good little overtakes and some spills out on circuit. But for the first half of Saturday's qualifying heat, we will take a short break for the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships. There you can see the next races that'll be coming up in a few moments' time. But we'll be taking that short break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back at around 20 to 2 local time. FIA Karting European Championships live here from Campillos. We've had a very busy morning of qualifying heats on Saturday. Myself, Anthony Jordan and Nicole Sutherland who have been in the commentary box and talking to you now live from the studio. And Nicole, we're going to go over a couple of the races that we've had in the morning half. We've had, of course, quite a few of them to go through. It's now getting to that crunch time now where we're getting into the second half of the weekend. Drivers who are in the back of the grid who have not had the greatest of results are now starting to break a sweat a little bit, thinking we need to move up the order a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's that point in the weekend where drivers are starting to consider super heats. Like you said, it's crunch time. It's that moment where it's now or never. Yeah. And I think as we head into this afternoon's heats, you know, this morning's heats were busy, but this afternoon's are going to be much, much busier. Yeah, I can imagine so as well. We are going to go over a couple of the races that we have seen in some of the previous morning sections. Race 2 of the day was one of them, a very busy one, the senior qualifying heat A versus E. And that was a big one for the seniors because, of course, Chiara Battig, pole position for the ladies group, of course. We've not seen a female on pole position in an FIA championship for quite so many years. You have to look back maybe 2010 in the KZ categories with Bites Kavissa, but that was, of course, in gearbox. But in direct drive, you have to look back to the 90s or even the 80s when you really look back to some of the real ladies who were racing back then. But yeah, Chiara Battig's done a brilliant job this weekend, and not only on qualifying, but in the races as well. She's held her own. Yeah, absolutely. And I'm loving talking about this so far because it's been great to see Chiara convert that pole position into race wins and top threes. You know, under the pressure of other drivers out there that are in certain like Formula One driver programs or with previous high results in the European Championship, the likes of Dries van Langendonk and Thibaut Ramekes, she's not even broken a sweat. She's not cracked under the pressure. She's continuing to push. And every time I've seen her go out there on the circuit, in some aspects she looks like she gets quicker with the confidence. And Chiara, you know, I've watched her pole it in other FIA events, not the FIA European Championship, but the FIA Motorsport Games last year out in Aspar in Valencia. You know, she's very impressive to watch. She can do it, and I think she's in with a good chance this weekend. You know, you never know what's going to happen in racing, but I think she's going to be up there. Yeah, certainly so. But she's not the only one who's had the good results over the course of that one, because here's a look at some of the highlights that you saw from that. And you can watch already from Chiara here, right at the start of this one, sweeping on the inside, had no real pressure from the outside row. Jindra Peschel was another one of those drivers who had the good results, really came through strong in the early stages, but finished P9 in this qualifying heat, so didn't get the full results in the early stages. You had the likes of Louis Cochet. This was an interesting one. He finished third in one of his first heats, but a penalty striking him in this race, and that put him all the way down to 11th place. And penalties in these early phases of the weekend, you never like them, do you? It was in another senior heat yesterday. It was a heat that actually Chiara Battig was in, and there was 10 penalties within one heat. And that's something, as soon as you drop that 5-second penalty, you're going right down the order when the drivers follow each other so closely. Drivers that have been following each other closely, there on your screens. We've got Louis Cochet, who we were just talking about. He's been right up in the order throughout this weekend. You know, has absolutely taken not a moment to really think about things. He gets stuck in, he gets all involved. But there again on your screen from the race replay is Chiara Battig. This is the moment that she came over the line to take the race win. Settled, calm, controlled, and I'd love to be a fly on the wall back in the victory lane tent to just kind of see what the reaction has been to this. Obviously, victory lane are under the guidance of the Martin family. Victor Martin's just been announced as being part of the Williams program once again, F2 driver. So that's a team out there in the paddock that has got that kind of formula experience, and I think that actually transfers into the way they're running the team. Like I said, I'd like to be on a fly on the wall, see what they've been saying to Chiara after such good results. Well, they've been posting it on social media. They've been enjoying a lot of the results that they've had from qualifying over that one with Chiara. For some other drivers in that race as well, though, it didn't really go their way. You saw in the replays Oscar Gallen and Peter Siller unfortunately having a little bit of a moment as well, with them dropping out of the race. And again, for a lot of these drivers, they've had to really, really work hard in that latter stage, and especially going into the second half of the day. absolutely. Another driver that's been kind of dropping out of results is Zach Green. He's had a DNF. He was within that race. Zach come over to the European Championship for the first time in 2025, part of a well-known racing family back in the UK, the Greens. His cousin Will is out in the junior, so it's a shame to see that Zach's just not quite had the results because he's got the pace.
Yeah.
He's with DPK, he's out on what is a Kart Republic chassis, and he's got it in him to get those results in, but we say it time and time again in this, once you have a DNF in a grid so big,
it's difficult.
The week is hard work already. Having a DNF,
yeah, it's never a nice thing. Plenty more races were up in that morning section as well. The second of those senior races, which was race 4 over the whole of it. Thibaut Ramekers was the one to watch in this one. Really strong start to his weekend with a great qualifying, second overall in that one. Did take 2 race wins, but it was that this race, the qualifying Group B versus F, race 4 of the weekend, P12 for him at the end of it, and that really put him down in the order. Here is some of the highlights from that one as well, as you can see. And at the start again, you were thinking it was going to be a lights to flag finish for him, just able to break away. He got into the lead right at the sharp end, and it just like it was all going to be the way. There was a relatively calm race as well in this one. Only one DNF from Sonazi, but you saw the onboard views from this one as well. Lev Krutilov, who were on board with this one, who was looking back at Paul Antidotis at the start, and you could just see how close and committed they are at the getaway of this one. Other drivers who you wanted to look at in this race, definitely Jacopo Martinez. From the 5th row of the grid, he came back and he actually took the race win in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Jacopo Martinez out there and looks quick. We can see on your screen then, Thibaut Ramekers actually led the race for a short while. He swiped across at the start to lead. Thibaut, though, we've seen kind of a similar pattern of things happen to him today, where he takes the race lead earlier on and then just kind of drops back. He lost the lead in a previous heat earlier on. I think it could have been to Filippo Sala.
No, yeah, that was maybe earlier on in the day.
But within this race, we said he dropped back to P12. Just wondering, maybe is that a tyre pressure thing where they're quite high, so he looks fast early on, but then kind of drops off the pace? We wouldn't want to say that's what it is, because you never know what's going on in racing, but that could be something that's coming into play. But you just mentioned another driver out there, Lev Krutilov, who we were on board with. Lev, P6 in the world last year in FIA in the juniors, jumped into the seniors for 2025. Good showing so far throughout this weekend, but you know, the way he's driving at the minute, he makes the racing out there quite busy. See how that transpires for the rest of the weekend, but I think that's one of those things where you can end up in a bit of hot water in a competition like this.
Yeah, that was an interesting little overtake there. This move down the inside at turn number 11. We've not seen many of those overtakes come in throughout this weekend, because we've always been saying that the kart's fully loaded and committed going down the hill into that, and yet Daniel Keller managed to get that move done, and that was that charge we were seeing from the Kart Republic family in that one. You know, Boris Lysen was leading the way in a lot of that race, but then you had the likes of Jacopo Martinez, then you had Daniel Keller, and then you had the likes of Kenzo Craigie, who at the end of it was able to get up into 3rd place. And you can think it was when it was getting to this latter stage here now, when you were seeing these guys really fight in position, Jacopo Martinez in the lead of this one. That's how we managed to get Daniel Keller through the position, and then it was later into the final sector of the lap. You can see how much he bunches them up here. Kenzo manages to get around the outside on the Prema kart, the Mercedes-backed driver, able to get up into 3rd place. All 4 of those drivers in 1, 2, 3 and 4 are all on the Kart Republic. So of course it was Kostoya who was a little further back, who certainly pushed his way through, but he was, I don't think, he was in that race, but he finished P5. So he was the first of the other karts that wasn't a Kart Republic that was able to get up in that sharper section. And again, it was showcasing that the Paralins are not slow here, because he got the fastest lap of the race in that as well. So he's also one to very much keep an eye on over the course of this one. But over the entirety of it, it was a pretty solid race for a lot of the drivers in the sort of mid-pack there, and the front runners seeming to fade a little bit in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. We were just talking about that move out the last corner by Kenzo Craigie to jump into 3rd. I wouldn't say that that was intentional by Martinez. He did hold up the pack, which allowed Kenzo to kind of go around the outside. Kenzo would have been saying thank you to Jacopo, but I wouldn't have said that that was under team orders or team instructions, especially that late in a race, and especially at this stage in a weekend where, you know, the Kart Republic team, they don't mind, they don't care who wins, as long as it's one of them. So the team orders things, I wouldn't say Martinez was told to back them up.
Yeah.
I think it was just part of the racing, and it worked in all three of their favours.
Indeed, as long as Carry the Lion is on the podium, I'm sure they'll be absolutely happy at the end of a race weekend. But we've spoken a lot about the seniors. Let's break in a little bit towards the juniors. Race 9 of the morning section. Okay. That was a very interesting one over the course of it, because again you saw some drivers really gain positions in that one, and you saw a lot of drivers who unfortunately didn't have the starts they wanted, and one of those big drivers who suffered a little bit at the start of that one was Dan Aleman. He had a really tricky moment out there, just getting clipped to the back of the likes of Gustavo da Silva of Portugal, who started actually just behind him. It was the start of the race where they kind of swapped over positions, and the front and the rear wheels actually made contact. And this is that very start of the race, and you can see Aleman already sweeping to the inside, but just watch this moment as they come in towards turn 1. Gustavo's on the outside, a little bit of contact there, Dan Aleman goes sideways, and at that moment it's a ripple effect, and then the entire grid has to scatter.
Aleman actually, when he broke position, he was so quick on the lights and so quick to react, and I thought he was really going to get himself into a good position, but it just looked like to me he clipped the curb ever so slightly on the right hand side, that curb of turn 1. I don't know, maybe if he was forced into the curb, and like you said, his then front end was just swiped by somebody's rear, took him off the circuit, and that was it. And of course, in this racing, you've got one opportunity, but not necessarily. He was so far on the grass, no way would he have been able to get that OKJ started again.
No, indeed, but Gustavo da Silva, who was battling with him at that time, he managed to actually finish in P3, so he actually got away with that one. The other drivers who had a good run, Baglin and Hugendorf. We've been talking about these guys a lot this weekend. They've been pushing pretty hard, and all the way throughout that race as well, they were able to break away. You saw there the retirements right at the beginning of that race. That was the likes of Manny Nuvolini and Olivier Sini. There was some as well, but it was Alessandro Truchot and Dan Aleman who were there right at the start. Unfortunately, the American out of the race right at the beginning. But yeah, for Baglin and Hugendorf, yesterday on the racing that you didn't see, when we were watching the first few of the qualifying heats on Friday, they had some spills out on the circuit, and we were like, I'm sure they've had a little bit of a talking to overnight.
It was Williams versus Ferrari, not Prema with Prema, I think, yesterday. I think maybe they thought they were at the Grand Prix and a bit older than they are currently, but today they seem to have kind of reeled it back in, remembered what the aim of the game is this week. It's a long championship, and both of them have got a lot to lose and a lot to gain. So I think today they look a little bit more settled. Within this race then, and on your screen, Evan Purcell has looked good.
He has looked really great. Good. He's never been outside the top 5. This race that we're watching here was the first race that he actually ended up dropping to P6, but still a P6 after always being below the top 5 is still a great start for him, and him with the VDK team I'm sure is going to be a driver you need to keep an eye on. Baglin though was the one that impressed on that one, because you could see the gap that he had at the end of that from Hugendorf.
2.3 I think it was.
It was, I think, the biggest gap we'd seen over the course of the racing, and certainly a driver that you're going to need to watch over the course of this weekend and maybe even the season, so that's certainly a very exciting one.
I'd say the future, Anthony, as well.
Yeah.
He's one of those where he's got a lot of talent.
Yeah, exactly. And like we say, it's been a while since we've seen a Ferrari Academy driver announced by the Ferrari team. I think the last time we saw it was back way in the time. Tuukka Taponen, I think, was one of them. There was another at the time as well.
Maria Netto was part of the Ferrari Academy program when she won the FIA Rising Stars program a couple of years ago. Off the top of my head, I'd say she's probably the last and probably the youngest that they've had in a fair while. But Baglin, he's on there, he's part of it now.
Yeah, indeed. So looking forward to seeing what he can do over the course of that one. And there are plenty more races coming up as well. That morning phase is done and dusted. You can go back and watch that at any time throughout this one. But we have got the second half of the day. And like we said at the start of this one, Nicole, this is crunch time. This is the tense moment now where you're going to start to see fresher tyres be applied. Remember, they get the 6 tyres to use over it, so 1.5 sets. But this is going to be an exciting one.
or what do we think is going to happen in the second half?
I wouldn't want to call it, because every time commentators call something, it goes wrong for the drivers. So I think we go into this afternoon, I have no predictions other than it's going to be very busy and very good racing.
Excellent. I think so as well. Well, we look forward to seeing what is going to be happening. Of course, you can catch it all live. YouTube and motorsport.tv will be live again as well tomorrow, because it's all superheats and finals. But now we're going to go into the second half of the day, because the first of those qualifying heats is coming up. It will be the juniors Group D and F that'll be taking to the circuit, and that is moments away. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few moments' time, ready for the first few races of the second half of the day.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the mondokart.com FIA Karting European Championships, live from Cremona in the south of Spain. And I can happily report that weather has held off for the first half of today, and all is looking well going into the second half, which is starting with the OK Junior qualifying heat D versus F. Back to 8 laps, 12.5 kilometre race distance. Nicole, and it all starts with William Kalijah starting it on the front row of the grid. Now, there's a couple of Forza drivers watching. Iskender and Henry Domain just there as well, watching alongside, and both Fusion teammates, and they're about to witness their Forza teammate, William Kalijah, starting this one on pole position.
Yeah, and I think those two drivers they're all in the top 3 of the intermediate classification. So Forza, it's a bit of a Forza takeover within the OKJ currently. So they will be watching on at their teammate, William Kalijah, see how he gets on. You know, all 3 of those drivers, Domain and Iskender, will be watching Kalijah and want him to have a really good race, because the further they can start up the order together when it comes to superheats, the better it's going to be for all 3 of them.
Yeah, certainly so. And we look forward to seeing what's going to be happening in this second half of the day. But plenty of action is ahead of us, because, of course, we have just had the fair few races in the morning section, 10 to be exact. And then we're going to be going into the next 10 now in the second half of the day. So a full day of 20 qualifying heats to round out round number 1 of the championship, of this 5-round championship as well for the European Series, where we'll be going to all sorts of places around the world. Of course, talking about the calendar on that one, Portimao, we head for the OK and OK Junior. That's the first time we see the Academy Senior out on the grid. Then we will head for the OK categories to Viterbo in Italy. Looking forward to that one. We'll see the Academy Senior back out again for that one. Then we will head to Rudby in Denmark. So we have been there before for the FIA Championship. We're going back there in 2025. Really looking forward to that one. That is right on the coast there, right in the south of the country. And then, of course, this year, the World Championship heading to Kristianstad in Sweden. What a place for a World Championship finale. That's going to be one to watch over the course of this year. Really looking forward for that one. That's the OKs, and of course in the gearbox classes are mixed with inside there as well, but we'll talk about those another time. Right now though, we are moments away from starting this first race. As you see, the drivers all seated, ready to go. This race start time is due at 20 to 3 or 2:40, which is in around 2 minutes time. So we are moments away from this one. Predictions for this. I know we don't like to talk about predictions, Nicole, but I'm going to throw it out there. Kalijah is one of those drivers who's battling very fiercely with his fellow teammate. Of course, it's Stanislav Vakari that we've been talking about. And now he's in a track all by himself for the Forza team on that front row. He's got the work to do in this next race.
Kalijah, in his previous heats then, he started from the front row but has started in second, and twice I've seen him start in second and kind of drop back the order, end up about 4th or 5th position after the first lap. But now where he's starting on pole, I would expect a better start from Kalijah, and I'd actually reckon, you know, he'll outdo his previous results. I think previously those starts have just reduced kind of that pace for him slightly and made it harder work, and maybe that's not why we've not seen him kind of take race leads as quickly as William typically would.
Yeah, indeed. There is a look at some of the Victory Lane team watching from the sidelines for this one.
Tony Cacciafero, I think that was as well.
Yes, I think that was one of their younger drivers in the team watching alongside with the mechanics. It is always good to see that. Right, start delayed out there. Now, I'm trying to get my head around why that is. I can see there's a cart that's being put on a trolley on that grid there, and that's looking like that's around the 4th row of the grid.
It's an AKM cart.
It's an AKM, and it is the 265. That is Benjamin Magnac. Yes, I was thinking that's right on the 4th row. So there we go. I was calling that right.
Oh, there's 2 AKM carts.
Well, that's his. Oh no, that's the 263
Jaguar
going through. That is Jaguar de Troja. So 2 of the AKM carts being pushed off of the pre-grid and back out. Now I'm trying to understand what is the reasoning behind that. Now that's a very unusual situation. Now is it due to?
Have they got the tyres on the wrong? Have they swapped by accident? I'm just thinking because they're teammates. They're both undoing the tyres there with the nut guns. Has the tyre spikes? I don't know.
Well, have they put the wrong wheels on the wrong cart?
That's
That is
what
the question.
I'm trying to allude to, but I didn't want to say it.
No, well, let's see what's happening. Yes, I think is the answer to that. Now, all these tyres have got unique barcodes on them, and those barcodes are scanned when they go in to Parc Fermé, or into the holding bay here. And that is where they would see that one. There's Kenzo Craigie and Scott Marsh just having a little giggle in the background, maybe at the expense of the 2 AKM drivers. But yeah, well, that's quite an unusual one. And of course, the FIA will take that quite seriously. You know, no, they're not your tyres. That is this driver's tyres. You need to swap.
Is that a thing? You know, they've gone into the holding area when they put the tyres on, because obviously they're controlled, just to make sure everything is fair between the drivers. Is it one of those things that they've purely just been mixed up between the mechanics? The wrong spikers, maybe, you don't know, but there they are then. We've got on the right-hand side of the cart. They're not on there. I think they've been mixed up.
And they're very lucky that the start's been delayed on this one, because, of course, they will have had to have put these carts back off the grid, because you cannot work on the cart past the grid. If you do that, if a mechanic works on a cart, that is it. You're disqualified from the session. There's no tools allowed. And now they're going to be scanned again. So there you go. They're being scanned once more to check what driver number is associated with those wheels. There you can see Diego. You've got Hans. Hans has given them the yes. He's the technical man for the FIA this weekend. And he said, right, that's all good. Get that one back out on track. And now I don't think that was all 4 wheels that they had changed. That only looked like it was one side. So I don't know if that's just an honest mistake there, or there was something untoward on that one. But
so that's Magnac going back onto the grid then, but Jaguar de Troja is still stood there with no tyres on the right-hand side of his car.
Well, clearly, then one of them was, so I think they'd mixed up one half of it. Now he's coming back. Maybe there was an update of pressures maybe that had gone in, because, of course, to both drivers, they could have been running different pressures, and then they were a bit lower, and he wanted them higher. So, yeah, that could have been that reason. So his mechanic certainly earning his money on this one to try and get that one back into it. And there you can see already they are scanning it to make sure and confirming that is the right tyres for Jaguar de Troja, and hopefully he can get on the grid. But yeah, as you can imagine, a tense time for the AKM team, and I'm sure there'll be a chat having in that team morning going, what on earth happened at the start of that race?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, there's obviously been a bit of a mix-up that's happened somewhere along the lines. The team will want to find out. how that happened, but for now, those two drivers who have just had disruption to the almost start of this race have got to regroup, get their heads together and get back into concentration, because the minute board has gone out and they will be off onto the circuit very, very shortly.
That, for a driver, that must put a lot of, not doubt in the mind, but certainly panic in the mind, and throwing them off the ball a little bit.
You know, your kart being picked up off the grid and taken out of it, the drivers are going to panic and think, am I allowed to go back on? And then, you know, as an ex-driver, you have a spike in adrenaline, you've got to calm yourself back down. But for now, as far as we can see, those two drivers, Magnac and Detroja, will be going out there on the circuit. Here they go then, off the grid. Drivers in the OK Junior Heat D versus F are out.
Well, here we go then. Let's take you through that full starting lineup then after a small delay, but we are back and underway. It will be William Kalijah and Eli Christian on row number 1. Luke Tal and Will Green go from row 2. They'll have Giacomo Justo and Santiago Diaz de la Vega on row number 3. Andrea Mani will be joined by Benjamin Magnac, hopefully on his tyres, which has been checked, on row number 4. Daniel Miron and Priam Bruno will go from row number 5. Sebastian Eskandari and Nikita Lubimov go from row 6, and they'll have Drew Roltz and Jagrat Titroja on row number 7.
On row number 8, it's the UAE and France with Maxim Bobrashov and Samuel Hugon. On 9, it's Daniel Kutskov with Jindrich Jovoda, and on 10, it's Oliver Warner with Canada's Edward Kennedy. Row number 11, we have Alex Malotta with Bruno Blanco, and then getting to drivers who are really on crunch time, we have Jus Mulder and Nilas Malik. Row number 13, then, we have Mats Van Rooyen, who'll be hoping for a good one after a DNF earlier on today, and Emilia Wiszomirska. Rounding out your grid, then, of 27 drivers, from Denmark, we have Mika Runitz on row number 14.
Well, there, the whole field has made its way out. All 27 drivers on this grid are out on circuit, which is good to see, as the day's weather has been improving, Nicole. The clouds are still there, the sun's still breaking through, but we've gone up in air temperature, around 16 degrees, and these drivers, I'm sure, will be enjoying the racing conditions that they have so far this weekend. A reminder of the intermediate classification. Of course, in this one, we are at that kind of halfway point of this one, so it's not done the full rotation. It is Noah Baglin who leads the intermediate classification, Dean Hugendorn, Iskender Sulfakari, Evan Purcell, and Antonio Pizzonia, who round out the top runners in that one. But of course, when we complete the full rotation, that will change, because you have to remember that Iskender Sulfakari has got 150 points. He has 3 wins out of 3, and he is looking to gain his 4th a little bit later on today. So make sure you don't miss that one. And he is actually, I think, the only driver, if I'm right in saying, who's had so far a perfect weekend to this point. Of course, he pulled it in qualifying and 3 wins out of 3.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think Thibaut was on for one until today, this morning. But I would agree, Iskender, I think he's brought his broom, because currently he's sweeping up.
He certainly is, and we look forward to seeing what they will do. Here we go then, out of the final corner into the tram lines. Are we going racing? Yes, we are. Down in towards turn number 1, and keep an eye on the drivers behind there. You're seeing one of the Tony karts pull out of the slipstream there. It looks like that's Eskandari, who tried to get a move down the inside in those early stages, but the front of the pack there gets a good getaway, and Kalijah, crucially at the start there, Nicole, has control of this race. You can see there, Eli Christian is there in the second place spot, but make that now the race lead as he goes down the inside at turn number 8 into sector number 2 on lap 1, and the Canadian now leads the way as they head down in towards turn number 10 and 11.
The driver from Canada then, the young Alpine driver, just took advantage of Iskender Zulfikari tightening up the first sector, had more momentum and got the overtake done as they were heading through turn number 8, but now Iskender is looking a little bit vulnerable to Luke Tal. Luke Tal through turn number 13 looked like he was going to have a look, but didn't quite have the legs. I've just realised I've called William Kalijah Iskender Zulfikari twice, so it's actually Kalijah out there. Same team, but very different drivers, both very, very quick though. So it is Eli Christian from Kalijah. We then have Luke Tal in 3rd and Justo in P4. Crucially though, Andrea Mani is having a very good start to this race. Had a few difficult moments throughout this weekend here at Campillos so far, but he's promoted himself by 2 positions up to P5. Christian then heads back down the hill, leading from Kalijah and Tal, and it's closed up between these 3 drivers then. It looked like at the start maybe Christian was going to pull away, but Kalijah has got things back together as they head into turn number 12. Has a look over his shoulder then to see what the gap is between him and Tal, but he has helped himself going into turn number 12, being nice and late on the brakes because he continues to lead from Tal. Christian then, once again, from what we've seen from him this weekend, nice and settled. He's had a race win and a P3. Will he keep himself inside that 1, 2, 3 spot in this race? We'll head out of the final corner then to meet the start-finish gantry and head into another lap. Christian leads then, looks over his shoulder to see what the gap is to William Kalijah. It's 0.2 of a second. That's nothing, Anthony. On a lap like this, where you have so much momentum, you have so much speed, and the drivers have to control the slide so well, especially on these tyres, 0.2 can be dropped so quickly. Your fastest driver out on the circuit, though, is your driver in 3rd, Luke Tau. He set a 1 minute 2.977, so he's currently faster than the 2 drivers in front of him. Intermediate classification on your screen, William Kalijah, who is sat in 2nd, is your current leader. Christian then with 185.6 in 2nd, and Noah Baglin, the Ferrari driver, is 3rd. Hugen Dorn then leads from Zufakari, and Evan Purcell, who we've said is having a great week so far, is there in 6th. They continue to race then, and this is your battle for the race lead. It's Christian now loses it to William Kalijah. William Kalijah sets himself up into turn number 16 and 17 and gets it done, but they go down the start-finish line, and Christian is not going to give that up, but he has to, and he gets it done. Christian then, they were swapping and changing. I thought that he was going to have to give that move up, but he doesn't, and straight back in goes Kalijah. No time wasted, and what's that going to do for Luke Tal? It's going to bring him up the inside of Kalijah and Eli Christian, but now he moves out and loses the position to Gusto.
Yeah, he does indeed. Gusto sneaks his way up into 3rd place there. This is superb racing, and this is what we mean in the second half of the day. It's crunch time now. These drivers are really starting to think, what can we do? As once again, Christian has to look down the inside, but he can't quite do it. Now sweeps to the outside, to the back section, and round goes Kalijah. William Kalijah is out of this race. The Australian is out, and it will tumble down the orders in the middle of the track. He will not be able to restart, and that is a huge shame for him. So, will there be an investigation into that? There was contact between the 2 of them, but was that contact a direct line of why he spun? Christian leads the way then. Tal there in 2nd place. Gusto in 3rd place. Green is now in P4, but he is still a 2nd further down the road from this battle. Down the inside goes Giacomo Guiso, and he gets through into 2nd place now. Tal down to 3rd. But Nicole, what on earth happened there? Because William Kalijah, who was fighting at the front of the intermediate classification, is now going to come away with his first DNF of the weekend.
That is drama for you then, Anthony. I did not expect that one bit. I thought these drivers were going to be a little bit smarter than that, give each other some more room, because they're going to be aware of how detrimental losing positions in a race like this is going to be. But that's it for Kalijah in this race. He is out. The young Australian, who was looking so quick and is looking like a contender, finds himself parked then by turn number 13. But eyes back on the front row of your race, because Eli Christian continues to lead. He's got a 6/10 gap. Just questioning if what that incident with Kalijah is going to do to these front 4 leaders. It's Will Green that finds himself in P4 then. No improvement for Will Green so far throughout this race. Eli Christian then, your race leader, is your fastest driver out there on the circuit. His break away from the pack that he is with after that incident with Kalijah has allowed him to find that pace again, find those sectors. Here's your replay then of what's happened. This is that moment.
Yeah, and let's have a look. So Kalijah's on the inside. Now, Eli Christian tries to do the long way, and is that a combination of curb and a little bit of that? Here's another angle of it. Look from behind. You watch them going in. Does he clip that curb on the inside? He does, just a fraction. I think that's just a case of he was trying to get the switch back. Here's another angle of it. And Yeah, it's the lightest of taps there, but it just at the pinnacle of the apex, it lifts the back up. There's a divot there in the road as well, so it had gone down, they'd have got the compression in the car, it just put the nose underneath it, and then around it went. That's a really tough one to call, and I wouldn't like to be race control right now.
Absolutely not. I would not want to be Chris, Joanna or David over in race control, because you can see it from both sides. You can see it from Kalesia's side, what he was trying to do, and you can see it from Christian's side, what he was trying to do. Maybe something to consider there. How hard did Christian hit Kalesia? Is there going to be a nose cone involved now? He is out there on the lead and is leading quite comfortably with a 6/10 gap. We don't want to call it because we don't know.
Yeah, but there'll be your people at home who are saying, actually, Nicole, what are you talking about? We're straight to the back of him and all of that. But no. There's a lot that can happen.
It's more complicated than
that, yes. Right, anyway, the racing that's still happening right now. We are on lap 7 of 8. Christian leads the way still by now 0.8 of a second. Question mark looming over that, though. Justo is there in P2 and has done a brilliant job in this one, has Giacomo Justo. Some great results he's had over the course of the day, but this one, a P2 for him, can go for a nice one. We are on the last lap of this race, but let's see what happens here. This is the battle for P2. Giacomo Justo and Luke Taal of the Netherlands and Italy. But let's see what happens. There's a big chunk of time between the two of them now. I think they're settled at this point. I don't think we're going to see any lunges. Will Green there, though. He's caught up. He might think about going for a lunge in P4 on Luke Taal. But that will be easier said than done because, well, Nicole, they're coming to the end of this race. And I just don't think they've got the gap to do it.
No, Will Green 2/10 up in that previous lap to the driver in front, which was Luke Taal, but I don't think he's got enough time to send any lunges in. No, he doesn't. Will Green will have to settle for a 4th position. As they meet the checkered flag, then it's Christian that takes your race win for Heat D versus F for our OK Junior drivers. The driver from Canada having a good showing here out on the Tony kart, similarly to though our 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, which is Giacomo Justo from Luke Taal, from Luke Green and Daniel Miron.
Yes, indeed. Well, they will make their way back into Parc Fermé. There's a look at your intermediate classification. Eli Christian leads that one, joint on points with Noah Baglin. But remember, Baglin was out earlier on. Hugendorn was out earlier on. Kalesia, he's dropped to P4 in that one, of course, with that retirement. So a lot has happened, but for Kalesia, that's not the end of the world. He's had good results already throughout this weekend. So he is still in a strong spot when he goes out later on today. But certainly drama to kickstart the second half of the day, Nicole, and for a handful of these drivers, probably too much drama for their liking.
Yeah, we said it during the break where we had our small show by the tables, we had race replays. We both said it was going to be a dramatic afternoon, certainly has been.
Here's a look then at your full classification at the end of that one. The top 5 we've gone over. Drew Walls finishing in P6 from Andrea Mani. Brian Bruneau finishing in P8 ahead of Benjamin Magnac and Maxim Bobrajov, who gained 5 places to round out the top 10. Eskandari from Lubomov. Oliver Warner with 6 places gained ahead of Alex Malota, who gained 7 to finish just inside the top 15, which is Jacques de Troja. Mats Van Rooyen, 9 places gained. That's a much better race this time around after retirement earlier on for the CRG driver. Samuel Hugon finishing in 17th place. Mika Rinitz and Bruno Blanco finishing in P19, but Blanco under investigation during that race. Danil Kutskov from Jindřich Svoboda. Nilis Malik from Santiago de la Silla Vega, from Jos Mulder, Emilia Vishamirska and Edward Kennedy at the top 26. The one retirement and the biggest retirement from that race was your pole sitter, William Kalesia. Nicole, this is how it all transpired. At the start, relatively calm, where we saw the first little breakaway with those top drivers. But it soon would all end in a bit of a tear.
I think it kicked off once Christian and Kalesia were deciding to go back and forth with each other. Neither one of those drivers wanted to give up the position. They were both going for it. This is the moment Will Green just got himself caught out of turn number 17 and lost position, but he did get himself back into a steady P4 at the end of it. This is when Christian and William Kalijah decided to start battling then. Going up the start-finish straight, Christian was not giving the position up, neither was Kalijah. Kalijah tried to hang it round the outside, but Christian just had the momentum to pip him through the inside line and up through sector 1. Kalijah, though, had different things to say about that going through turn number 5 because he went right up the inside and got the position back. This then brought Tal into the fight and also Giacomo Giusto.
This is the moment.
This is the part then. Oh, I wouldn't even want to say.
It's horrible to even talk about it just in case I say the wrong thing. But it was one of those fine lines, that so many angles of it from the broadcast side of it. Race Control has so many more angles of it. From a bog standard viewer who's sitting at home, you would just think, Anthony in the car, he's just gone straight to the back of him.
It wasn't a hard tap, though. You can see it was almost like the way it happened, it was like a push almost, like a...
It's a really tough one to call.
Yeah.
Really tough one to call. All the way to the end of that one, though, Eli Christian takes it across the line, the Canadian back on form and finishing on the top spot. But of course, like you say, question mark looming over that race there. A very dramatic start to it. Is that drama going to continue into the next of those qualifying heats? Because it is seniors qualifying heat D versus F. That is heading out onto the track next, and this one will have Dries van Langendonk and Lev Krutelov on the front row of that grid. And these drivers here over the course of this weekend, have had some pretty solid results on this one. But of course, before this one, we also caught up with many other drivers, and one driver who's in this race starting on the third row of the grid is Christian Costoya. Here's what he had to say at the start of this weekend.
Yeah, I think since we do the pre-race here, I think we have the pace in the dry. I think just if we manage, do very good quali and very good hits, starting good in the final will be good. Then in the wet, I think we need to fix a bit the setup. But anyway, I think we will do it, and yeah, let's see how it goes this weekend. I think it's the very long track. Compared to the others we have driven before. I think you need to quite manage a lot of these tires because the Alpha is very aggressive, I think. They also have very long corners that the tires go down. So yeah, I think it'll be the key point maybe. Yeah, I think last year we missed the quali on Slovakia. I think that where we lose the European Championship. I hope this year it doesn't happen, and yeah, try to make the best points as possible in each race. Try to do the consistent as possible. Yeah, I think if we have the speed and be constantly, we can take it.
It was good to catch up there with Christian Costoya ahead of this one. And yeah, like he was talking about, his very close season last year, battling with the person who starts on the front row of the grid in this one as well, Dries van Langendonk. Well, those drivers have made their way out onto the circuit. As you can see, the wind has started to pick up here at Campillos, so we'll keep a close eye on that one. But let's take you through the full starting lineup then as we go on to what is race number 12 of the day. It is Dries van Langendonk and Lev Krutelov on row number 1. Jensen Bennett and Paul Andriotis will go from row number 2. Vladimir Ivanikov and Christian Costoya, who we've just spoken to, starts it on P6 on row number 3. Leo Nilsson and Marco Gas go from row 4. They'll have Gino Rocchio and Scott Marsh on row 5. Armin Kari Osman and Max Rafalik go from row 6. The first half of the grid sees Silenos Kolovos of Greece and Kenzo Craigie.
Drivers that need to pull some tricks out the bag then are Maria Netto and Sunanzi on row number 8. On row number 9 we have Casper Henriksen with Vegard Clemetson, and on 10 we have Great Britain's Sky Parker with Germany's Oliver Stadler. On 11 we have Fasto Leonardo and Aston Sharp, and then on 12 we have Canada's Alexander Chartier with Estonia's Roland Cookling. Starting from row number 13 is Zach Delay with Mattis Umer, and on 14 we have Lucas Gayson with Klara Kowalczyk. Rounding out your grid then is our Polish driver of Franciszek Kiegelski on 29th, and that is your 15th row of the grid.
Indeed it is. Right, back to 10 laps of these races now, slightly longer, but let's see what happens in this race. Already a dramatic start to it, and like we've already said, does that drama continue onwards in this next race? We will find out as the field make their way back down the hill. We are moments away from starting this race, and like we say, Van Langendonk and Lev Krutulov on the front row of this grid. But my money's going to look back maybe a little further in this one. Scott Marsh had some good runs. We saw Kenzo Craigie push his well through. Jenson Burnett of Canada, some good drives as well. And of course, Christian Costoy. You can't take your money off the Spaniard in his home country. And let's just see what he can do in this race. But certainly, tense time now, about to unfold on the circuit. Now let's just see what happens here. Drivers make their way down into the final part of the lap. They are past the red lines. No overtaking is permitted beyond this point. And hopefully they get themselves all squared away for a race start. Race director Nigel Edwards is on the gantry. He's joined by some of the members of the media this weekend, getting the snapshots at the start of these races. But let's see what happens into the tram lines. Lights are out, we are racing, and it's a good start for the front row, but it's a better start for the inside row. Van Langendonk, Burnett and Ivanikov go 1, 2, 3 at the start of that one. Is it Ivanikov? No, it's Lev Krutulov there in third place in the 106. I don't even know where Vladimir Ivanikov has gone in that one. The Birilart's gone down to about 6th place, I think, at the start of that one. But crucially, though, Nicole, just like earlier on, Dries Van Langendonk has got into the lead, but this time, can he maintain that lead?
Krutulov now under a bit of pressure then as they head out of turn number 11. I believe that could be by a Koski kart. Yeah, getting overtaken then into 12, so Lev Krutulov will drop down into 4th position. Your battle for the lead on this first lap then is out of Dries Van Langendonk and, like you said, Jenson Burnett. Jenson Burnett, the Canadian driver, having a good run out there so far. Ricky Flynn for 2025. Sorry, Ricky Flynn for 2024, Forza for 2025. As they head under the start-finish gantry then for the first time, what is the order? It's Dries Van Langendonk from Burnett, from Gast, from Krutulov, Paul Androtis and Vladimir Ivanikov. Vladimir Ivanikov had a disqualification earlier on in the weekend, but has had a round of really good results. He's had a lot of top 10 so far, so in this one, expect a similar one from him. We've got an attempted move on Burnett from Gast to get himself into second, and we've got a spill at the back of the order then. That is 2 Kart Republic drivers, and maybe it's Clara Kowalczyk. Is she involved in that?
Yeah, and I think it's Roland Cooklane as well, the other driver. So, yeah, a spill on the circuit, and that looks to be going in towards turn number 2 and 3 on the track. And they've had a heavy, significant damage to the barrier there, but the marshals are quickly on the scene to help fix that one.
Move then for P2. It's Gast overtakes Jenson Burnett going through turn number 16, and now Gast will be all eyes on Dries Van Langendonk to go for that race lead. Gast looking really, really quick in this one. Goes down the start-finish rate in a slightly defensive position. He's not quite on the typical racing line. Vladimir Ivanikov has overtaken Lev Krutulov then for 4th position. Ivanikov and Krutulov were teammates in 2024. They were both on the Energy, but this year Vladimir has gone over to the Birilart Racing, and that chassis is working for better for him as he goes fastest in these early stages of this race. He's on a 1 minute 1.64. Here we go then. This is your battle for the race lead, because Gast is all over the back of Dries Van Langendonk as they head into turn number 3. And now Vladimir Ivanikov gets himself all involved because he's overtaken the Forza driver of Jenson Burnett for P3. Ivanikov having such a strong showing out here on the Biril kart. There we go then. There is a change for the race lead. It's Gast, the 173, who's overtaken the Papaya Orange of Dries Van Langendonk. Gast has almost come, you know, he's flying under the radar so far a little bit this weekend. We haven't said too much, but in this one, he looks so quick.
And you know what I think, Nicole? I reckon he's may have put a couple of 2 new tyres on board his kart.
Okay.
So that's the only reason I can think of Gast, who has had those up and downs throughout this one, and then all of a sudden, flying through the field. Sky Parker has again just picked up a warning flag there, as I think we've had another retirement. DPK Scott Marsh for the United Kingdom, I think, has pulled it into Parc Ferme and is out of this race. I saw a DPK slowly going in, and there's going to be another move there. Vladimir Ivanikov out of nowhere. And again, Ivanikov, possibly tyres. I'm not too sure. He's had some he's had some pretty decent results earlier on, but that is just that question mark over that one. So there's a possibility of some new tyres going on board some of these drivers, but we've got some real shake-ups now in the order. But Van Langendonk now down to P3. I suspect is still on his original from earlier on.
We had a change in the order then for 5th position because Kristen Kostoya on your screen in the parallel has overtaken the energy course car of Lev Krutulov. That means Kostoya then in the intermediate classification sits in 2nd to Thibaut Ramikas, who still leads the way. Vladimir Ivanikov then, who we just spoke about, who overtook for 2nd position, he is still your fastest driver out there on the circuit. He's set a 1:08.884 and is definitely on the charge of Gast as they head down the hill through turn number 11 and towards the hairpin of 12. Let's see how he gets on then with the brakes and with the rubber that's out there. Is he going to close the gap to Gast as they head into the final sector of this lap? Van Langendonk there still sits in P3. Bit of a difficult couple of races for Van Langendonk. He did have a P2 earlier, but struggled yesterday with a bit of pace. Dries, of course, is your 2024 European champion. Jumped into the senior grid for 25. Maybe, you know, maybe he would like to be a bit higher up than he has been so far, but he is in the fight. And he's going to be chasing Ivanikov, who is chasing Gast. Here he is then on your screen. The gap is 0.3 of a second. Is he going to be able to close in? I reckon Vladimir Ivanikov has got the pace. He's got the legs on Gast, I would say.
Oh, well, we'll keep a close eye on it because, yeah, the lap time's very, very similar. But like you're saying, is faster on that last lap. And look how much quicker he is closing in on him here down the hill. If anything, you know, Ivanikov's wanting to go for a win here. He's had those ups and downs. He had the moments in the early stage of the weekend where it all went wrong for him. He's come back a little bit in the second half of it, but now he's really starting to think, I need to climb this ladder a little bit more and more. And coming away with a race win, adding, you know, 50 intermediate classification points to your name is what you need. There is Scott Marsh, and there is his kart, which has got wheels off it, and I think, yeah, that's just a complete retirement. Something not right with his wagon, and that is a big shame to see that one. Eyes on this one, though. We are still lap 7 of 10. Yet to see Ivanikov go for the move yet on Gast, but I think both you and me suspect that we are going to see that very, very soon, Nicole.
Yeah, and I'd be really intrigued, Anthony, what we were saying earlier. Have either of these drivers used those new tyres? Questioning if Gast has deployed maybe 2 of those on the sides of his kart. Not quite sure, but it would be intriguing to see, and with the pace that he's got, I would predict that it would be a yes. Here we go then. Vladimir Ivanikov is still all over the back of Gast. I think Vladimir just needs to be a bit braver into a few of these corners, try and be a bit later and harder on the brakes to close that gap into him, but he's doing a good job to keep his momentum up. Let's see if he gets the revs up out of the final corner of turn number 18. Used more of the track, more of the rumble strip as they headed out of the last corner then, so maybe is just picking that pace up slightly, but Gast continues to look settled. Is he going to have the legs up the hill? No, he doesn't. Vladimir Ivanikov used a little bit of the curb then as they were heading up the hill. Not something we see too much of around this corner, but it does sometimes benefit. Here's the move race replay then on Krutulov. That is Kenzo Craigie going up the inside. So that's a change in possession for P6. Craigie then moved up the order. Krutulov starts off strong in these races, but does find himself dropping back down the order. Back onto your race lead then, 0.2 of a second continues to split up our 2 leaders of this race.
Yeah, they certainly do. And as they push on very nicely at the front of this field, Gast and Ivanikov just holding fire. Now, I've got a feeling that Ivanikov may have been told, maybe from the outside, that saying, yeah, maybe bring it back a little bit. Yeah, okay, there's a potential that they put new tyres on. If they have, it's like saying, don't use them all up in this one race. Very easily done. In a kart race to completely use a brand new set of tyres, and now you see he's just pulled it back. Van Langendonk and Kostoya, though, they are closing in on the dying stages of this race. I've got a feeling we're going to see a change for P3 here, but is it going to be a case of Van Langendonk on Ivanikov, or is it going to be Kostoya on Van Langendonk. I think it's going to be the latter of those two, Nicole. I don't know about you, but as they head down the hill now, they look pretty racy. But let's see what they do. Down the infield straight then in towards turn number 12. No defensive line here whatsoever. The gap is close, but not just close enough. If it's going to see anything, it might happen on the last lap. It may happen into turn 16. It may happen into turn 17. That's what we'll have to wait and see. To the inside here, no, not close enough there for Costoya. He'll have to try again, maybe into 17. Is it going to be here? It certainly is. He looks to the inside, but he's not quite close enough. And Van Langendonk holds on to third place. And now Jensen Burnett is back in the fray, and it's going to be a defensive last lap then from Van Langendonk all the way to the end of this one, Nicole.
Absolutely is, and is that going to bring Kenzo Craigie into the fight, because he finds himself on the back of these three drivers now and goes fastest, so he's on the charge. Kenzo is going to be wanting these three drivers, Burnett, Costoya and Van Langendonk, to trip over each other in the late stages of this race. How is Van Langendonk going to control this going into turn number 12? Is he going to close it up and go defensive? Slightly does, but gets back onto the racing line, gets the momentum, gets the drive out of this corner. Costoya then is thinking about Jensen Burnett behind him, tightens up for turn number 13, and as they head down towards the final sector. Costoya though found a few legs going out of that sector and does close up to Van Langendonk. Van Langendonk though sat on the white line. Kenzo Craigie then gets himself up the order, overtakes Jensen Burnett. So it's Gast that meets the checkered flag in first position for Koski Motorsport. Vladimir Ivanikov for Birol finds himself in second position. So great race there for Vladimir. Van Langendonk was in third. He led that train of late battles in the final lap from Costoya and Craigie there. Craigie found himself 42nd in the intermediate classification after qualifying, and throughout these heats so far is climbing back up the order very nicely indeed. Within that one, went up by 9 positions.
He certainly did, and that is a good, strong start for the second half of the day for Marco Gast then, who claims his first win of the weekend here in Campillos and of his 2025 fight in the OK category in 2025 in the FIA European Karting Championships. There's a look at your full results then. On the screen, we've gone over the top 5. Jensen Burnett finishing in P6, just losing out to Kenzo Craigie on that last lap. Lev Krutilov from Vengar Clemenson, who gained 10 positions in that race. Stylianos Kolobos in 9th from Gino Rocchio, who rounds out the top 10. Maximilian Rafalek and Maria Neto in 12th place. Aston Sharp gaining 9 places. Finishes in P13 ahead of Fastao Arnardo. Leo Nilsson from Oliver Stadler. Sky Parker from Arvin Kalia Osman. František Stajelski, who gained 10 places on the back of the field, finishes in P19. Alexandre Chatiev from Sana-Z. Kasper Henriksen from Lucas Gayson. Zachariah Dole from Paul Andriotis, I should say, who round out the top 25. The other retirements in that one, Scott Marsh, Clara Kowalczyk and Roland Cooklane, unfortunately going no further in the order. Well, let's see what happens then as these drivers head back into this one. There is Marco Gast, fresh off a solid drive there. Exactly what he needs. Everything gets checked over, and his kart is all good, and that will head to Scrutineering, I'm sure, which will be checked over. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that race. And at the start of that one, it looked like Jensen Burnett of Canada was immediately going to go for the race lead there down the inside at turn number 1. He amazingly just backed out of it in the last moment, and that allowed Dries Van Langendonk to break away from the rest of the field. Lev Krutilov there slotting down into third place. That's where we saw the first of those retirements. I think Roland Cooklane and Clara Kowalczyk involved in that incident. The two of them just coming together on the exit of turn number 2. Race continuing on then, and that's where we started to see some changes up at the front. Marco Gast for Koski Motorsport. There was the suspicion that fresh tyres had got on board Nicole, but not too sure. And then later on, retirement Scott Marsh out of the race. There was the first change for that second place spot. And there, Lev Krutilov, or not Lev Krutilov, sorry, I should say Vladimir Ivanikov, able to close in and really try and catch up to the likes of Marco Gast, who did take the race win in that one.
Yeah, I think it was after a couple of laps, it was Vladimir Ivanikov and Gas that just found some fire, questioning still if it was new tyres that were deployed onto those karts. I'm sure we'll be able to find out very shortly and give some input later on today. But those two drivers, great showing within that heat. This is the moment then where it got feisty between Van Langendonk and Kostoya for that third position, but Van Langendonk did keep a hold of it. Better showing then for him in that heat than some of his heats yesterday. Did have some good races earlier on today, but Van Langendonk looking quick. Next up then will be your OK Juniors for qualifying heat A versus C. Once again, 8 laps, 12.5 kilometre race. Not too long of a race, but they are long laps. It's difficult physically for these drivers. There on your screen then is Bosco Arias, the Spanish driver, who we're going to hear from after an interview yesterday.
Yeah, we moved to DPK to Ricky Flynn, my new team. I'm very happy to be in Ricky Flynn. For me, it's one of the best teams. There is good people there, and I learned a lot here. Now we are in the first round of the European Championship here in Spain, in my country, and I'm very happy. We work a lot to be fast here, so I think we can do a top 5. Yeah, obviously many drivers go to senior now, so now it's more easy, but I also have more experience. And I also do a podium the last year, so maybe I have chance to win the championship this year. Yeah, I think we work a lot in the chassis and in the engines, so we are more prepared to this race, and we will be stronger, and that's all.
Good to catch up there with our man Bosco Arias. I've got to say, I certainly wouldn't want to play a game of poker with him. Straight face all the way throughout. It means business out there. Right, let's take you through that full starting lineup then. Iskandar Solfakari and Henry Domain go from row number 1. Lucas L and Bosco Arias go from row 2. Endo Arata, keep a close eye on the driver from Japan. Has had some really, really strong results in the first half of this weekend. Devin Waltz will be joining alongside Matteo Rivals, and Michael Zajac go from row number 4. They'll have Julian Fresnelli and Remy Samchek on row number 5. Turner Brown and Gilles Herman go from row 6. They'll have Kasper Reipold and Mark Pilapenko on row number 7.
On row number 8, it should be Jeremy Vorivers and Wen Yubo. On row number 9, it's USA's Michael McGoy with Valerio Villapiana. On 10, we have Italy and Poland with Alexander Lazarus and Zavre Dudkovsky. And on 11, we have Martin Bertolacini with Lilian Scarborough. On 12, we have Zhang Hujie with Victor Stalmack. And on 13, we have the UK's Jarlath Sayer with Felipe Sanchez. Rounding out your grid then of 28 karts, on 27th, we have Spain's Angelina Simmons and Andorra's Tanika Chifiro on 28th.
Indeed. Well, 27 runners in this race. There is that one driver missing. Jeremy Rivers not on the grid. He's not clocking up on our screen. This field heading out and sorting themselves out. There is a look at the intermediate classification once again. This is for the juniors. Now you've got Iskandar Solfakari on this one. He currently sits P6. Effectively, he is the current points leader because he is at this moment undefeated. But that's, of course, provisional because he's in this race now, and he needs to see if he can maintain that undefeated stretch. If anyone else in the top 3 rows there, Nicole, has gone for fresh tyres, he's in a spot of bother out there if he can maintain that. If no one in that top section has gone for some fresh tyres, it's all fine, and he should, after the results that we've seen from previous races, get to the end of this one. There is a look at the current conditions. The track is dry, and it is 16 degrees, and I suspect we'll stay at that one now for the remainder of the day, because it does get rather chilly here overnight, doesn't it, Nicole? And we've had a lot of rain over the course of the nights, which means the track has been, well, it's lost all of its rubber overnight. It's a green track every morning, which means they're having to reset the circuit every single day.
Yeah, absolutely that.
Well, let's see what happens then in this race, because they are making their way into the final corner now, into the tram lines. Are we going to be starting this first time? Let's find out. Lights are not out, and they go round again. It is a false start from the field. Our race director, Nigel Edwards, sending them round once more.
Yeah, Henry Domain, you could see coming down the start-finish in the tram lines, put his hand up to say, no, let's not go, we're not going. Two teammates then sat alongside each other on that front row, Iskender Zulfikari and Henry Domain. Both had heats wins under their belt, both looking strong, similar to what we saw in one of the earlier heats today, where we've got two Forzas in the juniors starting alongside each other. Last time, of course, it was Iskender and Kalija. Didn't play a team game within that. We questioned, was Iskender maybe going to back up the pack at the start of that race to help Kalija out, which he didn't. I don't predict that he's going to do that for Domain, but watch the two drivers, watch how they behave around each other, because I think it could really benefit Forza and both of them to, you know, try and push away with a gap and then battle it out towards the end. But this is racing. You can't predict. You don't know what's going to happen. No. We'll have to find out.
We'll have to find out indeed, as of course that Forza front row there certainly gets themselves squared away in this one. Lucasel having a good race earlier on as well in this weekend, is looking to capitalise in this second half of the day. But let's wait and see. Gonzalo Planta slows the field down there as they enter into the tram lines. Are we racing this time around? Yes, no, we're not. It's another false start, Nicole. They're going around again.
Yeah, and I could just see Domain maybe communicating to his teammate Iskender slightly, gave him a bit of a hand signal, maybe just to question, you know, what are we kind of doing?
What we're doing here is
trying to say something. What he was trying to say, I'm not sure.
From your driver's eye, I want to ask, what is it that you're spotting out there? Is it the front that's going too early? Is it the back that's not formed up? Is it something in the middle? Because, of course, you can't put all the ways the blame on just the front two. You've got to think it could be someone further in the pack.
In the first false start, I'd say that it was the anti-pole side were just a bit too keen, and it was Domain side of the grid that had too much of a run compared to the right-hand side. With that false start just gone, I wouldn't want to call what was actually wrong with that, because they were lined up fairly evenly. Maybe it was something we didn't spot where the middle of the pack, you know, broke formation. We'll go around again though. They've got another chance, but it's much slower now as we're heading out of turn number 12. Iskender has really slowed the bunch of karts up. They'll come out of the final sector probably a lot slower. Like you said, we've got Gonzalo Planta out of the turn number 18. He will be there telling them to slow down, you know, take this race, start steady. You need to be in position.
One more false start, and we may start playing my favourite game out there, and it involves Nigel Edward and his clipboard. So it's not a fun game for the drivers, trust me on that one.
Not they get your drivers on the front too.
No, but as a whole, I think they'll probably get a telling off saying, what are you doing? Come on, you're some of the best junior drivers from around the world on the international stage. Let's start a race. Here we go then into the tram lines. Third time's a charm, and we get that green light, and it goes racing. Whoa. As the two teammates nearly collide on the start-finish straight as they go wheel to wheel through turn one. Brilliant stuff for Zulfikari and Domain, but it will be Zulfikari who holds on to the lead of that one. He had the inside line, and he is able to maintain the lead of that one. Domain goes down to third, and it's Lucasel who's got up there into second place, and already they've pushed themselves forward pretty nicely. There was the 277 Ward Racing driver going off the track. That is Wen Yabu of China. Unfortunately, he was going to tumble down the order right to the back of the field, but crucially, he's still in this race. But eyes on the rest of this one. Your 1, 2, 3. It is Forza from Victory Lane. Forza in third place from Ricky Flynn in P4 in the form of Bosco Arias.
That was nail-biting stuff then between the two Forza drivers at the start. I think millimetres more and they would have probably collided. Reactions were spot on to split themselves back up and head into Sector 1. Here we go then on your screen, because that's the battle for third position. We have Henry Domain just signalling to Bosco Arias, push me, go up, but Bosco's got different things to say that as he attempted to get a run and head up the inside. Here's a race replay then between the two Forza's karts. Watch how close they are.
They do make contact.
It's Domain's rear tyre that just looks like, I think it hit Iskender's side pod, so they're both very lucky to come out of that one completely unscathed. But that was some tough stuff. Let's watch it again then. What does he hit? Is it the rear tyre?
Oh, that's it towards turn one.
I think it's It's tyre to tyre, I would say.
Well,
that was very, very lucky.
It was indeed. There was the moment at the start of that one. Unfortunately, going out of the race was Wenyabu. And just getting squeezed out. Here it is again. I'll start and watch it. Dink. There it is. And I think that's rear wheel to actually side pod there, because if that was tyre to tyre, they would have pinged up into the sky, and that would have been really, really bad. So we didn't want that. Zulfikari's in the lead then, 0.4 per second clear. Shells and Domain. That's the battle that we're watching here. But here comes Bosco Arias to the inside. No, thinks against it. Stays back in P4.
As we were looking at those race replays of that busy start, Domain has got himself back into second position. He did overtake Sells. Now Bosco Arias goes up the inside of Sells through turn number 5. Arias then is on a stormer through this one. We spoke to him earlier on in the weekend. We can see his confidence. We can see his confidence on home soil as he heads down through the roller coaster section, the downhill section out of turn number 11. He's going to be chasing Domain, who looks over his shoulder to see what the gap is. It looks like Domain is a little bit more focused on Bosco Arias than he is on Iskender Zulfikari, because Zulfikari continues to extend his gap in the lead. He's leading by over half a second now. It's 6 tenths that he is driving away at. Bosco Arias now has lit things up through sector number 3, because he's all over the back of Domain as they head out of turn number 18. What is the gap in between those two drivers? Which driver is faster? It is Henry Domain that's slightly faster than Bosco Arias, but Bosco now, he is in that chase. He's an aggressive driver when he wants to be, and he's going to use that power to try and pass Domain. They're heading out then, and this is your battle continues to go. This is bringing Sells closer though. Julian Frasnelli is your fastest driver out there on the circuit. He sets a 1 minute 2.509. Frasnelli is sat on P9. He's chasing Revels there, the 2.42. Battle continues then between Domain and Arias. No attempt by Arias just yet. He's dropped a little bit of pace to Domain as they headed out of sector number 2.
And as these drivers sort themselves out, they'll head down in towards turn number 16 on the track. And yeah, now they're just starting to get themselves organised in a little bit of a position. But Bosco Arias continues to look a little bit strong there in third place. And we'll keep a very close eye on that one. Domain under pressure from the Spaniard who sits right behind him. With Iskender Zulfikari in the lead of this race, as we'll come back to that one, because there was the overtake. Bosco Arias going through on Domain. That is the change for second place, but he's going to lose out on it again, or just try to lose out on it again. Domain tried to get that move back down the inside on Arias, but it didn't go his way, and now Lucas L goes through, and it looks like Domain's lost out to Walls as well. Devin Walls on that Kart Republic also has managed to squeeze past. It was a bold move from Domain there, Nicole. It just didn't work out for him.
It was drama for Forza with Kalesia in our previous junior heats, and it was almost drama there once again for Forza with Domain, but Domain managed to correct the kart, managed to get that steering snap back in the right position, and continues to sit there in P5. Watch him then as they come over the line. Will he catch back up to Waltz? But Waltz having a very good showing so far in this first round of the European campaign. Him and his brother both moved over to the KR tent for 2025, and it's working for them. They're on the Kart Republic this year instead of the OTK. Drivers have different styles, different chassis, suit different drivers, and I'd say so far for both Waltz brothers, the Kart Republic is working very well. On your screen then, we've got Bosco Arias, the Ricky Flynn driver that's heading out of turn number 11. He's continuing to charge forward, but I don't think it's going to be anywhere near enough to take chunks out of Iskender Zulfikari, your race leader, who's leading by 1.3 seconds.
Certainly is. We're nearing the end of this race now. We're on lap 6 of 8. And so far, Zulfikari is not under pressure from the rest of the field. 1.1 seconds separates him from Bosco Arias. This is the Shells, Waltz and Domain battle, as now Waltz goes through Parcel and moves up into third place on the track. Here comes Domain, who's trying to fight back now on this lap. But let's see what happens as they climb up the hill. Does Domain go for the move? No, thinks against it. through this section. Remember, he tried to get the move done through turn 8 last time around, which is the corner they're approaching now. This time around, no bite of the bullet for Domain. He stays there behind in P5. Arias now with the fastest lap of the race. Time very quickly running out, Nicole, but that gap is now fluctuating. It's around a second, but I reckon he could be able to close in here if the pace is there, because physically out the commentary box window, it's looking a lot smaller now, that gap.
Yeah, I think Bosco Arias is going to be sat there in second, hoping that Zulfikari makes a mistake. He's taken another 10th out of him as they headed out of the second sector then, but I wouldn't say at this stage it's going to be enough. I would question if Zulfikari is maybe just backed off slightly, because he has dropped about 4/10 within a couple of laps. You know, tyre preservation, he's not deployed new tyres yet, he's on those old ones, questioning when they will decide to do that, but I would say Zulfikari has actually just calmed things down slightly. He's still your intermediate classification leader then. He leads from Baglin and his teammate in the Forza of Domain, who sits in 3rd position in the intermediates with 177 points. The battle rages on though for 3rd position between Waltz, Sells and Domain. Domain just looking a little bit impatient through those later stages of this race. Got a few corners wrong and backed off from Sells ever so slightly, but Waltz doing a good job to lead this way. Leading the way as well in a bit of a new position for him. Maybe we haven't seen him so far up the order last year, but I'd say, you know, Waltz this year, he's up there, he's a contender, he's battling at the sharp end of the field. Here we go then as they head towards the start-finish gantry. It will be Iskender Zulfikari that meets the checkered flag and takes another race win. Bosco Arias then finishes in 2nd positions, 7/10 behind Zulfikari. Waltz sits in P3 with Sells in 4th. Henry Domain then not the race that Domain would have wanted. He started on the front row and finds himself in 5th position.
He certainly does, and that one brings that race to a conclusion. Gotta say, probably the calmest race we've seen today. Those front runners having the feisty getaway right at the beginning, of course, with the two Forzas going wheel to wheel, but they certainly sorted themselves out at the end of that one. Iskender Zulfikari then maintains his intermediate classification lead. He maintains his perfect scoring streak with one more race to go for his group, and let's see what will happen later on today. Is he looking for a perfect scoring Friday and Saturday into his superheats and finals tomorrow? That is what we'll have to wait and see. Here's a look at your full lineup then. The top 5 we've gone over. Julian Fresnelli finishes in P6, up 3 places from Endo Arata. Then it's Remy Soundcheck from Valeria Villapiana, who gained 9 places in that one to finish inside the top 10. Matteo Rivals, he rounds out that top 10. Turner Brown and Gilles Herman finishes ahead of Michael Zajac, who dropped down to P13 at the end of that one. Martin Bertolacini gaining 7 places, finishes in P14 ahead of Michael McGoy in P15. Mark Potapenko from Jarlis Sayup, Victor Stelmach from Angelina Simmons, Casper Reibold from Felipe Sanchez, and Zhang Jose Wenyabu from Tony Cachafero, and it will be Lillian Scarborough who rounds out the 25 runners. To retirement, Savary Dudkowski and Alexander Lazarus. There on your screen though, Nicole, Iskender Zulfikari, 4 out of 4 plus a pole position. He's in prime position for a perfect scoring weekend.
That was almost a perfect rhyme.
It was almost a rhyme. I'm a poet and I didn't even know it. Here we go. Look at that start. Oh, how close could you get? So tense between those two Forza drivers at the start of that one.
That was almost, I'm going this way, I'm going that way. Oh, too close.
Dear.
I think neither of them realised it's like a moment on the road where you go to change lanes and then you're like, uh-oh, someone's changing into that one as well on the other side.
You know what fixes that? Mirrors. And indicators.
No mirrors on these, though.
No mirrors or indicators on these, no. That was that scary moment there at the beginning of that one for Wenyabu, the Ward Racing driver, unfortunately dropping right down to the back of the grid, but did gain a few more at the end of that one. Rest of the racing continued on that one. Bosco Arias making those moves in the early stages. Here it was, down the inside, getting into 2nd place. Domain tried it, didn't he? Tried to hang it around the outside here. He then tried to look for the inside, watch it into turn number 8, sees an opportunity, goes for it, and then loses it. And then Sell went through, and then later on, Darren Walls also going through, and that was him making that move past Sell as well, and finishing that race in 3rd place. But across the line, continuing his perfect scoring streak, is the driver from Turkey for Forza Racing, Iskender Zulfikari, taking the win and certainly delivering some strong results there. There is a look at the view over the horizon here, right at the top of the circuit. You can see as far as the eye can see, but it is a bit hazy off in the background there. If I fail as a commentator, at least I could be a weatherman. Right, next race coming up, qualifying heats A versus C. That will be heading out onto the circuit, and it all starts with, once again, Chiara Batik starting this one on pole position. But the main story, of course, from last year, fresh off his first European FIA Karting title, Joe Turney is back in 2025, and here's what he had to say at the start of this weekend.
I think hopefully a bit more of the same as last year. Obviously, seeing as we won the championship last year, I think we have to set our sights at the same for this year. So yeah, we're gonna try our best to do that. But we've got a pretty strong lineup as a team as well, and I'm sure that as a team we can try and win the championship. Yeah, so it looks like the weather's going to be a bit more influential this weekend. We're driving in the wet today. Might be a wet tomorrow as well for quali. Maybe some dry at the weekend. So we've done plenty of laps here in the dry at the moment. We know where we need to be, but the wet's going to definitely mix up the order a bit. Yeah, I think I'm ready to race them. It's not my first year racing against some younger drivers from junior, so yeah, I'm definitely ready to race them. But doesn't mean it's going to be easy. And there's definitely some really fast ones this year, as there is every year. But yeah, definitely can't underestimate them, and it's going to be a challenge.
Well, great to chat there to Joe Turney, who did struggle a little bit in time qualifying, unfortunately. Went out in slick tyres, rain came down on qualifying, and then all of a sudden that whole session was ruined effectively. But it did help out one young lady, Chiara Batik, who put it on pole position overall in the senior category, and we'll be starting this one alongside Thomas Breder on row number 1. Filippo Sala and Zach Drummond go from row 2. They'll have Oliver Kinmark and Eloy Gonzalez on row 3. Clovis Nougarade and Matt Corby go from row 4, sorry, I should say, and they'll have James Enonosianis and Alpac Saw in row 5. Luke Cornder and Bo Louette round out row number 6. Oliver Rasmussen and Senna Munir round out the first half of the grid on row number 7.
Drivers on the second half of your grid then, and drivers with work to do include Zach Green and Lewis Francis on row number 8. On 9 we have Zhao Zhizhan with Daniel Picconi, and on 10 we have Francois Cardal with Noah Wolf. Rounding out row number 11 is Aloy Girardet with Great Britain's Joe Turney, and on 12 we have Kara Firhand with Efim Duranov. Starting on row number 13 in your grid is Peter Stiller with Davide Vitaro, and on 14 we have Karl Lutard with Jakub Kimenek. Rounding out your grid then is the driver from the Czech Republic, Daniel Haratse, and Great Britain's Sebastian Mins will be your last driver on the grid after a difficult qualifying session for CRG. He will be starting in 30th position.
Yes, indeed. Well, let's see what is going to be happening on this one, because we are getting close to the halfway point of the second half of the day with a couple of races to go. But let's see what happens in this one. Great little shot there showing the different directions that these drivers go through, the opposing lines of traffic that you see out there. And there are quite a few of them at one part of the circuit. There is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lanes of opposing traffic all the way throughout, albeit they're kind of wiggly and sorted out. It's only at that top section. Drivers heading down into that final sector. Chiara Batik at this moment does lead the intermediate classification if she gets a good result at the end of this one. She currently is a bit further down at the moment, but it's Ramakas who leads the way with 169 points from Kostoya, Van Langendonk and Kaczynski, the top 4. But let's see what happens at the end of this one, because if she can maintain the streak that she has got over the course of this weekend, she will be in a very strong spot at the end of today and going into, of course, tomorrow. Into the tram lines we go. Are we racing? First time of asking. Yes, we are. Down in towards turn number 1, and it's again a good start for that inside row. Keeping on the outside though, Thomas Bradier slots into P4. but has to defend from the drivers behind now as they make their way up the hill. You can see there one of the Birulak karts pushing through nicely. That's Eloy Gonzalez, who has been played with some up and down results here. Filippo Sala has been the closest he's been at the start of these races to Chiara Batig, but struggles on the exit there at turn number 8 and lost a big chunk of time there. Chiara Batig then now has the clean air to try and break away, exactly what she's been doing over the course of this one. But again, the question remains, did anyone behind go for fresh tyres? Nicole, that's the question that we just do not know at this point, and now we'll have to wait and see. Eyes on this one though, the victory lane driver pushing through nicely, but keep an eye on Oliver Kinmark though on that Koski. He's there in 3rd place, and he's there about to attack on the 2 ahead, who have been the closest they've been all weekend, and Filippo Sala sends it down the inside of Chiara Batig. Now Chiara, let's see how you deal with this, says Filippo Sala, as he takes the lead, but now Kinmark's going to go through. Kinmark goes through into 2nd place, and Batig is down into P3.
That overtake by Sala then just cost Chiara Batig a little bit of time out of the final corner, and that made her vulnerable to Kinmark, who has got himself into 2nd position. Don't count Chiara Batig out though, because I'm sure she will find some pace. Drivers will be out at the back of the field then. That is, I believe, Joe Turney. We think Joe Turney round the turn number 17 has stopped and parked it on the grass. Yes, it is Joe, so he is out. But eyes back on the front of this field then, because it's still Filippo Sala that continues to lead from Kinmark. Chiara Batig is trying to find some pace once again, but finding pace is Kinmark, who goes up the inside of Filippo Sala. Not quite brave enough to get the move done, and that's going to cost him. That's going to put him back into the hands of Chiara Batig. We are wondering then, is this a tyre decision by Kinmark? Because I'm sure in the juniors, teammate of Kinmark, maybe we were suspecting deployed some new tyres and went faster. Has Kinmark decided to do the same? Would be really interesting to know, because even though he lost some time out of the final corner, he's caught back up to Filippo Sala very, very quickly. Noah Wolf is your fastest driver out there on the circuit on the VAR by Birrell. He sets a 1:01 very early on in this race. Battle continues then between Sala, Kinmark and Batig, but that battling between Kinmark and Filippo Sala has brought the likes of Gonzalez, Pradier and Drummond back into the fight. It's James Anagnostiadis that continues to charge on throughout this weekend, because he's jumped up the order so far by 2 positions to get himself into 7th. Will Australia arrive once again within this race? I'm sure we'll find out very shortly, but he's having a great run so far. We're on board then with Eloy Gonzalez on the Birrell as they head up through turns number 1. He's chasing the 151 up the first sector then, and you can just see how much load they put on those tyres as they head through turn number 5. It's Chiara Batig in front of him, then Chiara looks like she gets a bit of a run out of turn number 8. They head back down the hill then. Again, this is a point where there is lots of load on the tyre, and that tyre preservation is so important. Through turn number 11, then they use gravity just to pull them around. It's so late on the brakes there and hard. So much kart control is required to make sure that these OKs don't slide out of the hands and they don't scrub too much rubber off. Continue to be on board then with Eloy Gonzalez, who sets it up on the brakes, uses those cones going round turn number 15 and 16 as a bit of a marker, just goes in there nice and late and hard, uses all the track out 16, 17 and 18 and goes back down the straight, but he's still a considerable chunk there behind Chiara Batig, who continues to sit in P3 and chase the likes of Kinmark, who is chasing the likes of Filippo Sala.
Certainly is. Halfway point of this race now. Lap 5 of 10. And Sala in control of this race. There's a little bit of a timing glitch there with Efrem Duranov at the top of that one, but it is Filippo Sala who is leading the way at the moment. But as they head down the hill, there is a look at your provisional classifications. Now Chiara Batig is still leading that one as they sort themselves out. There has been more drama down at the final corner. I think one of them is Zach Green.
Again.
Yeah, who's been caught out in one of these races. I think he's had a moment with Kare Ferhan, maybe even Carl Luthart as well. So a smattering of drivers have been eliminated from this race. Another is Senna Munir as well, but we've not seen where that happened. In fact, I think I can see it there, and there is the karts you can see in the foreground just getting pulled unceremoniously out of the way. Sala leads the way then across the line from Kinmark. Chiara Batig still in P3. Remember, she started this racing weekend with a third place as well. So only getting one more still puts her in a really strong position. Efim Durdenov is coming up on my screen and seeing a technical flag. But again, we'll keep a close eye on that one. Right, Sala, Kinmark and Batig, 1, 2, 3. Pradera is still there. Anagnostianis again is up into P5 and is pushing through the field nicely on this one. Here is the battle further on in the background, and this has got the likes of Noah Wolf in it. Rasmussen's in there, Zach Drummond's in there. There's Wolf going for the move on Rasmussen, so he's going to go backwards a little bit in this one. Clovis Nogueira is there. Elo Gonzalez, what's happened to him? It's actually Gonzalez who we were talking about there. Elo Gonzalez was fighting right at the front, now down to P12.
Warning flag has gone out then for the 169 of Matt Corby, so he's got to be careful where he positions that kart for the rest of this race. Eyes on the battle then between James Anagnostiadis and Pradier as they head up the hill towards turn number 5. Anagnostiadis doing a great job throughout this weekend. We've said it time and time again. He's just found some very, very good pace out there in the Prema kart, in the Kart Republic. Is he going to have enough time within this race to catch up to Pradier and overtake? Not quite sure just yet, but watch him down the hill because he looks settled. He uses all of the track and all of the rubber that's out there. Checks over his shoulder to the kart behind as they head into turn number 12. The battle, though, continues between 1, 2 and 3. Filippo Sala is leading the way. Half a second to Kinmark, who's closer to Chiara Batig than he is. We've got a driver retirement then. That's the 184 in the Birrell.
Yeah, that's a little further down in the order. And yeah, that's one of the... Well, that was Elo Gonzalez actually who came in. Then there is Efim Durdenov, and that is his side pod that's come off the kart. So they're out of this race, and that's a big shame for Elo Gonzalez because we were saying to him, needed those good results after the shaky start he had beginning of the weekend, and now it's all going a bit topsy-turvy for him again. Here is your battle for second place right now. Kinmark versus Chiara Batig. Batig is starting to close back in now, Nicole, I suspect. 0.3 of a second is that gap, but that has closed down considerably now in this final sector. And let's see what happens as they're halfway round the lap now in towards turn 12. No change for them just yet, but keep an eye on them now as they start to really turn it up here. They're thinking they've lost the likes of Filippo Sala. There's the check over the shoulder for Kinmark. That gives the green light to Chiara Batig, thinking, right, if he's checking over the shoulder, he's thinking he's not quick enough, and there's the move down the inside at turn 17. And you could see that coming from a mile away.
There she goes then. She knew that the Koski kart in front of her was nervous. She knew that she had put that pressure on Kinmark. She knew that he was feeling it and went for the move. Just caught him kind of a little bit asleep there as they headed through turn number 17. Went in very nicely, made the overtake cleanly, and is now back into a higher position into second.
This is going to help her out in the intermediate classification as well out there. Now this is James Anagnostiadis and Thomas Pradier a little further down in the order. And this is P4 and P5 on your screen. And we saw Anagnostiadis make the moves earlier on today, and he's making the moves again in this latter half of the day with him up 4 places in this race. And you can imagine Thomas Pradier a little bit deflated in being down 2 places. So you can see these two have now come together at this point of the lap. However, they have got the likes of Bolowet just behind, but we'll talk about that later on because there is the change. Anagnostiadis up into P4 and on the charge. Instantly on defensive now in towards turn number 1 against Pradier and maintaining that one. So again, Anagnostiadis going on to this final lap has got that move done, but not feeling like he can hold it for this last lap. So that will be a defensive line all the way to the end, I will suspect, Nicole.
Quick decision to sit on the defensive then as they came down the start-finish straight, and that has made Pradier very vulnerable to Bolowet because Bolowet has overtaken through turn number 8. Bolowet, first showing within the OK Racing for 2025. He's doing a great job out there. Now finds himself in P6 from Pradier. How is Pradier going to react to that? Because that was an ambitious move. It didn't take any moment for him to think about it. He didn't think about it. He went in, overtook, sat on the defensive then as they headed down the hill. Focus on then, eyes back on our race leader, who is Filippo Sala. soon to meet the checkered flag. Yes, he does. Filippo Sala then meets the checkered. Intermediate classification on your screen. Chiara Batigue, after getting herself back into second position, leads the way with 185 points. Is Thibaut Ramekers in second with 169, tied with Thomas Pradier, who finished that race in P6. James Anagnostiadis, who finished in P4, is also P4 in the intermediate classification. And Christian Costoya on the Paralin for Spain is in fifth, with Scotland's Zach Drummond currently in sixth. Within that race, though, like we said, Filippo Sala was your race winner, with Chiara Batigue in second, Oliver Kim-Mark for Koski in third, James Anagnostiadis for Prema in fourth, and Bo Lowet on the Paralin in fifth.
Well, Filippo Sala on the charge back as he sits seventh in the points right now, only 3 points behind Drummond. At the bottom of that list that you can see on your screen. Still a tense moment for them then, but still in a really strong position as we'll be going into the final round of qualifying heats very, very soon. In fact, that is what is coming up next, so make sure you stay tuned for that one. Here's a look at your full classification at the end of that one. Sala from Batigue, Kim-Mark, Anagnostiadis and Bo Lowet round out the top five. Sixth place downwards sees Thomas Pradier and Clovis Nogueira. Noah Wolf for the Van Amersfoort Racing by Birrell finishes in 8th place after gaining 12 positions. Zach Drummond and Lewis Francis round out the top 10. Alpak Soy and Matt Corby from Oliver Rasmussen. Then it's Davide Bottaro finishing in P14 after gaining 12 places. Luke Horner rounds out the top 15. Alois Girardet and Jakob Kamenek. He finishes in a good spot there after gaining 11 places in P17. He's got finishes ahead of Picorni and Cadal. Peter Silla rounding out the top 20. Sebastian Mins, Zhao Zijun and Daniel Haritzi round out the 23 finishers in that race. And the retirements, there were many of them. Eloy Gonzalez, Efrem Durdanov, Zach Green, Karo Fairhand, Carl Letart, Senna Munir, and the shock of it, Joe Turney, right at the start of that race. But there, Filippo Sala, am I right in saying, Nicole, that's first qualifying heat win of the weekend?
First qualifying heat win of the season as well. So first
Well,
round.
it's only the first round.
Well, it is only the first round.
If we were round two, that would make more sense.
Starting off on the right foot then. Here's your race replays, and here's that start then by Chiara Batigue. Just propelled herself up the hill. I think she's practiced these starts a few times, maybe in testing, because she looks very, very controlled. Birrell on board then, that is Gonzalez. He got caught out ever so slightly at the start. Watch Thomas Pradier, who also similarly got caught out ever so slightly and lost out a couple of positions. This was the moment then Filippo Sala overtook Chiara Batigue for the race lead. We can see it slightly then on the onboard camera. Filippo, like we said, continued to lead throughout the whole race as Chiara Batigue had to fight herself back from third up to second after losing out.
Yep, certainly so. Back on board with Eloy Gonzalez before his retirement earlier on. That was his move up into P4 in the early stages. There was the retirements coming in thick and fast in the early stages of that race. And yeah, multiple coming in. There was Efrem Durdanov with that side pod coming off. And many more as well to boot. There was a change back for second place. Chiara Batigue sending it through. There was Kera Fairhand out of the race. There as well, Anagnostiadis going for those moves in the latter stage of that race, certainly delivering a strong result and finishing there in P4. But Filippo Sala claiming that first win of the weekend and, like you said, Nicole, of the season at round one. But gets it through into P1. Nicely done for him. And that rounds out the fourth round of qualifying heats as we go into the final round of qualifying heats now. This is the fifth and final rotation of them, and it all starts with groups D and F, groups D and E, I should say. We're going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere, though. We'll be back with that final round of heats coming up next.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, created for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Minerva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them because it's made my life so much easier.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, we are only about a minute and a half or so away from the last full rotation of qualifying heats. That will be groups D and E. That'll be coming up next for their final round of heats. Then it's groups A versus F, and then B versus C to round out the day. But it is the OK Junior qualifying heat D versus E. That is heading out next onto the circuit. And we look forward to seeing what is going to happen in this one because, of course, William Kalesia, who has been at the forefront of a lot of these races, has had the ups and downs because, of course, you have to remember he had that spin earlier on in Groups D. But there is Jamie Ashcroft, who's had a brilliant year with the likes of RGMC, and it's his birthday today, believe it or not. He says that he's 39 years old. That was about 6 years ago. He's actually, no, he's kidding. He is 39 years old, and a big happy birthday to him and all of the RGMC crew as well. As I can imagine, the entirety of the paddock as well, extending that happy birthday for him. But good stuff. Well, hopefully he has a nice calm night because it's a busy day tomorrow because it's finals day tomorrow, so hopefully he stays on board on this one. We'll have to wait and see. Right, what were we talking about? We were talking about those results from earlier on and what happened to William Kalesia. Now, we were unsure because Eli Christian took the win of that one, but we'll try and figure that one out as soon as we can because it was a very, very busy one, and that I can see is actually still under investigation on my screen. So there we go. What field makes its way out onto the circuit? So let's take you through then the full starting lineup. It is William Kalesia and Antonio Pizzoni on row number 1. Luke Tal and Dan Alaman go from row 2. They'll have Giacomo Giusto on row 3 with Gustavo da Silva alongside. Andrea Mani and Jean-Matteo Rousseau go from row 4. They'll have Daniel Miron and Roland Nagy on row 5. Sebastian Eskandari and Jesse Phillips go from row 6. Drew Waltz and Amir Sabrov go from row 7. They'll have Maxim Bobrajov and Denny Babacek on row number 8. Danil Kutskov and Olivier Ricini go from row 9. They'll have Oliver Warner and Enia Pizzuto on row 10. Alex Malota and Emiliano Hernandez go from row 11. They will have Jos Mulder and Henry Constant Kupin on row number 12. Mats Van Rooyen and Billy Van Straven round out row number 13. Mika Runitz and Vanessa Schilkeretta round out the entire grid of karts. But that will only be 27 out there, of course. Enia Pizzuto not out on track. We are on the formation lap. Drivers have ended their out lap. They're now on their formation lap out there on the circuit as they climb back up the hill. And like we say, for Eli Christian, still in a strong spot in that intermediate classification. Not too far down in it, but currently doesn't, well, sits in the top 8 out there at the moment, only a few points behind. Remember, it is Iskander Solfakari who is the points leader right now with one more qualifying heat to go for the entirety of the groups. Just those 6 races left. So this is where it starts to get to that crunch point. We were talking about that crunch point earlier on. This is really now where it starts to get intense because you've got drivers who are in the moment in the intermediate classification around the 72nd or 73rd place spot. It's only the top 72 that go through into those super heats. And of course, after those 2 super heats, only 36 go through to the final. So it is a tense moment now for the field as there is the Tony Kart family on top of their Arctic lorry there. The team truck watching out over the circuit. They've got a good view there of turn number 1. But they are primed and ready to watch this one. Here we go then. Out of the final corner into the tram lines. It's a little bit all over the place. Are we going racing? Yes, we are, says Nigel Edwards. And it's a good start for the inside row. The outside row caught out there, and it's a spin in the front of the field there. And that, I think, was Giacomo Giusto, who went round initially. He is okay. but he is furious. And for many other drivers, they got caught out there, and you can still see he's furious. I'm not sure who he's shouting at there from the sidelines, but who else was involved there? I think maybe Antonio Pizzonia was there involved, because he's not clocking up on my screen, as well as Denny Babacek. He's also had a moment. Mika Rinitz as well as the fourth driver. So 4 drivers off at the start of that race, and Giacomo Giusto is the one driver who is absolutely livid with the rest of the field.
I can see Denny Babacek parked just coming out of turn number 7. He did have a go at trying to get the car push started, but has now abandoned that OTK on the side of the circuit. There he is then on your screen, walking over to the marshal post, where we've got a few other drivers stood, and we've got drama going on as drivers head over the start-finish line. That was between the CRG and the Forza driver, so I believe that's our 2 race leaders. They were
Andrea Mani and Daniel Miron.
It was not our 2 race leaders. I think it was our drivers, probably. Let's have a look.
It's Andrea Mani and Daniel Miron, those 2, 3rd and 4th place. So the Forza and the CRG, I think you were referring to there. But yeah, Kalisha still leads the way. Luke Tal, what happened here then? So here they are on the start-finish line. And there's Andrea Mani going right over to the inside line, and that won't be taken too kindly, I can imagine, from the stewards and officials. They, I'm sure, will probably look into that one. But the move did go through, and Daniel Miron gets up into 3rd place, but certainly a very shaky way of doing it. There's a look at the live intermediate classifications then. This is the last time we'll see these drivers race in the junior category, as down the inside there, a nice change as it all starts to kick off once more. There is Sebastian Eskandari getting that move done, and Andrea Mani now going down into P5. Back over the start-finish line they go. This is still that battle we were just talking about. 3rd, 4th and 5th on your screen, but it looks like Eskandari has now got past Daniel Miron and has moved up into 3rd place. So that would be a great start there, but we'll keep a close eye on that one. In fact, I don't think he has. No, he is still there in P4. He has got the likes of Andrea Mani, and it's Drew Waltz who is right there behind. So it's Waltz who is trying to go for the move now. The battle for P4 is on right now, and we'll keep a very close eye on that as this progresses forward. Lap number 3 we are on of 8. A very dramatic start there, Nicole, as Waltz does get the move done. However, loses it again because, well, Andrea Mani fights it straight back through and retakes that position. All the meanwhile, that's allowing the likes of Marquez and De Silva to close in. He's right there. Bobrishov will have to close in. Oliver Warner is there, and so is Alex Malota. Can you tell we're getting to the last race and drivers are putting new tyres on? Look at these, 10, 11, 11, 11 places gained, 10 for Vanessa Chilcaneta as well. There's big movers all the way through the field here.
It's Bobrishov, Warner and Alex Malota that are all on charges within this race. Bobrishov and Warner are the 2 teammates in the Ricky Flynn awning, and they're both on the move to try and make up some positions, try and redeem themselves after some not so good heats and qualifying. We've also got Henry Constant Kumpen is up by 11 positions, so is Just Mulder, so they're sat in 12th and 13th, trying to pick off those places, trying to have a good go at these final stage heats that mean so much to these drivers when it is crunch time. Here is a race replay of that start then. Let's see what happened.
Just keep an eye on the 3rd place car now, and Giacomo Giusto cuts across the nose of the Forza there, makes contact with the other. But the question is that who was he shouting at? Because he wasn't looking behind him when he was shouting, he was looking in front. Was he looking at the Tony Kart team that are there? But I don't know why, because, well, it wasn't a Tony Kart that he was involved in. But clearly, a lot of frustration coming out of him there.
We've got a bit of an incident out on the circuit then, Anthony. So whilst we've been focusing on our race replay, we have gone full course yellows out there on the circuit.
Well, it's slow procedure is what we're under. And, yeah, effectively, it is a safety car procedure. And there has been a bit of an incident there with a couple of drivers. And yes, and I think it's Jos Mulder and Henry Constant Kumpen who have been involved in that incident. And marshals and medical staff are on the scene. But yes, while we were watching those replays, yes, something has happened. So the race has been neutralised then. And Gonzalo Planta is out there on the track assisting what the marshals are doing as well, and trying to slow the pack down as well. And they have done just that. So the race is under a slow procedure, and right now it will just be in flux. So Collegia leads the way then at this slow procedure start. Luke Tal from Daniel Miron, Sebastian Eskandari, Andrea Mani, Drew Waltz, Gustavo da Silva, Maxim Bobrajov, Oliver Warner, Alex Malota at the top 10, Jesse Phillips from Amir Sabrov, Rousseau from Kutkov, Hernandez from Shilkaneta, Nagy from Van Straven, Dan Aleman and Mika Runitz round out the 20 karts that are still circulating. This has been a very dramatic race, and you can tell it's one of those races where a lot of drivers have been really stepping it up a notch, trying to close in, because we've had a multitude of retirements. Jos Mulder, Henrik Constantin Kupin, Antonio Pizzonia, Giacomo Giusto, Denny Babacek, Olivier Nisani, Mats Van Ruin, and of course Ennio Pizzuto that didn't go out. So race is neutralised for the time being, and for the foreseeable as well. And there are still yellow flags waving out there, which means we are not restarting this lap, Nicole. We are still under that slow procedure. So a tense moment for the drivers now. You've been in moments and races like this where back in the day in the UK, I think it was Battenberg flag that we had. They've now changed that rule that's now gone into the world of the FIA. Slow procedure now incorporated into the world of UK karting. But back in this sort of situation for a driver, you're out there, you're now resetting and getting ready for what would be a restart.
Yeah, absolutely. So these drivers have got a lot to think about. They've got to keep their eyes on the marshals, see what's going on with the flags. Are there any changes? They've also got to think about the driver in front of them. They don't want to get too close, but equally so, they don't want to be so far back that if we go green, they're caught half asleep. And then one of the most important other things that they'll be thinking about is the temperature of those tyres out there. Although we have slowed down, the drivers have got to keep that warmth in the rubber, keep things warm. But as I say it, it's a red flag, then the race will be stopped. Drivers who are out there on the circuit, you know, they need their attention. So the drivers going round, circulating right now, will be stopped. That's it, red flag for this race.
Yes, now I'm trying to cast my mind back on regulations on this one. If we're more than 80% complete of a race or 75% complete, it is called there. Now, we were under slow procedure for a fair few laps. That is effectively the race still going. They still count the laps in that, and we were on lap 7 of 8, and I believe that is more than what the timer allows. So I think that is the race is called at that moment. There you can see is the driver who was involved in that red flag, one of the Tony Kart drivers out there. That is Henry Constant Kumpin. Can report he's up on his feet, but he is still in a spot of bother out there, and that is one of those. Now I think there's been a bit of a miscommunication. William Collegia, who was at the front of that train, has gone around again, and he has now stopped on the start-finish straight, and the rest of the field has gone into the pit lane. There he is on your screen, and I think he's in a situation now of, what do I do? Because, well, he's going to get out the kart now, but his kart is now stuck on the starting grid. He doesn't want to go over the line again, because then that messes up the timing, and he's not done that. He's going to push his kart backwards. That's going to be quite the job there, William, but he's going to give it a good college try and get that kart back into a safe spot. There you can see some of the mechanics there. They are at the ready to collect any karts, and can report for the stoppage. The driver, Henry Constant Kupin, is walking away. His helmet's off. He is walking under his own steam. There he is on your screen. And I've got to say, good stuff to see that one. A scary moment. Not sure what actually happened on the track, what caused that, because we were watching replays at the time. But there you can see a sea of mechanics with their trolleys ready to collect the karts, because like you say, in that race there was a multitude of retirements for some drivers who were really trying to make their way through the field there in the dying stages of that race. So race is called there, I believe, and that will be William Collegia then taking another race win. A question mark over that, because now, of course, he failed to come into Parc Fermé. So we'll have to see what happens to that one. But Kalija on our screen takes the win from Luke Tal, Daniel Miron from Sebastian Eskandari, Andrea Mani from Drew Waltz, Gustavo De Silva ahead of Maxim Bobajov, Oliver Warner, Alex Malota, Jesse Phillips and Amir Sabrov, the top 11. Then it is the likes of Jean-Matteo Rousseau, Daniil Kutskov, Emilio Hernandez, Vanessa Shilkaneta, and then it goes into the retirement. Roland Nagy, Billy Van Slaven, Dan Alleman, Mika Brunitz on my screen. It's all chopped and changed again. So those drivers unfortunately dropping backwards a little bit on that grid. And let's just see what happens then at the end of that, because William Kalija, there he is on your screen. Bit of a mishap, miscommunication there. He went round again, but didn't cross the start-finish line and pushed his car backwards on the grid. And let's have a look at some of the highlights from that race. Start of the race, well, very dramatic as well from the get-go. Giacomo Justo spinning on the inside there, furious at this the start of that one. And again, still unsure who he is gesticulating to there, but clearly very unhappy. And the race did continue at that moment. A couple of other drivers got retired and knocked off at the start of that race. Olivieri Sini, Mats Van Ruin, Denny Babacek as well. Also with tense moments at the start of that one. Race continuing. This was this moment here. Andrea Mani sending one across on Daniel Miron. Andrea Mani later tumbling down the order. He may get in a spot of bother for that one with the stewards at the end of this race. With more racing going on, as it all started to kick off in the mid-pack there as well. We started to watch some replays at that point. And then the red flag coming out after a slow procedure. That was the moment that the grid going round. And yeah, you can see the confusion there. Luke Tao was thinking, oh, do I continue? What are we doing? Is the race called or go in? He made the right call. He went in, and the field behind also doing the same. Daniel Miron was in that slight situation. But there we go. Well, that was that moment. And yeah, well, I've just been told in my ear, it kind of reminds you of that Hamilton moment. I think, what was it, the Hungarian Grand Prix, where he went out on slicks and everyone changed for wets, or it was the other way around. And it was the only car that started the Hungarian Grand Prix back in, I think, 2023 or 4 or 2. I don't know. My mind's not that good. But yes, a very interesting one for the last of the qualifying heats then for Groups D and E for OK Junior. And of course, we do send our best to the drivers who were involved in that incident. And hopefully, Henry Constant Kumpen is all okay. And like you say, we did see him walk away from that incident at the end of that race. But the race called then on lap number 7 of 8. And like we say, William Kalija taking the race win on track, but of course missing the pit entry, and that might not sit in the good books of the officials after that race. So we'll have to wait and see whether or not something comes from that one. Now you can see there's a congregation of marshals there just having a look at the kart. Now I can imagine there's a hefty bit of damage to that wagon. There is a driver over there as well, but we'll talk about that a little bit later on. Let's head down to Parc Fermé. Nicole Sutherland, it's over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. I'm with our race winner, William Kalija then. William, you're back in Parc Fermé after briefly parking it out there on the track. A disrupted end to the race then. As a driver, when you were going around in those final couple of laps where we were under slow procedure, how do you deal with it mentally?
Well, I thought that the race was going to go back ahead again. We're going to go green flag. And I was just kept on reminding myself to stay awake, look at the flags to make sure that we're going to be on track the next lap. So just keep my tyres cool and basically just make sure I don't get distracted pretty much, and just keep a cool head and just stay calm, and just make sure your tyres don't get too dirty with all the marbles, and yeah, pretty much, yeah.
And in one of your earlier heats today, you had a bit of an unfortunate end to it, a DNF after an incident. Can you tell me again, how do you deal with that when you have more races to go? You know, has it put you off at all, or?
Not really, because I mean, I was basically like in the top 3 before I crashed. I was the top 3 in the IC, so a DNF would only maybe drop a few positions. So, and then and I knew that my next heat, which was this one, was going to come up very soon. So I just thought, just forget about it and just move on to the next one. Yeah.
Great mentality then from you, William. Well done for that heat win. We'll head back up then to Anthony in the box for the next race of our day, because we've got more heats to come.
We certainly do, Nicole, but that brings the end of the day for Groups D and E for the OK Junior category. No more racing for them, but we still have Groups D and E for the Senior OK category. They will be heading out onto the circuit in a few moments' time. Now, there will be a little bit of a wait until this race goes out, because I can see the recovery car is making its way around the circuit. It is already full of karts. There is no more space on that trailer, and there are still 2 karts stricken out on the circuit. So I suspect there'll be a little bit of a wait until that next group heads out on circuit. But you can see them lined up there, Dries van Langendonk and Jindra Peschel on the first row of the grid. And again, for them, it's going to be an all-out fight on this one. There is Dries van Langendonk lined up, ready to go here on that front of the field. Good results for him over the course of this season, but over the course of this weekend, I should say. But he has had the ups and downs. As we look at the intermediate classification as it stands going into this one, Dries van Langendonk currently sits 8th in those points. He is joined with 149 points with Oliver Kinmark, who sits 9th. Of course, a win here, 50 points, will put him on just under 200. But of course, there are drivers who are fighting to get those maximum points. There is Jindra Peschel, who's starting on the front row of the grid. Now, Peschel does not sit anywhere inside the top 10 in the intermediate classification. His results have been good up and down, but mainly had those trepidations in the later races. But he has still got some quick performance out there. And I'm just trying to have a look at my best on some of those tyres there, Nicole. If any of them have gone for some fresh ones, maybe possibly on the left-hand side there of Peschel, if he's gone for it, because he's had those up and downs. There is Sophie. She's one of the mechanics. She's working inside the CRG awning, but she's lying down on the track. Sophie, stand on your feet. There you go. Give us a wave. Perfect. Good stuff. Glad to see that you're enjoying a little snooze there at the back end of this one. Of course, her pilot, who is Mats van Ruin, didn't have the race he wanted in that previous race, so she's there ready to collect his wagon. And oh no, there we go, sunbathing now on the track. Perfect. Good stuff, Sophie. Thank you very much. Right, we'll cast our attention back to the racing. That's probably going to be a more important thing to do. Nicole, you're back from up there. Kalijah seemed unfazed from that moment he had out there, and one of his teammates who's about to take to the track, Jensen Burnett, also looking slightly unfazed there, ready ahead of this last race.
Yeah, absolutely. Teammates, but of course in different categories. Jensen Burnett, though, also for the Forza team, like we said, they just seem so strong this weekend. And all of the drivers that we've spoken to, so Kalijah, Zulfikari, Burnett, just seem so calm, so confident in the team as well. I would say the setups that they've bolted on, as well as the power that they've got and the guidance from the coaches and team bosses, is really reassuring these drivers. And they're going out there on the circuit and definitely proving that.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, we still wait for the karts to be recovered out on the circuit. We're going to take a short ad break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back with Senior Qualifying Heat D versus E in just a moment's time.
it makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Minerva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just joining us, welcome to round one of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships. We are just off a red flag incident in the previous qualifying heat D versus E for the OK Junior category. Can report all drivers are okay. However, a hefty cleanup operation has been underway with multiple karts that were retired from that race from separate incidents at different parts. We are moments away from seeing the next race heading out onto the circuits, and there is a close-up view of the eyes of Vladimir Ivanikov, starting this one on the third row of the grid. Will be joined by Louis Cochet on that grid as well. And again, good up and down results for Vladimir Ivanikov. Again, I think he had some DNFs or DSQs. He came back stronger in the second half, but again, it's just been one of those up and down weekends.
Yeah, definitely has. He did have a second in his last heat. We were questioning, had he decided to deploy new tyres? We didn't actually answer that question that we had, but regardless, Ivanikov is having a great showing here at Campillos for the first round. Like you said, Anthony, he had a disqualification earlier on this weekend after being in the top three. It was for a technical non-compliance, so I'm sure Vladimir has taken that back to the Biril Art tent, regrouped, spoke to the team, guys, what happened? But he's not let that put him off, because he's gone out there and continues to be quick. Another quick driver then is the 133 on your screen of Louis Cochet with the Victory Lane team, French driver with the French team equally so. He's having a good show of things so far this weekend. Cochet and Vladimir have had a couple of battles throughout this weekend, so we'll see if that continues throughout this race that we'll see hopefully very shortly.
Indeed, very shortly. A little bit of that delay, of course, with the karts being recovered, but that has all been done now, and that is a credit to the marshalling team out on circuit here at Kart Centre Campillos. Brilliant work they have done throughout the entirety of this weekend, in conjunction with the, of course, officials out there from the FIA, and of course all the staff there in Parc Fermé, as well as the mechanics out there as well. Looks like the track is now cleared and ready to go racing once more. The recovery vehicle makes its way off at turn number 1, and I'm sure we will see the 1 minute board or the 30-second board, or the lights going off, the yellow lights flashing. In fact, no, we're going to hear the whistle blow and the green light go, because the engines are being fired up. And the drivers make their way out onto the circuit. So let's take you through that full starting lineup then for what is set to be the last race of the day for the entirety of these drivers. That's the previous race's grid, but it is Dries van Langendonk and Jindra Peschel on row number 1 in the senior category. It is Jensen Burnett and Roman Kamyab that join them on row number 2. Vladimir Ivanikov and Louis Cochet go from row 3. Row 4 is Leo Nilsson and Dean Pedersen for Sweden and the USA. It's Gino Rocchio and Bernardo Bernoldi on row number 5. Armin Kari Osman and Lewis Werrell go from row 6. They'll have Stylianos Kolovos and Sebastiano Pavan on row 7. Then you will see the likes of Maria Neto and Roman Russell on row number 8.
From row number 9, we have Casper Henriksen with Vilma Svan, and on 10, we have Great Britain's Sky Parker alongside the Netherlands' Jason Bralick. On 11, we have Fasto Unardo with Oscar Gallen, and on row number 12, we have Canada's Alexandre Chartier with Monaco's Ella Hakkinen. Starting from 13 then will be Zach Delay with Sebastian Corpeng, and rounding out your grid on the last 2 rows is Lucas Gayson and Sarah Matsoy on 14, and row 15 is Franziska Kagelski with Jorn Helder.
Well, let's see what happens at the end of this one, as there you see now the grid for this going on your screen. Like we were saying, Chiara Batig leads this one at the moment, but it's not a commanding lead. 185 points ahead with Thibaut Ramicas with his 169. He is joint on 169 points with Thomas Pradir. Now, those drivers are not in this race. None 3 of those top 3 are in this race. Some drivers who are right at the sharp end of this. Dries van Langendonk sits 8th in those points, and a good chunk of 50 puts him on just under 200. So that is exactly what he wants to do, and that would put him in the lead of those intermediate classifications. But again, he'll have to hope and pray that the drivers in the previous race drop down the order and don't get those results if he wants to stay in front. That's a bit of a long shot now at this stage. He's done what he's needed to. His results have been good, but he's just had too many of those moments where he's dropped down in the order. But let's see what happens then as we go into this final race of the day for groups D and E in the senior OK category. As we enter into the tram lines, hold your breath, here we go, lights are out, we are racing down in towards turn number 1. It's a good start for the entirety of the grid, but watch out for the outside row. Peschel tries to go around the outside, but can only do second place. Dries van Langendonk holds on to the lead then as they scramble for P2. Back down the inside goes the likes of Jensen Burnett on that Forza kart and moves up into P2 now. He'll lose out on it again as they go wheel to wheel, and all that's going to do is bring everyone into play. Burnett's gone off the track. He lifted a wheel onto that curb, and he's lost so many positions there. Through goes the likes of Ivanikov, I think Cochet, and I think Leo Nilsson on that DPK getting through. But crucially, right at the front, Nicole, Dries van Langendonk has been gifted a bit of an early lead.
Exactly that. Dries will be driving round now and will continue to push in his own air. He will want to extend that gap from the Tony Kart of Jindrich Peschel behind him, but Jensen Burnett falling off the track after overtaking into P2 has cost him a lot of time. He has fallen back down the order and he's going to have some work to do to pick off those places through this race. Let's take you through who leads then. It's Dries van Langendonk from Peschel. Vladimir Ivanikov has gone up by 2 positions to get into P3. We then have Leo Nilsson from Louis Cochet, Jensen Burnett and Roman Kamyab. Roman Kamyab has not had the start that he would have wanted in this race. He's dropped down 4 positions and now sits in 8th. We have Jindrich Peschel was fastest through the first sector, but that's taken away from Louis Cochet. We said at the start of this race, whilst they were sat on the grid, that Cochet is a quick driver out there. He looks quick through this one so far. There on your screen then, we've got Vladimir Ivanikov behind Nilsson going through turn number 12. Vladimir is going to be chasing as they head through 13. We'll use all of the track, all of the rubber down there. We didn't quite find out if he had deployed new tyres for the previous race, but he still looks like he's got the pace within this one. And a driver that maybe looks like he's dropped some pace through this, which he definitely has, is our race leader, Dries van Langendonk. He has dropped a considerable amount of time then to Jindrich Peschel. He was leading really nicely, but that lead has been reduced now to just under 0.2 of a second. Where will Peschel decide to overtake Van Langendonk? Because he will have a go. It's just a question of when, not where. Sorry, where, not when, because it will happen. But which corner will he decide to do it on? They head down the hill then. Jindřich Peschel hot on the tail of Dries Van Langendonk. We head into turn number 12, which is the hot spot. Is he going to open it up and have a look? Yes, he does. He goes up the inside. Peschel now is your new race leader. He leads from Dries Van Langendonk in the McLaren Papaya Orange.
Certainly does, and now you'll see Peschel really try to break away here, and as you alluded to there, Nicole, the use of those new tyres is in these early stages, and with Peschel really pushing forward in this stage, I think possibly may have deployed them here because he's had those bad results from previous races. He needs to get those good ones now. He sits second in the intermediate classification. Him getting past Van Langendonk changes the points a little bit, but he is still in a strong spot of P2 in those points as a total. Peschel leads then from Van Langendonk. Leo Nilsson there in the DPK. We've not said much about him this weekend, Nicole. He's been, again, going under the radar a little bit down in that midsection of the racing. But Leo Nilsson right now with 4 places gained is closing in on these two, and again could be another deployment of fresh tyres.
Exactly, that previous lap was a considerable chunk of time faster than Peschel and Van Langendonk, and like we alluded to with some of the other drivers out there and Nilsson, I would question if Nilsson has actually maybe put some new rubber down on that DPK kart, but because he has got the pace within this race. Talking of pace there, Vilmos Svan is your fastest driver out there on the circuit. He sets a 1 minute point 5.32. That's faster than our 2 leaders out there by a bit of a chunk now. So actually our 2 race leaders, Peschel and Van Langendonk, are struggling for outright pace. Lewis Werrell now goes faster. Lewis Werrell had a DNF earlier on in this weekend. He's going to need to pick some places up to promote himself as we head into superheats. And talking of superheats and intermediate classification, which is going to determine that later as we go into tomorrow's racing, it's Dries Van Langendonk who sits in P2, who is your leader of the intermediate classification. Peschel, who is leading this race, is actually in second. Chiara Batigue is in third with 185 points. Louis Cochet, who's 4th in this race, is also 4th in the intermediate classification. And then it's Jensen Burnett and Thomas Pradier. Jensen Burnett then, who previously fell off the track within the first couple of laps of this race, is now sat in 5th position. He's having a battle out there. There's Vladimir Ivanikov, who's getting all involved with Lewis Werrell for 6th position. Warning flag goes out then for the 166 of Maria Neto in the CRG, but we've got our eyes back on this front 2 then. It's Van Langendonk and Peschel. Peschel leads the way through turn number 5, but Van Langendonk looks like he's got a good run up the hill. Is he going to have an opportunity to overtake as they head back down? We'll watch the overtaking hotspots. Is he going to have the momentum?
Oh, well, I'm not too sure because, well, you think if he's lost out on that one but he's closing back in, is he going to go for the move? Because, you know, Van Langendonk's a smart driver. If he goes for the move, all he's going to do is bring in the likes of Leo Nilsson, and that's going to shake things up just that little bit. So it is Peschel who leads the way from Van Langendonk. Nilsson's still there in P3 from Louis Cochet. Well, there's the answer to the question. He is going to go for the move. He was thinking, okay, I'm being caught up now to Leo Nilsson, and now I want to get in front so I don't have to deal with that. But with that overtake, it's brought them right into play, and another change back down the inside. Peschel tries to go for it, but is just denied on the exit. Ring the dinner bell now, Nicole. It is game on to the end as you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 drivers all battling in their last race of the day.
That was a brave attempt by Peschel then going into turn number 1. It's not impossible. We've seen it happen this weekend, but it's so important that these drivers are not on the limiter too early as they head down the start-finish straight, because they just won't have the run, and that's what happened to Peschel. He just didn't have the run, and Van Langendonk closed it up and got the better run back up the hill and continued his lead. That's made Peschel more vulnerable now to the 2 drivers behind, which are Leo Nilsson and Louis Cochet, and there he goes then. Nilsson overtakes for P2. Louis Cochet is going to try and hang it around the outside, but he doesn't. He backs off Will he now have a bit of a run going into turn number 1? No, he doesn't, because Nilsson decides to go defensive as they head towards the curb of number 1. Louis Cachet then having a look upside, and Peschel gets all out of sorts, and Peschel over the grass then. He's going to drop down the order. That's going to promote Louis Cachet into P3, but Peschel all out of sorts, got it wrong, was too close to the curb and had no choice but to go straight over the grass.
Yeah, he won't be too happy with Cachet on that one as the two go wheel to wheel through turn number 2, but Cachet gets the jump on it and moves up into the likes of P3. So keep a close eye on this one. It's Van Langendonk from Nilsson, Cachet from Werrell, Burnett from Peschel now in P7. Werrell's just set the fastest lap of the race. I can imagine he's deployed something here. Here's the move down the inside. Well, the gap was there, but it's one of these. It was it into turn 1. Through they go. That's where it really kind of kicked off, and that's where the gap came. A little bit of contact on the entrance there, side by side, and yeah, well, hitting that curb, and wow, that's a bouncy through there, and all that will have done is brought on grass and debris onto the circuit that will just get picked up from the drivers who are coming through behind.
Exactly, it's the drivers behind that will then hit that dirty track, and it might get them out of sorts, create a little bit of understeer, create a bit of slide. So the drivers behind, something that they would have had to think about, because there will be a dirty track now on that corner. Back on the screen then, we've still got battles going on. We've got Forza Karts trying to push forward. That's Jensen Burnett now heading down into turn number 11. He's trying to push forward to the likes of Lewis Werrell, teammate who is pushing forward to Louis Cachet. Werrell now has lit things up in the later stages of this race. He's going to be desperate to pick off some positions after some not so great heats compared to what Werrell would have liked. He's been within this grid before, he's experienced, he knows how to do it, and he's a quick driver, so watch him. Is he going to create a gap between him and Louis Cachet and go for it? We'll find out very shortly. They'll go under the gantry though to meet the last lap board. Werrell there, head down, trying everything to get past Louis Cachet. Is he going to have the opportunity to send it up the inside on turn number 5? He has a look, but Cachet just tightens it up too much for there to be an opportunity available to him. That's bringing his teammate, the Canadian Jensen Burnett, into the fight now. It's now out of these 3, so watch Cachet, watch Werrell, watch Jensen Burnett. What is Werrell going to do as they head down the hill? Nothing just yet. Turn number 11 is not somewhere we see overtakes, but turn number 12 is. Cachet then going defensive, but Werrell makes it stick. He takes the opportunity and they miss out, because Jensen Burnett now jumps into both of them and he takes the position on this final lap.
2 for 1 special, Nicole. We've seen it time in and time out over these weekends, and Jensen Burnett capitalizes on the last lap of that race, and as they head through the final corner all on his own, it's the papaya colours of Dries Van Langendonk across the line, claiming that win and the last win for him across this day before he goes into tomorrow. It's Dries Van Langendonk then who leads the intermediate classifications with 199. However, Chiara Batigue is yet to go out and circuit, and the rest as well. Toro Padilla is yet to go out and circuit as well, and they sit 3rd and 6th in the points, the same as Ramikas, Anagnosiadis, and the likes of Christian Costoya. They're all yet to go out on track, but for the time being, the man there from Belgium, Kean, sits comfortable knowing that he's done what he can this day. And so far this weekend, as he heads in to tomorrow's superheats and finals, the question remains is, where will he start? They will head back then to Parc Ferme. That's the last time we see Groups D and E out on circuit for the juniors and now the seniors. There is a look at the full results on your screen. Van Langendonk for Leo Nilsson, Jensen Burnett from Lewis Werrell. 5 and 8 places gained for Nilsson and Werrell. Peschel finishing in P5 ahead of Louis Cachet. Vladimir Vanikov from Sebastiana Pavan, who gained 6 places to finish in P8. But Noldi and Dean Pedersen round out the top 10. Roman Kamyab from Stylianos Kolovos, then it's Vilmos Svan from Arden Karia Osman. Alexandre Chatier, who gained 8 places, finishes inside the top 15. Fastainado from Gino Rocchio. Sky Parker from Ella Hakkinen. Maria Neto from Jensen Bralick. Then it's Kasper Henriksen from Oscar Gallen. Romeo Russell and František Sedielski. Sebastian Korpeng, Zachariah Dole, Sada Matsoy, and Lucas Gayson. 29 karts started that race. 29 karts finish that race. And here's a look at some of the highlights from that last race for Groups D and E as they made their way round the track. Initially, good start there for Van Langendonk, holding on to his lead, breaking away nicely. You had Burnett up into second place in the early stages, taken away. Peschel back down the inside. That put Burnett off the line, on the curb, and back in the pack. That brought in the likes of Shells, Green, and the rest as well. Of course, they're out the next one. Brought out the rest of the field, of course, in that race as Nilsson, Burnett, Werrell all started to close in on this one. There was the first change for the lead, and through would go the likes of Jindra Peschel into the lead. Van Langendonk would fight back. This brought on a chain reaction then, because Leo Nilsson closed in. But we'll talk about those ones later on, because we're ready down in Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, over to you.
Yes, we are ready then. Dries Van Langendonk, good race from you. You lost the lead but gained it back again. Can you tell me about that overtake that got you the win once more?
Yeah, I mean, we've worked a lot over the past 2 days. We were struggling a bit on Friday, but today we found back a lot of speed that we lost. Still, we're not quite there yet, but we planned it all out very well, looking at mechanic as well, and he was telling me perfect moments when to overtake as well. And also I checked behind and I saw that they were closing in a bit, so I had to make a move soon. And I went for it at the perfect moment. He tried to come back into the first corner, which was a close one, but still caused a chain reaction behind and got the win.
Great to hear from you, Dries, and very well executed. More karts have gone out on the circuit then. Anthony, who have we got out there?
Well, we are back with the juniors qualifying heat. A versus F is now out on circuit. Let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup because they're already on their formation lap. It's Iskandar Solfakari and Ili Christian on row number 1. Lucas Els and Will Green go from row 2. Endo Arata and Santiago Diaz de la Vega go from row 3. They'll have Mateo Rivals and Benjamin Magnac on row number 4. Row 5 sees Julian Fresnelli and Priyan Bruno. They will have Turner Brown and Nikita Lubimov on row number 6. Kasper Reipold and Jagrat Tetroja go from row 7. They will have not Jeremy Rivers out there, but they will have Samuel Hugon all alone on row number 8. Michael McGow and Jindrik Svoboda go from row number 9. They'll have Alexander Lazarus and Edward Kennedy on row 10. Martin Bertolacini and Bruno Blanco go from row 11. They'll have Zhang Jose and Nilis Malik on row 12. Jarlath Seyer, Amelia Vishamirska and Angelina Simmons round out the entirety of the grid. 26 drivers out on track. And like you say, getting through these last few races pretty swiftly with a couple of those delays that we've had in the previous races. But we are sticking to our timetable as best as we possibly can. Let's see then, as these drivers make their way into the final sector of the circuit. We are ready to go racing here. It's Kalesia leading the intermediate classifications from Iskandar Zulfikari, who is looking to claim his 5th and final qualifying heat win from the front row. Can he do it is the question. We're about to find out the answer. Through the tram lines, lights are out, we're racing, and it's side by side for the front runners. Can Christian hold it around the outside? The answer to that is no. Drops down into P4, the inside row of Zulfikari, Shells, and Endo. Breaks free as 1, 2, 3 of them head up the hill for the first time. Christian there in P4 from the rest of the field. Are they all going to get through cleanly? Nicole, the answer to that in this early stage of the race is yes, but they still look pretty strong. And at the front, crucially there for Iskandar Zulfikari, he's in the lead, he's breaking away, he's looking strong, and he's looking for maximum points at the end of today's racing.
Yes, he is. Can he max out on points then in this heat? I'm sure we will find... Well, we will find out, but I'm sure he's got the pace and the capability to do it. Iskandar Zulfikari, not a single mistake from him so far this weekend. We have a move then for 3rd position. That is Christian promoting himself into P3. Drop down the order slightly at the start. That brings Will Green into the fight then. Will Green will come over the line in 5th position. The young British driver has jumped into the junior category after being a mini last year. First year in OKJ,
first year at this top level of karting, but is in here at the first round having a very strong start of things. Is with the Williams F1 Junior program, is with Infinity Management, and will be under the management of Gary Katz, who is a previous European champion. So Will Green is out there and will be in such a good position to really make a good run of things within this first round.
Certainly so.
Back to the racing though, it's still Iskender Zulfikari that leads very nicely into turn number 12. We've got moves then between AKM karts and Forza karts. I believe that was Benjamin Maniac overtaking De La Vega there through turn number 12. We've got another overtake by Ilio Christian going through turns 15 and 16. He's jumped up into P2 then, overtook from Luca Sells, went in from far back, held the brake and slipped in very nicely.
Yep, certainly did. There he is now on your screen, back into P2 as we go on to lap 3 of 8. Let's just see what happens then as they make their way back up the hill then. This is all calmed down nicely for Zulfikar, and it's played into his hands once again. And now the Turkish driver has delivered some really strong results over today, as we have spoken about all the way throughout it. Poled it in time qualifying on Friday. You wouldn't have seen that at home, but if you were here at the track, you did. And then, of course, over the course of that first half of the day, got those qualifying heat wins. And then all throughout today, it has just been wins on the board. And he is looking to get maximum 250 intermediate classification points. No one would be able to beat him, and he would be the pole sitter for Super Heat 1 tomorrow, if he can hold on to that one. Kalesia currently sits second in those points. Of course, we are waiting to see what is going to happen with him later on. But let's see what happens for these drivers as they cross the line. Looking very strong in this one. But there is the order going through. There is the points on your screen. Zulfikari 250 from Kalesia. Shells in third from Will Green. Christian and Baglin, of course, Kalesia, who we've already seen race. He cannot go any higher than that. He has done all that he can. Benjamin Maniac now, the fastest driver on circuit. He's in P5. He's closing in pretty nicely, but he's got a bit of a train in front of him, and he's got a train behind him here, Nicole, and it's all... you know, they've seen that first race that went out of the last stage of it. They thought, well, that was quite busy. That was quite hectic. I don't fancy doing that myself. I fancy a nice calm race, and that's what we're seeing.
Yes, it is, and we've been asking that question, haven't we, Anthony? Can Iskender Zulfikari max out on points today? They're heading through the last sector, but Eli Christian does look faster than Zulfikari. 2 laps in a row, he's been an average of 2/10 of a lap faster. The gap now is 2/10. They'll head
right
under the start-finish line, and like you just said, Anthony, he is right there. Christian is applying the pressure to the Turkish driver Iskender Zulfikari as they head up the hill towards turn number 5. There he goes then. Christian tries to hook on the curb to swing that OTK kart round, but he doesn't quite have the gap to get it going, but he's got the gap there through turn number 8. Like you said, Anthony, switch over, caught the inside line, and now leads the way from Zulfikari.
Certainly does. Nicely done there. And again, that overtake started, I would probably say, through turn 1. All the way up the hill, through the section. They see it happening miles before it actually does, and Christian now takes away that perfect scoring streak from Zulfikari, but I can imagine Zulfikari would very much like that back.
Absolutely, set it up throughout the first full sector. Driver that's also setting things up then is Will Green through turn number 16. He's overtaken to get himself into 3rd position. Benjamin Maniac capitalised off of that and the pace that Sells dropped when Will Green went through, because Sells is now dropped some pace. Talking about drivers getting all a bit busy then, Anthony, that is our mid-pack of karts. Names do you have for me?
I think that may have been Priyan Bruno and Michael McGow through the start-finish line, because that was a Koski kart that got squeezed all the way off the circuit and a little bit more there on the start-finish straight. That is... well, pretty feisty in this final stage, but you can imagine, well, hopefully they keep it clean for the rest of it. But certainly a very shaky one, and here it is again, going across the line as Priyan Bruno crosses over and right off the track. I suspect that will definitely be looked at, I suspect, after that, because that's a very risky move to do. On lap number 6 of 8 now, race is coming to a conclusion pretty quickly. Christian is not in a safe place here. Zulfikari is still right there, and he wants that perfect score, but he doesn't look like he's attacking at this point, does he? What are the sector times looking like on that last lap? Well, all the way throughout, it was fractionally faster from Eli Christian, but let's see what it is this time around. Can the driver from Turkey close in off the driver from Canada?
I wouldn't be surprised if Iskender can get close enough that he will absolutely have a look, but I don't think he's going to be too despondent if he doesn't take another race win here, because he knows he's got the pace heading into the superheats. As we said that though, he's come down the hill and he's closed up considerably once again to Eli Christian. Watch them then as they come into sector number 3, because that is where drivers like to make it happen, and we've seen it from the Forza drivers of Iskender Zulfikari and William Kalesia. They go in from miles away. Is he going to have a look? Not quite yet, still sat there calm and settled, but there he goes. Iskender Zulfikari overtakes up the inside of Eli Christian, then through turn number 17. Sacrificed a little bit of speed on the entry of 16 to just set it up and dive in through 17. He continues to lead up the hill. Christian then on this final lap is all over the back of Zulfikari. However, up the inside for third position goes Benjamin Maniac on Will Green. Will Green is having a look once again. So is Eli Christian on our race leader.
No.
And they're out.
And that's the risk.
Zulfikari.
That is the risk I was thinking in my head for Zulfikari. Did he need to go for the move to get into the lead? Because he knew that even in a P2, he couldn't be beaten. Now he's out of this race. And Green's off. He must have just gone off in sympathy behind, because my goodness, that's opened things up.
Did Iskender rolling backwards maybe tag Will Green, because he was right there in third, fourth position? Is that how Will Green has ended up out on that rumble strip as well and out of this race? What an end of disaster for those two drivers. But these two drivers, as they meet the checkered, is Eli Christian then that takes the race win from Benjamin Maniac in P2.
And once again, Eli Christian involved with a leader in a race of their last races. We saw it earlier on with Kalesia. We're seeing it again now with Iskender Zulfikari. But again, we can't really see what happened there. It was just one of those moments. He celebrates across the line, understandably. He knows what he's done. He's won that race, and he's put himself up to 4th in the intermediate classifications. But you've got to think what has happened there, and hopefully both of those drivers are all okay up at the top section, because it's a fast part of the track there. They're really quick through turn number 8 as they head back downhill, but a very tense moment there. But Zulfikari maintains his lead in the intermediate classification, but now he is under threat from losing that outright pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow, with now only 212 points to his name. We have other drivers yet to go out and circuit. Here's a look at your full results then. Eli Christian of Canada takes the win from Benjamin Maniac. Lucas Schell finishing in third place ahead of Julian Frasnelli of Italy. Nikita Lubomov finishes in P5 ahead of Endo Arata, Priam Bruno and Michael McGow round out the top 8. Casper Reipold and Matteo Rivals round out the top 10. Samuel Hagon and Alexander Lazarus with a good race in that one. They gave 5 and 7 positions apiece in that race. They finish ahead of the Turner Brown from the USA. Bruno Blanco, who was under investigation at the end of that race, he finishes in P14, a gain of 8 places ahead of Jaguar Totojo for India. Martin Bertolacini for DPK Racing finishes in P16 ahead of Jindrich Svoboda in P17. Santiago Diaz de la Vega and Angelina Simmons going out to the top 19 ahead of Zhang Jose in P20. Jarno Saya, Amelia Vishamieska, Edward Kennedy and Nilis Malik round out the 24 finishers in that race. Zulfikari and Will Green on that last lap, the only 2 retirements. Well, Eli Christian, there he is on your screen, celebrated across the line. A great end for him, but involved in a couple of incidents over the course of today, where he has been the driver directly behind the leader as they spin over the course of today's racing. But so far, I've not seen anything go his way. So race control deeming that the racing has just been racing incidents out there. Here are the moments of that race. This was the moment Iskandar Zulfikari really started to struggle battling away with Eli Christian in towards turn number 9. There was the move down the inside earlier on. That one was fine and dry. No drama there. Will Green getting the moves done in the latter stages of that race as well, gaining those moves past the likes of Lucas Sell, who did in the end finish that one in P3. Racing continuing, that was the Brian Bruneau and Michael McGow incident on the start-finish straight, and McGow just keeping it on the straight and narrow there. Back for the lead, Iskandar Zulfikari straight back through in the dying stages of the race, but it would all kick off between them as Green got through. This was the moment. Again, you know what, I'm going to say that's too hard to call on that one, because he hit the inside curb, he lifted his rear wheel, and then around he went, and the checker flag came out, celebrates across the line, does Eli Christian, and puts himself P4 in the intermediate classifications. Well, Starfire heading over to that incident up at the top section of the circuit. A little bit of a clean-up operation is underway, and hopefully both drivers of Iskandar Zulfikari and Will Green are okay in that moment. Let's head down to Parc Ferme, though. Nicole Sutherland, over to you.
I have our race winner, Eli Christian. Then, Eli, a bit of a dramatic end to that race between you and Iskandar Zulfikari. Can you tell me what your version of events were? What did you think happened?
I mean, I wouldn't think he would have overtaken, because I thought he would have been happy with second place, but I tried to get back my position. He fed me the wheel, and he took the curve a little bit too much, on my opinion, and then he went off. So.
And heading into tomorrow's racing, you've put yourself into a great position. You've had a heap of really great results. Is the confidence level high for you and the Tony Kart team?
Yeah, second half of the day we were very fast. Unfortunately, last time we got disqualified, but we were very fast. So I think I'm confident for tomorrow.
Great to hear from you then, Eli. We'll head back up then, because we have more racing coming up, this time with our OKs, and I'm sure we'll have similar dramatic races coming up shortly.
We certainly do, Nicole. Yes, very dramatic stuff there, with just 3 more races to go, and it will be the OK qualifying heat A versus F that will head out onto the circuit next, and that will have the likes of Chiara Batig and Lev Krutulov on the front row. That one, of course, Chiara Batig, one of the drivers looking to start the superheats on pole position. But which one? Because, of course, her results have been pretty solid over the course of this weekend, as the operation there to assist the drivers up at the top section of the circuit still underway. And the medical team's on the scene there, so we do send our best wishes to the drivers involved in that one. Of course, Will Green and Iskandar Zulfikari up in that incident at the top of the track. There you can see drivers not seated just yet for the next race, but like you say, it's all really down to what Chiara Batig can do in this one, because if we look at the intermediate classification for the seniors, it of course is Dries van Langendonk who leads that intermediate classification from Jensen Burnett, but they have raced. They cannot do anything more from that one. Chiara Batig is yet to race, and she sits just a handful of points behind them in 3rd. So basically, Nicole, Chiara Batig wins this race, and the rest of the races later on, well, the one more senior race to go, which will have the likes of Ramikas and Torrens Perdier. Ramikas, who sits 7th with 169, 50 points, would get him just over 200, but Chiara Batig with 185, 50 points would get her well over 200. Is possibly in line to start on pole position for one of those 2 races tomorrow.
Possible with a capital P. Racing out there, you never know what's going to happen, and if it's anything like what we saw from our juniors just then, I think it's probably going to be a bit full-on, bit dramatic, but we'll definitely see how Chiara gets on, because if it's anything like what she's done so far in this weekend, she's got a very good chance.
She certainly does, and there you can see she is now sat down in her wagon for the Victory Lane karting team. There is a look from the grandstand area looking out over the cafe. There is a look at some of the paddock there. further down at the back end of the paddock area. You can see the production truck for Algebra C. It's just there in shot. And there we go. Whistle has been blown, and those engines are fired up then for the last race of the day for senior qualifying groups A versus F. They make their way out onto the track, and let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup. Chiara Batig starts this one from pole position. Can she start tomorrow on the front row of the grid for those superheats? Let's find out. Lev Krutilov joining alongside. Filippo Sala and Paul Andriotis go from row 2. Oliver Kinmark and Christian Costoya go from row 3. Clovis Nougaret and Marco Gast on row 4. They'll have James Anagnostianis and Scott Marsh on row 5. Luke Cornder and Maximilian Rafalik go from row 6. They'll have Oliver Rasmussen and Kenzo Craigie on row 7, with Zach Green and Sun Z on row number 8.
It's Zhao Zhizhan and Vegard Clemetson on row number 9, and on 10 it's Francois Cardal with Oliver Stadler. Starting from 11 we have Aloy Giriday and Aston Sharp, and from 12 will be Quara Firhand and Roland Cooklane. Going from 11 then is Peter Stiller with Mattis Umer, and on 14 is Carl Luthart with Klara Kowalczyk. Rounding out your grid then of 29 karts, and on the 15th row is Daniel Haratzay, and he will be starting, like I just said, 29th, last driver on your grid.
Yes, one driver looks like he's not taken to the circuit is Mattis Umer. He's not clocking up on my screen, the driver of the 160 of France for the KBK competition team, looking like he is not out on track. Well, drivers sort themselves out. It's been a relatively decent day, Nicole, hasn't it? Some good racing from the seniors, some dramatic racing as well. There is a look at the intermediate classification as it stands. It is Teresa and Langendong leading from Jens Bonnet, but they are done for racing. We won't see them out again today, but curious to see what they can do, and curious to see what Chiara Batig can do here from the front of this grid. She did finish in a P2 earlier on. She had a third at the beginning of the weekend. The rest of the results have all been P1s. Can she get a final P1 here in this last race? What do you think?
Yes. I
Yes?
think she can. She's
Yeah.
more than capable.
Excellent. Let's find out then as they head down into that final sector. It's a tense moment now for the field to see who is going to start where for tomorrow's Superheats. It's only a moment away. Here we go into those tram lines. Are we going racing? Yes, we are. Lights are out and they head down towards turn number 1. It's a good start for Chiara Batig on the inside line, but it's not a good start for drivers behind. And there's nose cones flying left, right and centre. And that's a handful of cars that have been caught out there in the mid-pack to the back of the field. We'll try and figure out who they are in the time being. The race lead has gone away pretty nicely at the front, but as they go through the timing beam, we'll be able to confirm who those drivers are. And I think it may have been Christian Costoya and Clovis Nougaret.
Paul Andriotis, I think, is involved as well, because there's an energy Nasso panel just being put on the Marshall Hut barrier there. So I think that energy driver is out.
Yeah, but crucially, everyone is still going, which means if there's a NASA panel out there, Nicole, that's not affixed to a cart, it means it's not going to finish this race. Down the inside, I think that actually is Paul Andriotis. I think he's still in this race at that sharp end of the field, because there is the energy course of the one. Is that the 125 or is that a different
Lev.
one?
That could be Lev out there. You'll see as they come under the line.
Yes, it is. Yeah, that is Lev Krutilov. Sorry, you are correct. The driver of the 106 still in this race. So do confirm, yes, Paul Andriotis was involved, Costoya and Clovis Nougaret, and technical flag has come out for Paul Andriotis for the 125. Good spot there, Nicole.
Yeah, you can't drive around without a Nasso panel, I'm afraid. You've got a good Nasso panel story, which I'm sure we'll keep for tomorrow's racing. But eyes on then, because we've got our intermediate classification back on your screen. It's Chiara Batig, who is your intermediate classification leader. Up the inside then, James Anagnostiadis promotes himself into third position. James having a good run of things today. He's had some good results. He's continued to race within the top 5, finish in the top 5 time after time after time. Chiara Batig, though, is your race leader. She leads from the Italian of Filippo Sala by 0.7 of a second. She comes under the start-finish gantry. What is her lead now? don't know if she's quite extended it yet. Yes, she has. She's extended it by a 1/10 then, so it's 8/10 of a second that she leads Nat by, but it's getting all busy going into turn number 5 by one of the DPK karts and a OTK kart. Chiara Batig then, who is your race leader, is also the fastest driver out there on the circuit. She sets a 1:8.880, pushing her own air, getting her head down and getting these corners spot on, using the rubber that's out there to keep her focused and keep her, you know, going late and hard into each corner, really getting the most out of the Maxis, getting the most out of the track and getting the most out of herself, because she can do this. She could end this heat in the overall top spot of that intermediate classification. Move then into turn number 16. That's Krutulov overtaking Oliver Kinmark there.
And now Kinmark is under pressure from his fellow teammate there, Marco Gast. And Gast now right on that rear bumper as they head up the hill. Remember, Gast earlier on took a win on track, I believe, I want to say. I think it was a good result for him after he deployed fresher tyres, we think. And obviously, if he did deploy fresher tyres, that means he's dropped down. He'll drop down a little bit in this one. Chiara Batig, fastest lap of the race, 1:01.510. That's a very quick time and continues to break away. Is that so quick that that's a potential deployment just to secure a pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow, do you think?
I'm not sure, but it's probably worth an ask after this heat.
Yeah.
Let's talk, though, because our driver in second position is now James Anagnostiadis. He has overtaken Filippo Sala of Forza for that second position. The young Mercedes driver is doing a great job out there. And talk of Mercedes, we've got Kenzo Craigie now on our screen, also with the Prema livery. Kenzo Craigie is jumping up the order. So far within this race, he's gone up by 7 positions, and now we've got drama slightly further back towards the order because it's Rafalik and Green who are scrapping going up the first sector of the circuit. Green has had 2 DNFs throughout today's today and yesterday's racing, so I think this drive for him is a bit of a redemption drive.
Yeah, indeed, and it was Green getting past Rafalik there through turn number 1. Sending it down the inside, a very tight move there, but making it stick. And you can see, he's going to go for it again, wasting no time this time on Oliver Rasmussen. That's not worked out for him, though, this time around. Outbrakes himself, but keeps his nose down the inside through the night of turn 13 and 14, and heads back down the hill, but it's not worked out for them because Rafalik's gone through. Here comes the Ricky Flynn of Luke Corner, and now it's all kicking off. But Green finds himself back at the front of this one. Scott Marsh is there as well on the other DPK. He's pushing his way through as well. And there's another one of the DPKs just behind. Now, I'm just trying to think who that could be. So it's all kicking off for the time being. But 3 of them in a very close-knit pack with Green and Scott Marsh in that likes of Francois Cadel going through.
Getting it wrong out of turn number 5. Scott Marsh then, he's just dropped 4 or 5 positions after getting it all wrong. Coming out of turn number 5 was too wide and couldn't slot back in, and that's allowed the likes of Aston Sharp and other drivers within this mid-pack to get all involved. And now it looks like Scott Marsh is just overdriving slightly as he was heading into turn number 12. He was just trying to defend the position from the driver behind because he's aware of what he's just lost out on. But the battle on your screen then is all getting busy. We've got Aston Sharp at the back of this heading into turn number 16. We've got who is that in the Ricky Flynn then, Anthony?
We've got around Francois Cadel battling away. We've got Luke Kornder, who's in the Ricky Flynn, the driver from Germany. He's behind Francois Cadel at the moment. And you've got Peter Stiller, who's just sent it down the inside. All of these drivers.
I think it was Stiller getting all involved through turn number 16.
Yeah, all of these drivers, I think, have deployed a fresh set of boots because you can see how many positions they've gained. Stiller, who's gained 13. Fairhand, who's gained 12. Francois Cadel with 9. Zach Green, like you say, with 7 positions gained. So there's a lot of drivers there who are pushing their way through the order as Chiara Batig is extending her lead right now, Nicole. It's now back to 1.5 seconds as we cut back to this battle here. This is Kinmark and Craigie battling for P5 and 6. This is that fight further back in the order. That's Francois Cadel, Kare Fairhand, Peter Stiller all battling away. just in that bottom section. We are nearing the end of this race, and I think there's been drama for Luke Corner as well, who was right up in that fight with these drivers. He's just tumbled down to P20 now on this one. Craigie has got past Kinmark. He's up now into P5, pushing his way through pretty nicely. There's some of the stats, Nicole. And you can see for Kinmark and Craigie, two very different results there. Kinmark has stayed in position versus Craigie, who you think has probably deployed those tyres. There's a Ricky Flynn out of the race, and that, I believe, is possibly Luke Cornder, who I was talking about earlier on, who was tumbling down the order. That be the reason why.
Back to Kenzo Craigie, then it was through turn number 16 that he got the run on the driver in front and got himself into that 5th position. Not sure within this race if he's going to have enough time to catch up to the likes of Krutulov, but there again then, there we've got the Ricky Flynn driver, the 141, just walking back across the track because he is out. This is the stage then of races where it all gets busy, and the drivers, you're going to see more retirements, you're going to see more incidents, because incidents are...
Incidai. We're going to see incidents on a plural level. There was the Luke Corner incident. It was actually a bigger moment than we first thought, because off the track there as well was the 195 of Oliver Stadler, and he was gesticulating to someone on the pit wall saying, you know, did you see that? What was going on at this part of the race? But he's dropped down the order as well to P25, and I think he may have been caught out with maybe Clovis Nougarade as well, because he's tumbled down the order also. We're on the penultimate lap of this race. Chiara Batig has continued to impress me, Nicole, in her performance this weekend in the first round of the FIA European Championships.
Yep, absolutely. She's come into this and she's definitely put her name on the map. I know very well-known motorsports individuals, the likes of Susie Wolff, have picked up on Chiara's success so far within this opening round of the FIA European Championships. Susie highlighted on social media how well she thought Chiara drove that, how good it is for females in the sport, and Chiara, race after race throughout this weekend, she is showing she has the talent, she can do this. She could be one of the first females in history in the modern era of karting to win an FIA European round. She's definitely got the pace to do it, and it looks like she is probably going to go over the checkered flag as your race winner. Of course, a few more sectors and corners for her to master before she can do that, but what a showing by Chiara Batig, the young Swiss driver out there on the circuit. As we're talking about Batig then, we've got a black flag out there on the circuit. That's rewarded to Clovis Nougarade, the 193. Black flag then, not good signs for a driver.
No, indeed, but one flag that this young lady is going to see is a checkered flag to the line. Chiara Batig, did she do enough there to put herself on pole position for Superheat 1? I am inclined to believe the answer to that is very much yes. 235 intermediate classification points. The next group of seniors to go out has Thibaut Ramicas and Thomas Bradier, and they do not sit anywhere inside the top 10, which means they are a large chunk of points behind Chiara Batig, but we'll have to wait and see, as this young lady here has delivered a superb race weekend so far, as she heads into tomorrow as one of the favourites in the senior category. Chiara Batig finishes then ahead of James Anagnostidis, who himself in turn gained 7 places in that race and puts himself up to second in the intermediate classification with 208 points. Filippo Sala finishes third and puts himself fourth in the intermediate classifications, with Kenzo Craigie finishing P5. He finishes 7th in those intermediate classifications. Lev Krutulov on the Energy Course team, he does finish P4. However, his results from previous races do not see him inside that top 10 in the intermediate classification. There's a look at your rest of the race results. Kinmark finishing in P6 puts himself 6th in the points, ahead of Zach Green and Marco Gas. Maximilian Grafalik from some of the big movers here, rounding out the top 10. Kade Ferhan, 13 places gained. A solid drive there. Peter Stiller with 14 places gained finishes in P11 ahead of Aston Sharp. Francois Cadal with 13 places gained. Scott Marsh in P14 from Vanguard Clementson. Oliver Rasmussen from Roland Cook Lane. Christian Costoya from Alois Gilliday. Then it's Clara Kowalczyk, Clovis Nogueira, Carl Luthardt, Sana Z, Oliver Stadler and Daniel Haratzky rounding out the 25 runners. The retirement, Luke Kornda, Zhao Zijun and Paul Andriotis. There on your screen though, Chiara Batig, a solid end to Saturday, and here is how she done it. Right at the start then, no real drama for her on the inside line, but go further back in the order, that's where it all starts to kick off there, with drivers going left, right and centre off the circuit, but Paul Andriotis was the biggest loser from that one, the Energy Course driver, losing his NASA panel, and unfortunately going no further in this race with a technical flag out there. More issues happened further on. Of course, Clovis Nogueira, who was also involved in that incident at the start of that one, did receive a black flag in that race. So not sure if it was for the incident at the start there or for something else. Racing continuing throughout those last few laps. There you saw the two Koski karts of Kinmark and Marco Gast going wheel to wheel in the early stages. Then you saw the charge from the young Briton, Will Zacharian, I should say, for the DP Kean Racing team, gaining 8 places in that race to finish in P7. Certainly wasn't an easy fight though throughout that one. Had to really dig deep, and you can see that nose down the inside just to retake that position away from the likes of the Tony Kart Racing driver Oliver Rasmussen, who at the end of that one dropped down to P16, so not the result Rasmussen will have wanted, especially after fighting up at that sharp end. Not sure what happened here. Luke Kornda off the track, Daniel Haratzky also off the circuit, and there was more drama further up, but no one could stop the near perfect weekend for Chiara Batig in the senior category. Pulled it in time qualifying and has gone on to potentially, at this moment, start on pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow. But, Nicole, the question is, were those tyres used today?
Well, we're about to find out with Chiara Batig. Chiara, you went new in that heat. The drivers around you did a similar thing, so you're not at a disadvantage, but you look so quick out there, and another great heat result. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, I'm really happy. Before we didn't put new tyres and we struggled a bit in the beginning of the race. Now we put new and we had a really good start, and after that could save the tyres for tomorrow's Superheat.
And we do think that it's enough for you to be provisionally starting the Superheats on pole. That must be a great feeling. Back in the victory lane tent, they must be ecstatic with your performance so far.
Yeah, I think it's an awesome result. It's my first ever European Championship in OK, and I think the team did a great performance. We're all happy.
Well, you should be happy indeed, Chiara. More karts have gone out there on the circuit. Anthony, which drivers have we got out on the tarmac?
Well, OK, Junior qualifying Heat B versus C has headed out on to the circuit for their first and, well, last qualifying heat of the weekend before going into tomorrow. Like we're saying, it's crunch time in the juniors, and for this one, it's really going to help out the drivers on the front row for this. Dean Hugendorn and Henry Domain on row number 1. They have Noah Baglin and Bosco Arias on row 2. Evan Purcell and Devin Walls go from row 3. Ludovico Mazzola and Michael Zajac go from row 4. They will have Mariano Lopez and Remy Samchek on row 5. Alessandro Tuchot and Gilles Herman go from row 6. They'll have Asher Oshtein and Mark Pilapenko on row 7. Pietro Bagutti and Wen Yabu go from row 8. They'll have Lucas Bonhomme and Valerio Villapiana on row number 9. Manny Nuvolini and Xavier Tarkovsky go from row 10. They'll have Archie Lovett and Lillian Scarborough on row 11. Leonardo Gorski and Victor Stelmach round out row number 12. Marcel Serbu and Felipe Sanchez go from row 13 with Tobias Tajeni and Tony Cachaferro at the back of the field. I can confirm all 28 karts are running in this race. Intermediate classification. As it stands, Zulfikari 212 points, Kalesia 206, Shells with 198, Chrisen with 192, Baglin with 185. A win here for Noah Baglin could put him on the front row, and in fact I think would put him on the front row of Superheat 1. But again, we have to wait and see what is going to happen because it's a long, old race, this one. Nicole, you join me back in the commentary box. We have seen a plethora of races over the course of this weekend. 2 more, and it's all sorted. Lights are out. We are racing. Are we racing? No, we're not racing. Lights have gone round. We're going round once more. Oh, they teased me with that start there.
You got all excited.
I got all excited for nothing.
Oh, they let you down, Ant.
They did. I'll be sending an email of complaint to the entire paddock. No, I'm only kidding. These drivers then get themselves sorted out on this one. Like we're saying, points very vital at this point. No, pardon the pun. Noah Baglin, who currently sits 5th with staggering 185 points. Add another 50 points onto that one, you get a number. And that number is higher than what Iskander Sulfakari has currently got of 212. He is in a position now where he really needs to make sure that he just gets that cut to the end of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a game for Baglin then of just bringing it home, getting it to the finish line in one piece and within, that higher bit of the field, but he doesn't need to overdo it within this race.
No, 235 points is what it is there. I just can't do maths while I'm talking. It's one of my biggest failures. But there we go. Drivers making their way into that final sector. This is where it all will start to kick off. I can imagine the inside's bolted pretty early there. We might be going around again, are we? Yes, we are. I thought that. I just heard the revs rise just as they were going into the final corner, and I was just thinking, did they get on the berries and cherries just that little bit too soon?
Little bit eager there out of the last corner, and I'm sure as they head towards the start-finish gantry this time, they'll be seeing that clipboard up on the start-finish. Nigel Edwards' clipboard, and just thinking, okay, I'm going to take this one a little bit slower.
Yes, indeed. He will, I'm sure, be gesticulating to the drivers. That included to probably Pasquale Lupoli and possibly even Gonzalo Planta. Yes, I can see Gonzalo Planta. He's positioned himself at number 12. There he is on your screen. And he was just saying to the front runners there, slow it down. Wait. There is a yellow line on the circuit, which is the acceleration line. That is where, well, it's only a guide, really, of saying, right, this is where you should be starting to go for it. You should be in the tram line, steady, steady, steady. Lights go out, then you go. But then these drivers are just a little eager on that throttle. Gonzalo Planta is going to go for a second attempt on this one. He's now heading to turn number 18, and now he's ready to slow them down there. He's standing right on the apex of that final corner, ready to really keep them nice and slow. Dean Hugendorn then and Henry Domain on the front row of the grid. Oh, they've bolted a little early again, but we are racing this time around, and it's a lightning start for the inside row. So Hugendorn and Baglin go 1-2 right round the outside there. Domain will try and hold on to it, but he has to settle further down in the field, and I think he's settled for P4. It looks like the VDK of Evan Purcell has got himself up into 3rd place, and if that is the case, that is a very, very good start for the young man who is heading into a very good start to his season in 2025. Down the hill they go. It's a Prema 1-2 of Hugendorn, though, leading the way from Noah Baglin.
Good start by the Prema team then. Those two drivers just caught the start. Very quick reactions, and Henry Domain was just forced out wide and onto the rumble strip, and that's why he's dropped down slightly in the order, but does sit in P4. Long race this one, so he will have opportunities to pick positions back off then. We've got moves going into turn number 16. That is a Ricky Flynn cut. It might be Michael Zajac taking up some positions. We will find out as we head onto the start-finish gantry for the first time. Was it Zajac? I don't believe it was. I think it's Bosco Arias then that maybe lost positions but made up some again. So we've got Hugendorn from Baglin, from Purcell once more, Henry Domain, Bosco Arias and Ludovico Mazzola.
Indeed. Well, confirmation then in terms of the points. Baglin sitting there in 2nd place would secure a pole position start for Superheat 1 tomorrow. Iskander Sulfakari, who was dominating this weekend with that incident on the final lap of his last qualifying heat, which put him right down to the back of the field, has now suffered him and is only putting him on still pole position, but on Superheat 2 this time around. So that's still not the end of the world, but still that has taken away what could have been a perfect scoring weekend for him. Eyes on this one then. I think these two Premers are going to battle to the end because Hoogendoorn is currently sitting 4th. He would like a front row start to tomorrow. If he loses out on any more positions, he might actually lose out to William Kalijah, who sits 5th, because there's only 5 points between them on that, and I think it's about 4 or so points, 6 points if you lose out on a race win. So this is a really important one for Dean Hoogendoorn. Does he want to start in the front row? Does he want to start in the second row?
I wouldn't say Baglin necessarily has to overtake within this then, because in the intermediate classification, he sat in that top spot currently. We'll question, is there going to be some team tactics that go on between this? Is Baglin going to help his teammate Dean Hoogendoorn to stay where he is in the I've lost my words. Order. There we go. Audio is a completely different thing. Here they go then. They head into the 3rd sector of this lap. 2 Premers then are pulling away slightly from the likes of Evan Purcell as they head down there. But Purcell, we've said time and time again, new to the OK Racing, but not new to the IAME machinery, and he's right there in the fight. Talk of the fight then, it's going on between Noah Baglin and Dean Hoogendoorn, because Baglin now has taken the race lead. He adjusts the radiator flap as they head through the start-finish straight just to control that temperature of the OKJ engine out there. Make sure he doesn't overheat things and kill his run up the hill, which he hasn't, because he continues to lead well from Hoogendoorn. But Hoogendoorn reacted to that overtake from Baglin nicely because he's not dropped much momentum. Evan Purcell though, watch him in 3rd position because he is in the intermediate classification 9th. He's going to want to pick off as many positions as he possibly can, which he is in the fight to do as they head through turn number 12. In 4th position, it's Henry Domain. He's back in the fight, and so is Bosco Arias, the young Spanish driver who we've heard a lot about throughout this weekend so far. He's in there now, so the battle for the lead really at the moment is between these front 5 carts.
Well, I've got to say, Nicole, my maths is getting good enough. It's starting to scare me here. I was right when I say Hoogendoorn, if he lost down that lead, he would lose out on a front row start, and that's why he's immediately re-attacking on his teammate. Baglin went to turn in there, and there was a huge chunk of Premer car right down the inside there in the form of his teammate Dean Hoogendoorn, and they switched positions once more, and Purcell continues to be there in 3rd place. Domain is there, Arias is there, and Lopez is going to start being there as well because he's just set the fastest lap of the race and is closing in on this lead group. And in fact, he's right there. Here is that move again. Wait for it. Down the inside. Baglin turns in. Oh, no, you're there. Down the inside. And got to say, that's quick reactions and smart driving there just to avoid contact between the two of them.
Did he go to turn in, or was he just trying to test Hoogendoorn to see, are you actually going to overtake me? It's not something that we'll probably find the answer to, but it could be one of those two things. It could be that he didn't see, but it could be Baglin maybe just testing Hoogendoorn, testing whether he had the bravery levels to go in on him into 1st position. There we have on the screen then Ricky Flynn driver, that is Lillian Scarborough from the USA. She is out. That's such a shame. She's had multiple DNFs throughout this weekend, and on the grass I think we've got another Ricky Flynn driver who's just parked it through the outside of turn number 13.
Yeah, that's Anthony. Michael Zajac, the other one of the Ricky Flynns. So that's 2 Ricky Flynn drivers off at the same part of the track. Not sure if they were involved in the same incident or if it was separate. But that is a big one, especially for Michael Zajac, who was well up in that order and fighting up at the front end. But that is a dismal end to the last race of the weekend for them before going into tomorrow's Superheats and finals. Eyes on this one. Baglin's not giving up on this race win, despite the fact that he doesn't need to take it. The question remains that does he want Hoogendoorn in his race? Well, at this moment he wouldn't be, because it'd be starting it'd be starting alongside Bosco Arias, and yes, he has gone for the move. So Baglin's in the lead. Oh dear, steady on, boys. Yes, it's the last race of the day, but you know, you're gonna want to race tomorrow as well with perfectly serviceable carts.
You know, it's supposed to be Prema with Prema, but sometimes these two drivers like to turn it into the Ferrari versus the Williams game. Here they go then, they head back up the hill towards turn number 8. Baglin, though, absolutely taking no prisoners. He saw the gap open on Dean Hoogendoorn and went for it. Baglin knows points mean prizes in a competition like this, and as much as you just want to get it to the line, it's also a championship. You've got to play the long game. You've got to think about how each point might benefit you as we head through the season. But here we go then, those two drivers head towards sector number 3. Is Hoogendoorn going to be close enough to have a re-attempt at a move on Noah Baglin? Is he going to be brave enough to do it? These two drivers have touched each other multiple times throughout this weekend. There's Evan Purcell then defending from Henry Domain for that 3rd position. Here we go down the straight then. We've got Evan Purcell trying to defend from Henry Domain, and that's killed his speed. That's given Henry Domain the run down the straight and up through turn number 1 to overtake into that 3rd position.
I've just been doing my maths again, Nicole, and with these positions, this would be Hoogendoorn would be starting right behind Baglin in Superheat 1 tomorrow if they stayed like this. Now, that would literally just be a complete swap of these two of what they've done throughout the entirety of today, with Hoogendoorn starting directly in front of Baglin. However, this would be a certainly interesting one. So if they stay like this all the way to the end of this race, it will be Baglin and Hoogendoorn in the same Superheat tomorrow. And I'm not sure if they'd like that too much because that means they'll be fighting each other again. Here we go then, down in towards turn number 6. It all seems calm now between these two teammates, or does it just? Hoogendoorn looks down the inside at 17, and the last-ditch attempt, it wasn't going to work. He'll stay there in 2nd. And he holds his hand up in the air and he shakes his head thinking, what was that? Thinking, was he supposed to finish in the other way around, knowing that Baglin, even finishing 2nd, would have still been on pole position for Superheat 1. It's just Hoogendoorn would have been in a better position on the front row of the grid in Superheat 2. Well, that is the question we'll have to find out, but Baglin takes the win and will start on pole position for Superheat 2. Bosco Arias in this race also finishes in P2 with 214 points. He secures pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow, which means hopefully we'll be chatting to 2 of our drivers down there. Of course, Baglin and Bosco Arias, who are securing their front rows. Iskandar Solfakari and Henry Domain then in 3rd and 4th will secure front row starts alongside Baglin and Arias, with Kalesia and Hoogendoorn starting on the rows behind. But that's tomorrow. Here is what's just happened on track. Here's your full race results. It is Noah Baglin from Dean Hoogendoorn, Henry Domain from Bosco Arias, Evan Purcell from Mariano Lopez, Devin Waltz from Alessandro Truchot, Asher Osteen from Mark Pilipenko, Lucas Bonhomme from Ludovico Mazzola. Then it is Pietro Bagutti finishing ahead of Valerio Villapiana, Remy Samcek from Leonardo Gurski, Manny Nuvolini from Tobias Sajenny. Then it's Archie Lovett, Victor Stalmack, Xavier Dudkowski, Tony Casciafero, Marcel Sebu, Felipe Sanchez, and Gilles Herman, who round out the 25 runners. Wen Yabu, Michael Zajac, and Lillian Scarborough, all retirements. But there on your screen, newly announced as the latest driver in the Ferrari Academy program. He now starts tomorrow in the first round of the European Championships on pole position for Superheat 1. Here's how it all transpired. Baglin in the lead. It wouldn't stay like that, though. Hoogendoorn would fight back, and there it is, the first of the changes. Baglin getting through into the lead, Hoogendoorn down to 2nd place, and then later this moment here, and you got to think, was there a question mark over that one? You know, was Baglin turning in, or was he turning in for the corner? That is the question. However, those two certainly had that good scrap all the way throughout. There was that re-overtake between the two of them, and all the way to the end it was a close fight. There was the close defensive driving there from behind. Evan Purcell dealing with the likes of Henry Domain. Domain would finish in 3rd place, though. Bosco Arias would also get through and secure a pole position start for Superheat 2 tomorrow. There, though, across the line, Noah Baglin securing pole position for Superheat 1, as that is all it rode for the juniors. They are done and dusted for today. there is no more racing until tomorrow. It's only the seniors that are coming up next for their last race of the day as the clean-up operation is underway out on track. But we'll be heading down to Parc Fermé very soon, I'm sure. Nicole Sutherland, who will hopefully be chatting to both Baglin and Bosco Arias down there. And credit where credit's due, the Englishman and the Spaniard locking out the pole position starts for both Superheat 1 and Superheat 2 tomorrow. Well, like we were saying, one more race to go. That'll be heading out onto the circuit in a few moments' time. Qualifying Heat B versus C heading out, and that will have the likes of Thibaut Ramicus and Thomas Pradier on the front row. But let's head down to Parc Fermé. Nicole Sutherland, who have you got for us?
I've got none other than Noah Baglin then. Noah, busy race out there for you between you and your Prema teammate of Dune Hugundorn. You decided to overtake him once he back after he had overtaken you. Why did you decide to do that?
Because I knew I was leading the points going into the last heat, and I was very strong in this heat, and I knew I was a bit quicker, so I went for the overtake just to get the points, and yeah, I just stayed with him there.
And you're at the top end of our intermediate classifications. You'll be going into your superheats, you know, in the strongest position. How confident are you for the rest of this weekend's racing?
I've got the pace to win the final, I think, and I just need to stay here and stay in the points and hopefully start on P1 for the final, and I can see what I can do.
Great to hear from you then, Noah. We're going to bring Bosco Arias over as well for a driver interview. So Noah and Bosco, you two swap. Bosco, great drive out here in Spain, Spanish driver on a Spanish track. You look confident out there on the circuit. Can you tell me how happy you are with that race?
Yeah, the last hit not was the best, but it's okay. We are in front in the overall, so that's good. We still have to work in the chassis a bit, but yeah, I'm really happy with the pace today and with the hits.
So you said you've got to work with the chassis a little bit more, so you think maybe there's some more setup changes to go. Is that correct?
Yeah, there is a lot of setups and we have to find which is the best, but yeah, it's okay. We only have to find that.
Well, best of luck to you for tomorrow, Bosco. Great driving out there on the circuit today. We'll head back up then to Anthony because we've got one more race left of today's racing.
We certainly do, Nicole, down there with our two drivers who will be starting on pole position tomorrow in the juniors. Congratulations to Noah Baglin and Bosco Arias. But now we'll turn our attention to the senior category, qualifying Heat B versus C to finally find out who is going to be starting where in the seniors. Now, we were thinking that Karabatic has done enough to secure the outright pole position, but I think there still is a question mark potentially looming over second place. James Anagnostianis with 208 points, I think is still in a danger zone, but we'll have to wait and see what happens when this grid heads out onto the circuit. Will be led by Thibaut Ramicus and Thomas Pradier on the front row of the grid. Really looking forward to seeing what these drivers can do. And again, really looking forward to seeing what sort of tyres have been deployed in this one, because we saw from previous racing a smattering of fresh tyres be placed on the karts. But whether or not these drivers have deployed them today, or whether or not they've deployed them earlier on, or if they're going to deploy them tomorrow, we just don't know. We'll have to wait and find out. Boris Lyson, Zach Drummond, looking forward to seeing what they can do on the second row of the grid, because they have had some really good runs. But then you have to look back on the fifth row of the grid. Jacopo Martinez, a driver who has taken a race win over the course of this weekend, can deliver some strong results. But Thibaut Ramicus, after his really strong start at the start of this weekend, later on just started to drop back a little in the order. I can imagine he's not wanting to end today on a low. He's wanting to end a day on a high. Nicole, what do you think?
Yeah, I think Thibaut looked really strong when the conditions were a little, you know, they were fluctuating a little bit. He looked quick when it was more so that greasy circuit out there. Once it was completely dry and a little bit warmer, it just looks like he suffered on a little bit of pace, has dropped down the order slightly throughout the heats. But he's got one more opportunity then within this race as they head out of the grid to get a good result in there, get back up the intermediate classification order and grab some more points.
Indeed. Well, it all falls down as well to what happens further back. 'Cause you have to remember as well, last year's European champion in the Mondo.com FIA Karting European Championships, Joe Turney, has had bad qualifying, some better races, but also a DNF. He's under threat. Timo Ramakas and Thomas Breder go from row number 1. Boris Lyson, Zach Drummond on row 2. Elliot Kaczynski and Eloy Gonzalez round out row number 3. Row 4 sees Jacob Mikulev and Matt Corby from Jacopo Martinez and Alpac Soy on row 5. Daniel Kelleher and Bolawet go from row number 6. Emili Koivisto and Sanuinir round out row number 7 with Hugo Marti and Luis Francis on row number 8, I should say.
On row number 9 then it's Bertram Sash with Daniel Picorni, and on 10 is Marcus Juncher with Noah Wolf. Your drivers that really need to put some work in for this final heat are Mark Brovko and Joe Turney from 11, and Sanya B and Efim Durinov from row 12. Shortly behind on row 13 then we have Marcus Shilkunas of Lithuania with Davide Bataro of Italy, and then on 14 we have Spain's Luna Flusha with Jakub Kiminek. Rounding out your grid then for the final time of today, we have Makar Sevlev in 29th and Sebastian Mins in 30th.
Well, let's wait and see what is going to happen on this one, because, well, this is going to be a really important race for some of those drivers at the back of the field, one of them being, of course, Luna Flusha of Spain. Not a great qualifying, really did struggle in that one, has had good races coming through the field, has come away with a decent chunk of points, but I think still sits in that danger zone of around the 70th place mark, if not maybe a little bit higher in it. But again, there's a lot of drivers here who have just had those struggles after not qualifying too well with going out on the slick tyres, and then all of a sudden, midway through their opening lap of qualifying, the heavens opened, the rain came falling down, Nicole, and it just completely opened up what the seniors could do.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the drivers in this and the drivers in the senior qualifying who were out of position, the like of Craigie, Turney, Luna, were in that group where you had adverse weather conditions, and that has really affected their weekend and really put them down the order. But here we go then, out of the final corner to head under the start-finish gantry for the final time today. Are we out racing? Yes, we are. And it's a good start from Ramakas. He hardly even moves off the racing line, but it's all getting busy back in the pack then. All of our drivers look like they are still stuck to the circuit. As I said it then, we've got drivers off in the background. That's a ward cut. I believe that could be, is it Sanya B?
I think it's the 121 that's gone off. I think that might be, no, it's not Alpac Soy. I'll try and figure out who that is. It is, I think Bertram Sash has had one of the moments. It's Marcus Juncher in the Ward Racing kart. He's the one that's gone off the circuit, and there's even more dramas there going down the hill, and one of the karts has ended up on the grass and in the barriers at turn number 11, and there it is off the track. And that's a big, unfortunate shame there. Now, that is one of the Hangman karts that's had a moment, and I'll try and figure out who that is. Well, it's a Hagman suit. Might be Daniel Picorni, actually, who's not come through. And as well, yeah, it is Daniel Picorni who's not come through. That's a big shame. There's a 301 of Marcus Juncher. His card has been abandoned. He's out of this race as well. Across the line they go then. It's Ramakas from Lyson, Kaczynski from Drummond, Martinez from Corby, Gonzalez from Alpsoy, then it's Breder and Louet who round out the top runners in this race. Can confirm it is Juncher and Picorni out of this race. There's a look at your intermediate classification with Timo Ramakas leading the way. I was right with my maths. Again, I'm scaring myself here. Timo Ramakas can only do second best.
Timo Ramakas then still continues to lead the way. We'll find out if he does drop that pace from what we've seen previously. He's fast in the opening stages of a race, but just seems to struggle as we go through the middle. There's a race replay then of our start. So busy there, drivers so aggressive to change lines as they broke the order of the tram lines. And this is the moment then. This is the moment we lost a few of our drivers. There we go. Here we are, it was just pushing, just shoving as they were going out turn number 3, and those two karts just took each other off onto the grass, and they are out.
Yeah, Bertram Sash in the orange kart, MP racing kart, just managed to get through. Unfortunately for the Ward Racing Tony kart, Marcus Juncher not able to get it done, and then later on that same lap, of course, Daniel Picorni off at turn number 11. got to say, that start for Eloy Gonzalez was a little all over the place. That barrel cut shot over to the right-hand side of the circuit, then back over to the left, and it was weaving left, right, and centre. Clearly a very dramatic start there. However, Rameka's not involved in any of that. He is clear up ahead by half a second from Boris Lyson and Elliot Kaczynski, who are having a good little scrap there. Jacopo Martinez, strong start to his race as well. 4 places gained, is on the charge through, is currently up into P5. Zach Drummond is still holding strong in P4. However, that group is getting a little bit close and cosy, I think, for liking. There is Drummond, there is Jacopo Martinez, and Eloy Gonzalez just behind in the background, also being followed by Matt Corby in the 169, pushing his way through for the VDK team. Through the start-finish line they go. We're on lap number 4 now, Nicole. The race is coming along nicely here. And for Ramekes, he's effectively fighting for the front row pole position start for Superheat 2.
Rameka's then limited work to do within this race other than just keep that kart glued to the floor, keep circulating with the pace that he's currently got. But drivers who do have some work to do, the likes of Turney and Noah Wolf, are getting on with that. Noah Wolf then is sat in P11. He's gone up by 9 positions within the first stages of this race. And Joe Turney is up by 10, follows Noah Wolf. He's in 12th position. Turney then had that DNF earlier on within this today's racing. Change almost there for Zach Drummond, and he goes up the inside, backed out, almost lost out there to Martinez, but just managed to pip himself in front of Elliot there, the 1-2-3, to get that attempted move back on. Last race there from Drummond. It was like, oh, I can't do it, backed out, and then thought, you know what, no, I've got to go, because if I don't go, Martinez will go in on me.
No one likes a bit of hesitation, but it's always nice when it works out in the end, and it certainly did for Drummond, not wasting any time. Joe Turney now fastest lap of the race, and that's some pretty quick pace. I mean, that's rocking around of what they were doing in time qualifying earlier on this weekend, so something tells me he's deployed fresh set of tyres for this last race just to make sure he can get the best possible result to get him through into that top 72, which is what he's hoping for.
Exactly. That was a move then into turn number 12 by Gonzalez on the Birrell kart. He overtook Martinez to get himself into fifth position. Getting it all wrong, my words there. But Martinez's got a lot to say back to Gonzalez there, because he's all over the back of him, all over his back bumper, pushing through turn number 16 and follows him down the straight. But that's lost a little bit of pace now for Martinez as he's looking behind him to the likes of Matt Corby over his shoulder, just because he knows he's going to be vulnerable now. There on your screen is Zach Drummond, the Scottish driver who heads out of sector number 1 and back down the hill. Downward spiral hill this is. The drivers like to compare it to a roller coaster ride. So much kart control goes into this. There on your screen then we've got an investigation flag out for Sebastian Mins. Sebastian in the CRG kart for the 2025 season. He's up by 14 positions to 16th place. Definitely didn't have the qualifying he would have liked. Had a spin on the straight going into turn number 12. He's put the work in through testing. I know he's been out with previous world champion Gustafsson out there getting those setups into the CRG kart to find some pace. He's got the pace but just hasn't had the results. Talking of results then, can these drivers in 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th get further up the order, because Daniel Kelleher's got a lot to say out there on the circuit. He overtook Matt Corby to get himself into 7th position.
Certainly did, and moving up nicely through the field as we're on lap number 7 of 10. Eyes on this one, well, he's focusing on Ramekes, because he and Boris Lyson have checked out right now. They've got 0.8 of a second clear of them, but they are around about 2 seconds clear from this battle here. This is the battle for 3rd place, Drummond and Kaczynski. Now there are yellow flags out at the top section of the circuit. I think the drivers involved in that one might be Ben Louet and Efim Dudanov. Unfortunately, 2 of the Paralin Motorsport drivers, I think, have had a spill out on circuit, which is a big of a shame. Eyes on the rest of this field, though. Big sends down the inside at turn number 16. There was another one there from a CRG just in the background. I think that might have been Sebastian Mins going for the move there. Maybe even Davide Bataro, who's on the charge through the field. Here's some action across the line. This is Alpak Soy battling away. He's now slotted in behind the likes of Joe Turney. Turney's got ahead of them as they pulled through, but they're still having a good little scrap in the background there. They're still circulating pretty nicely. Eyes on the front though, Ramicus is clear. No drama, the gap's over a second now between himself and Boris Lysen. Drummond is clear. Here is those moments further back. Oh, that is a bit of a moment there, and that is one of the VDKs going through. Is that not Matt Corby? It might have been Matt Corby battling away with Alpac Soy going wheel to wheel. There are the two Prema teammates, Paralin, sorry. Paralin teammates of Ben Bolowet and Efrem Durdanov. Thank you for putting me in my place there, Nicole. Yeah, both out of the race. Not what they want to see.
No, absolutely not. But something that we do probably want to see is Thibaut Ramicus, the lead that he's extending there. 1.2 seconds now. He heads up through the first sector, just getting that run up the hill. Thibaut then, we questioned if he was going to drop some pace as he got more and more heat into the tyres. No, he hasn't. In this race, we've seen a different thing from him. He's got faster and faster. He's controlled. He's out there. He's doing a good job. It's unlikely that he would drop that pace then to Boris Lysen there on your screen in P2 to reduce that lead. But Ramicus then in the order is sat in second position to Chiara Batik. So Boris Lysen is still in P2. He's not in our top 10 of the intermediate classification, but is doing a good job there out on the screen. We've got Zach Drummond now on the screen. He is sat in sixth position in our intermediate classification. He's under a little bit of pressure there from Elliot Kaczynski in fourth position. We've got also, don't count out Eloy Gonzalez as they go through under the gantry to meet the last lap board. It's Drummond being chased then up the hill. It's for third position. I don't think we're going to see any moves on because Drummond's looking settled there. Talking of settled, so is our race leader, Thibaut Ramicus, who heads towards and out of turn number 8 and back down the hill.
He certainly is on this final lap of the race. Thibaut Ramicus, he's had the spills, but he's had the thrills this weekend. And as he makes his way on this final lap to secure a pole position start for Superheat 2 tomorrow with 219 points to his name. Thomas Bradier, who's sitting in this race as well, not having the results he would have wanted. I mean, he's still going to start on the front row alongside Thibaut Ramicus. So just as they have done today in these qualifying heats, but to the line, it will be the Belgian starting on P1 tomorrow in Superheat 2 with those 219 points. A solid drive for Thibaut Ramicus to kickstart his 2025 adventure. Of course, third in the European Championship last year, and certainly a driver who is wanting to capitalise this weekend to really kickstart his adventure in the senior category as they will make their way back now to Parc Ferme. Boris Lysen, a solid drive there, finishing in P2. Doesn't make his way up into the top 6 of the intermediate classification, but still a solid drive nonetheless at the end of that race. Zach Drummond finishing in 3rd, Elliot Kaczynski in 4th, and Eloy Gonzalez rounding out the top 5. There is a look at your results then. Confirms Chiara Batik starting on pole position for that Subi 1 tomorrow. But let's go through the full results at the end of that race then as drivers make their way back. It is, of course, top 5 we've gone over. Jacopo Martinez finishing in P6 ahead of Daniel Keller. Thomas Bradier from Alpac Soy. Matt Corby round out the top 10. Joe Turney, solid effort on that last one. Has he done enough to get through those superheats? I think he has. 11 places going to finish in P11. Lewis Francis, Noah Wolf, Davide Bataro with 12 places gained finishes in P14 ahead of Jacob Mikolev. Sebastian Mins under investigation but finishes in P16 after a gain of 14 places. Emilio Koivisto from Marcus Shilkunas. Makar Savalev with 10 places gained ahead of Selim Munier. Hugo Marti from Luna Flusha in 22nd place. Bertram Sash, Jacob Kamenek, Mark Brovko and Sanya B rounding out the 26 finishes. Ben Lewood, Efrem Durdanov, Daniel Picorni and Marcus Juncha not finishing the race. And here's how it all unfolded right at the start of that one. You see Eloy Gonzalez in that barrel cart all over the shot there just getting into track position, having a little bit of a topsy-turvy one at the start, going absolutely wheel-to-wheel in that early stages. But this is how the likes of the MP Kart Racing of Bertram Sash and Marcus Junscher ended up at the back of the field. Unfortunately for Marcus Junscher, the wildcard this weekend, I don't think we'll be making it into those superheats tomorrow, but we'll have to wait and see for the full results. There's another view of the start of the race as they were heading up the hill, and that action was happening just in the background. At the front, though, all was fine and clear for Thibaut Ramekers as he went on to try and help secure a front row start for the Superheat 2 tomorrow. There was Zach Drummond making those moves, bit hesitant in towards turn 16, certainly found his gusto in towards turn 17 and sent it back down the inside. Drummond finishing that race in P3, and a really good run for him because he rounds out the top 6 in the intermediate classification. Racing continuing at that point, good overtakes all the way throughout it. This was a brave moment here in the background. Alpac Soy just getting squeezed there by Matt Corby on that start-finish straight. But to the line, Thibaut Ramekers for VDK Racing. He stayed under the radar a little bit over the course of the day, but that's a solid amount of points, 219 to put it on the front row. Pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. That solid start to his weekend certainly helped him out to secure that one. Well, that is all the racing done for the day, but do not go anywhere. We'll be heading down to Parc Fermé in a few moments' time as the last of the cleanup operations is underway. So let's head down to Parc Fermé. Nicole Sutherland with Thibaut Ramekers.
Yes, I am Anthony. Thibaut, great race out there, great lead to take that win. Tomorrow you'll be starting your superheat right at the sharp end of the field. You must be really happy with your results.
Yeah, I'm happy of the day because it was a difficult day because the first heat I had engine issue, but after I was fast and I win the last one and I finished second in the second one, so yeah, quite happy.
And the hard work doesn't stop there then. You've got a full day of racing tomorrow. When you go back to the VDK tent tonight then, what do you do to prepare for tomorrow's racing?
We will look after the data and watch what can we improve, and yeah, that's it.
Well, great to hear from you, Thibaut. We'll see how you grow on today's racing. It doesn't stop there, though, for the action for this weekend. We've got a full day of races tomorrow. Anthony, can you tell us what we've got in store?
Well, Nicole, I can tell you exactly what we've got in store. We have got 4 superheats kickstarting with the juniors at 10:10 in the morning. That'll be for Superheat A, and that'll be the same for the seniors straight after at 10:35. That'll be Superheat B for junior at 11 o'clock. And then for the seniors at 11:25, that will whistle down the top 72 to just the 36 in both the junior and the senior finals. They will be starting a little bit later on in the day. 1:20 for the juniors and 2:30 for the seniors, as we look forward to seeing what is going to be happening tomorrow for the first round of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships here live at Campillos. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland will be back live tomorrow as we say a goodbye for now. We say thank you to the track marshals for today and the production crews as we get ready to go racing for finals day tomorrow here in Campillos.